welcome to another episode of Shattermare Live. Got Brian here, that's me. I've got Morb, William as we like to call him. And we've got Kyle. Kyle doesn't have a nickname. Not that we can say
I'm just Kyle.
Not that we can say on radio. That's too dirty.
For real. It might be offensive to some people.
Yeah. So we'll have to,
Popeye? I had some people call me Popeye once upon a time.
Why? Because you eat a lot of spinach?
It was from gym class in high school.
He's got big forearms.
Because you have a giant dick.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, damn. That guy eats spinach.
I don't remember that part of Popeye.
I'll take it.
Sorry, I was like, oh, Popeye!
Yeah, that was the fan fiction I wrote.
Hey, if someone wants to publish their fan fiction,
I'm preparing for public domain.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I think am I high, or did I see that The Rock is going to be in a Popeye movie?
Oh man, really? That'd be hilarious.
I saw that, and I just don't know what to believe anymore.
I think there is a new Popeye movie in the works, but I don't know who's behind it.
That would be that. I would get behind that if they race swap Popeye. Only if Kevin Hart was Popeye until he ate spinach and then he became The Rock, like he transformed into The Rock. I would get behind that. Then you have a pass.
Oh man, that's good stuff.
If they made Eric July,
The Rock seems like such a weird Popeye.
Why do you stop criticize my comic? It
hurts my Eric July isn't like a real celebrity. Like, you know, people know about him in our sphere. Well, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Even if I had a
niche
YouTube channel with like
celebrity,
a couple hundred that, yeah. Even some of the bigger YouTubers, like they're not like The Rock or like even your average like C-list celebrity, you know.
The thing is, like, Popeye
I bet if at work tomorrow I asked everybody I ran into at work, which is like a lot of people because I have a very social job.
Sure.
If I asked them who Eric July is, not a single person knew Eric July.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, The Rock is like perfect for it because he did whatever the fuck he had to do to be big, like steroids, and then just gets pissed off and beats his shit out of people, which is what Popeye's about, right?
Yeah.
Popeye's about like taking whatever it takes to get big and then just beating the crap out of, you know. So The Rock is
but he's got the action side of Popeye. In compare and contrast, like The Rock versus Robin Williams, you know, they each have like one half of what makes Popeye, and the other half they're totally not suited for.
But like, what was Popeye? He was a sailor. Where the fuck was he going?
He was
like, what was he? Did he fish?
Don't worry about it.
He was just a bat. I think he was like an expert. I'm sorry.
He was just some fucking burnout that he was just some burnout that was hung up on some thin chick that nobody else wanted, like a 4.
Yeah. He's like a ex-Navy SEAL, you know, and he just retired. And he just wanted to go out and fish.
I guess so.
And the stupid bitch kept following him around and getting kidnapped. And he's like,
and then cucking him for another dude.
Yeah,
all the time. Like every episode, she had to cuck him, and then he had to beat the shit. You know, it's like it's not worth.
I mean,
it,
there are people that have that kink. You know, they want someone to.
That's
I don't know what you call it, but
simp.
Simping.
That's what he's simping. Yeah.
What's her name? I mean,
olive oil.
She had like a butterface. Yeah, olive oil.
She was.
Are we really gonna analyze how attractive we find olive oil to be? Really, come on.
I mean, she was skinny, but she had a good.
What about Popeye? I guess it depends on how you feel about biceps and spinach. Well, like I like spinach, but like not canned spinach.
Obviously, there wasn't just spinach in those cans.
PEDs.
Yeah, HGH. There's all kinds of weird shit.
What the fuck is this show about again?
Looking Crank. He was on Crank.
It's just a funny.
Jason Statham would be a good Popeye.
Oh yeah, that would be hilarious.
God,
and he has just have him use his regular accent.
At least he's got a funny accent. You know, it's not.
Let's go.
They still would be Robin Williams, but
let's have Jackie Chan be Popeye.
Like Jackie Chan now?
Yeah, whatever. He can still do it. We'll have like Wesley Snipes be Popeye. Who gives a shit?
Wesley Snipes would be pretty good, yeah. So,
when's it coming in public domain again? When's Popeye in public domain again?
Shouldn't it be on public domain now?
I thought it was. Yeah, it's that, or it has to be in like 2 years. If it's not already public domain.
So I should start writing a Popeye comic book now.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. That was my original point. Was I was practicing my fan fiction for when Popeye goes into public domain.
I didn't mean to disturb your original point.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
I know. I tend to do that. I'm just
bullshitting. We're just bullshitting.
God, that would be good, but give him a backstory. Like he's like out shocking. Mm-hmm. There are doll's eyes when they just roll back and they just bite into you, and you hear that screaming. You hear that screaming, son, and it's like, yeah, I took my spinach and I beat the fuck out of them sharks, boy. And you guys never saw Jaws, right? Like.
No. I mean,
remember that monologue? You never saw Jaws and heard that monologue, like
from the old. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, when they roll back, son, and they like doll's eyes, but then they ain't living, they ain't dead, and then we do. Anyways, my favorite monologue. It's my favorite monologue of all time of all movies. Is that
would be a good opening. That'd be like a good cold opening to the comic book too. Just rambling about complete bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that guy, old sailor guy from the Jaws movie, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, just do it like that. We delivered the bomb, the Hiroshima bomb.
Anyway,
if you could cross over Popeye with one like IP, like one character or one show or one comic, or what would you cross him over with?
Exactly what I said. That guy from Jaws.
The Jaws movie.
Just Jaws.
Yeah, that guy from Jaws. It's shocking, boy. You college boys don't know when to admit you're wrong.
Cross him over with the Predator or something. Like, or the Terminator. Him and Arnold could have good banter back and forth. It'd be like a buddy cop comedy. They would just go on adventures. Like,
okay,
hunt guys. Oh, speaking of you guys are gonna love this segue. Speaking of buddy cop adventures, do you guys want to watch the trailer? No, I'm sorry, it's not the trailer. It's an ad. You guys want to watch the ad for the new upcoming Wolverine Deadpool movie?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool that they're doing this stuff right now because it shows that they're really selling it. You haven't seen this for a lot of films recently, unless it's a Super Bowl
ad. Yeah, or unless they're trying to piss off their entire customer base.
Yeah,
they're really good at that.
Yeah, but this is a nice product placement. We used to see this all the time with like Diet Pepsi and Top Gun, things like that. They would put stuff like this in. So yeah, let's check it out. 30 seconds.
All right, sweet. Here we go.
Whoa. You don't want to do this. Oh, I promise you. I do. What have you done?
Don't get mad. I borrowed some adamantium from your claws, and I made us something special. Yeah.
We can make it if we try.
Heineken Silver. All the taste, no bitter endings.
See? Isn't this better than fighting?
Nope.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
I was going to say, all right, you guys want to talk about the ad or the actual movie?
Yeah, we can talk about both, actually. I'll just go to the ad. That kind of is a throwback to what they used to do with films. But as far as the clips I've seen and everything, it seems like they got a great comedy. This could be another good rated R comedy. forget the
Yeah,
superhero stuff. It looks like they're going to play off one another. One guy's going to be the straight guy, which is Wolverine, and then you're going to have the other, which is a common comedy trope going back before any of us were
That's how you
born.
do it.
Yeah, I mean it's so simple. Like Bud Light is full of a bunch of fucking idiots shooting themselves in the feet. I mean, I can't not make the comparison. Like this is so simple. They even do the little. It's like two buds, just sharing, just hanging out in the woods, just having a beer. You know, it's current. It's based on an upcoming movie. The better the movie does, like they're gonna sell a lot of Heinekens.
Yeah, it's a new product. It's a new product that they're trying to drive. Now, I'm not a big Heineken fan. I think it's kind of skunky as far as beer is concerned. But
there goes the revenue that we were going to get from playing that commercial.
Damn it.
Yeah, they go and ruin it.
No, $1.10.
Sponsorship.
$1.10. How will I?
Yeah, if we get like 2 million views.
Well, okay, but here's the thing. Well, maybe this is a different flavor, a different type of beer. I might actually enjoy this. I'm going to give it a shot.
I mean, I think it's cute. They did the little bub, little bub pun, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that simple. That's all you have to do. Just a couple of dudes hanging out, drinking beer, having a good time.
I mean, I can hear the comic nerds right now. How can you take his adamantium and make it into a can? You can't even, shut up. It's just a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, I think
trying to promote a new product.
I think we get that.
Yeah,
like I think nerds get that. It's just dipshits on Twitter
and
be
this,
like, actually,
dude, this might be a landmark film. Now, the more clips I've seen of it, they're making fun of Disney. They're making fun of certain things. They're leaning into certain woke stuff and I think they could. I mean, imagine Deadpool asking Wolverine his pronouns. I can see that in this movie. And
yeah, well, was there a? I don't know if I just heard this from somebody. This was speculation. Didn't in the trailer he make a joke of like stuff that they could make fun of, like like Kevin Feige gave us permission or something.
Yeah, shit like that. They were directly making.
We'll see. See what Disney gives.
Yeah, I mean, this will, if there's any movie that comes out this year that's going to make $1 billion or more, this is it.
Or just be profitable. Yeah.
Yeah,
man. I want.
but like Kyle, you're a comic fan, right?
I guess.
So you're a comic fan. You're a comic fan, Brian. Now, there's always been a connection between Deadpool and Wolverine, as far as and now they have Wolverine in his costume, his classic costume. You got Deadpool, and Ryan Reynolds has always delivered as Deadpool, and I believe Hugh Jackman has always delivered as Wolverine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you got them together.
It's been a while since they did a Wolverine movie, X-Men movie.
Jackman,
and well, they have the show that came out recently, so that is also going to benefit from that.
Oh, X-Men 97.
Oh, X-Men 97.
Yeah. The timing works pretty well for them.
Yeah, I just think this movie has everything going for it, as long as it's good and it has a decent runtime.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be terrible. Like Deadpool 2 was still pretty good when they did the cable thing. I mean, this is like what they should have done for 2, but I guess when they did Deadpool 2, they were probably thinking, "Oh man, we should have done Wolverine." So we got to do that for the third one.
When Deadpool 1 came out, everybody wanted Wolverine. Deadpool, that was it. And that was 10 years ago. That's a decade ago that shit came out. And but everybody, okay, you got Deadpool right, put him with Wolverine. And they now they're doing it, and it looks like they're doing it right. It really does. I was cautious about this, but I'm becoming way more optimistic. I'm actually starting to get excited for this.
Yeah, well, temper your expectations. I mean, it also is probably the best movie that's coming out in a sea of. Like, I went to the movies yesterday, and every single movie poster or trailer is just like derivative rehash
Mm-hmm.
or shitty sequel or reboot. Still, constantly.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even sure I'm gonna enjoy Joker 2 that much. They're doing a new Crow movie. You guys,
Yeah, we talked about that.
did we talk about that?
Well, I know
So
I talked about it with Luke. Luke is not happy. We like the actor, but we don't like the look or the feel of it. And
so yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so have higher hopes for this one too. And you know what what's cool about the Deadpool movies is this is gonna sound really stupid and basic, but he actually builds upon the each successive movie. So like from what the trailer was indicating, the plot of this is like his universe is fucked up or whatever, and he has to save his quote unquote family. And it's just like people you've seen in the first two movies gathered in a room. Like just having
well,
reoccurring characters,
you know,
like they're building their own lore to the
the thing,
little corner of the of the corner
yeah,
of the X-Men universe that they carved out.
yeah. The
So
thing that pissed me off about it, because I was getting ready to write the Mercenary Guild, is that his tagline at the end of the movie of Deadpool 2 was exactly what I was going into with the Mercenary Guild, whereas family is where you find it.
there you go. You can still
You know?
use
They
that.
ripped off, yeah.
Like, yeah. I mean, because if you look at the Mercenary Guild, they're all different people from different walks. I mean, these people in the mainland would probably never be friends. I mean, Bane would probably try to kill Zeth and even Malchus, on a hunt, like kill the thief, kill the necromancer. Nicole would also be on a whatever. But now here they are together, and they realize that they're not all that different.
Yeah.
When they're put in a place where they have to actually build something and survive, that they're not bad people. And that was kind of that's kind of, if there's any message with the Mercenary Guild, that's kind of it. And Deadpool really nailed that. But one thing I love about the Deadpool movies is that they got Colossus so right, and the Juggernaut. The
Yeah.
Juggernaut scared the fucking piss out of me. If I saw that thing coming down the original Juggernaut that they put in The Last Stand, I'd be like, okay, let's go a few rounds. I can, I can
mean
handle you.
that Juggernaut, let's be honest, was just kind of a meme because that's when the internet and YouTube was really picking up steam, and you had that one video of the person being like the overdubbed. We're talking about X-Men '97, the overdubbed X-Men videos, and someone overdubbed them and was like, "I'm the Juggernaut, bitch," and it's like,
Mhm.
"I'm gonna fuck you up, Charles," and then that's in that line where he's running after Kitty Pryde or whatever
Yeah.
when they're in the mansion. He says
I'm
that.
the
And
Juggernaut, bitch.
yeah, that's where that comes from. They just
I didn't know that.
yeah, that's like really one of the first memes of I guess Kyle and I's generation. Yeah, that's where they got that
Meme
from. So
history.
yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how much thought they really even put into that character.
None.
So
And same
but
thing
yeah,
with Colossus. There was none. And
yeah,
Deadpool really brought those characters.
they were
I
just
was
window
scared.
dressing.
Yeah, I was scared by that Juggernaut. The way, like, okay, that's scary.
Did they also accurately? I mean, it was through a little bit of exposition, but was it me or am I remembering incorrectly? But didn't they also explain how he's not really a mutant, but he has that like that mystical gem,
Yeah,
and that's how he gets his powers, or
yeah.
he
He gets
made
his
some joke,
power from the gem of Krytorak or something like that.
something.
And
Yeah,
yeah, Zatorak. But he was actually a stepbrother of Charles Xavier.
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, that he's somewhat related to Charles. So
Yeah, and he was like the stepbrother who was abused and beaten a lot. So
hmm,
he actually has this whole psychological thing, and then he became big and strong, and that's it, and that became his vengeance. Because Charles, I guess, never stood up for him or whatever like that. So Charles has a soft
I don't
spot
know.
for the Juggernaut because he knows how badly he was abused by Charles's father, or something
Right.
like that.
But
So,
he's usually in the Brotherhood with Magneto because Magneto takes advantage of all the mutants that are resentful and bitter
Yeah.
towards humanity and stuff.
yeah, yeah. Magneto ain't stupid.
So yeah, no, he's really smart. So he's kind of like the George Soros of X-Men, you know.
Yeah.
Except, well, I guess he was in the concentration camp. So,
Yeah.
but he kind of, I don't know, he uses the tactics of his enemies.
But no,
Okay, I'm just gonna let that go.
Well, but Kyle, what do you think about the upcoming?
Yeah, what do you think about George Soros, Kyle? He's a
What I think about what?
He's a
No,
Jew that uses the tactics of the Nazis. Oh wait, well, I'm sorry, we're talking about comic books.
Yeah, what do you think about the upcoming Wolverine and Deadpool, or what do you think about previous installations and what have you, and what do you think about this?
I mean, I like the Deadpool. I saw both of them, the first two, and I liked them, but I wasn't like in love with them. I mean, like I really liked Logan.
Yeah,
Like if we're comparing the two separately, like I'd like the Wolverine, stuff more than Deadpool stuff. Just maybe part of me gets a little annoyed about the fandom around Deadpool a little bit. How much like Deadpool fans love Deadpool and like
because they're annoying.
Yes.
yeah.
Like the whole Rick and Morty paradox.
Yeah.
Where it's like Rick and Morty is funny, but then also the fans turn people off of it.
Because there's a lot of autistic fans that get that are attracted to fandoms.
But you can't really hold it against the source material. Like the Deadpool movies were still good.
Yeah. Yeah. Also,
and that's a natural pairing between them. Like, yeah, I mean, everyone loves that pairing. Just like I think Wolverine and Spider-Man were like a good pairing too, weren't they? The same kind of thing around it with like the jokester and the serious guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you had a lot of team ups.
The first Deadpool movie was outstanding. The second one, there were things about the kid was annoying. I mean, there was some annoying stuff, and they did race swap Domino and things like that. But overall, I liked it. Again, the Juggernaut and stuff like that, and it still had the same humor. And I have a feeling this movie will have the same humor. And again, you have Hugh Jackman for him to work off of.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be. I think it'll be like somewhere between. Well, I guess if we're saying like success as far as movies go, it'll be somewhere between Deadpool 1 and 3. But I'll probably, well, we'll see, obviously. But yeah, I might enjoy this one more than Deadpool's 1 or 2, just because it's Wolverine.
And the thing is that I have no idea who the real villain is, but it just seems like with these Deadpool movies, when they bring certain characters in, they just get them so right, like Colossus, like the Juggernaut. They just nail it, man.
I mean, they got Deadpool right, and that's what everyone, when the first one came out, everyone was worried about them fucking that up. And I mean, even like years and years leading up to it, everyone was like, "Oh, we want a Deadpool movie, but it has to be rated R." And I remember back then, no one believed they would ever do it because they're like, "Oh yeah, they're not going to do that rated R," and then freeze out the kids that might come to the movie. And
yeah, and it didn't matter.
And
they like the most money that
they only spent $50 to $58 million on the first Deadpool movie.
Yeah, it was ridiculously successful.
Yeah.
As far as from the business standpoint.
I think it made 400 domestically.
Yeah, it's such a good job casting too, because it's like, I mean, Ryan Reynolds is like made for that role.
Well, yeah, and there was even I mean, people wanted it more even because of the X-Men, the Origins movie, the Wolverine Origins movie, where they completely fucked up Deadpool.
I don't have any Deadpool comics. I stopped collecting comics before the 90s, so I really don't have Deadpool, but I was still aware of him and what he was. And so when I saw the X-Men Wolverine movie. I'm like, this isn't what I heard. This isn't what da da da. And but I wasn't outraged by it, like a fanboy. And then, but when the so I'm kind of a normie when it comes to Deadpool, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all are probably. Like, I don't have an extensive knowledge of Deadpool, but I just understand that for what they do in the movies, from what I understand, it's much better the way they depict the characters, like the comic books. Then because if you don't know anything about Deadpool, he's kind of like a meme in and of himself. Like people think a certain way about Deadpool, but he's not completely just a random annoying asshole. like he's got a character and personality in the comics. So Ryan Reynolds, I think, does a good job of balancing, the sarcasm and the humor with like the seriousness.
And I think like he did his research and he knows Deadpool. He probably knows Deadpool better than you and I do.
Yeah,
and Kyle.
I would hope so.
And I think Hugh Jackman for years has done his research into Wolverine. And I think
that guy could play him in his sleep.
Yeah, he can. I mean, but he did his research. He's read the books. He knows the cadence. He knows all that stuff. So, yeah. I mean,
also isn't Ryan Reynolds one of the producers or executive producers on these movies?
I think
it just goes to show you
they did this movie, I think, without studio interference.
Yeah, so it just goes to show you that you need to make these mid-level budgets if they're not even like $100 million budgets with a handful of individuals who actually know what the fuck they're doing.
Studios will use the big budget and the money to try and compensate for lack of creative.
Here's another kicker. I'm sure that there's a back end deal. So if this movie makes $1 billion, $2 billion, not out of the realm of possibility, Hugh Jackman gets a huge payday, and so does Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, probably because they have actual points in the movie. It's not just they're getting paid as actors. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's shaping up to be pretty decent. But yeah, I mean, they need to do this for a lot of their properties. I mean, not just Marvel and Disney. Like in general, they need to do this with other properties. Like it's shocking how good the new Dune movies are, in my opinion, when they gave it to this guy who actually seems to know a lot about Dune. Like he actually seems to be a pretty big fan of the source material. Yeah, who would have thought?
Because again, I could never make it through the first book. I don't give a shit, to be honest, about Dune, but the movies the movies look great, so
yeah, I mean I didn't read the book before I watched the movie, but the movies actually got me excited about the lore and the universe. So I've been listening through on audiobook the first book or the first series.
Just don't do it while you're driving because you're
I have to take breaks. Yeah, it is kind of dry.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting. So I don't know. Same thing. Yeah, I'm sure people read comics. I've been reading comics for decades, see these movies, and they're like, "Oh man, this is great." It's great when they just tell the story.
As much as like some movies get messed up nowadays, I feel like back when we were a lot younger, you couldn't trust movie studios to adapt like a video game or a comic book to a movie to save their lives. Like it was.
Oh God, no! Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Like it used to be. They just did the TV series with Fallout. We talked about that in a previous show. But it used to be, if you heard the word video game adaptation, you were like, "Oh Jesus, no!"
Yeah.
What are they ruining?
It was awful.
You just assumed it was going to be terrible. You didn't even have to hear anymore. You didn't have to know who was doing it. Didn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, Resident Evil. Oh God.
Oh my God. Which those are even on the so bad they're enjoyable. Those are on the more entertaining side.
Then you turned around a little bit.
Have you guys ever seen what's that fucking movie? It's a female main character. I think it was called like Blood.
Blood Rain?
Blood
Rain.
Rain?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually
That was
enjoyed.
based off of
First of
video
all,
game series.
I loved the first 2 video games of that movie. That was on the Xbox. I loved them.
The
Absolutely.
movie
played
was
the shit.
fucking dog shit. It was weird how bad.
Yeah,
it was like
it was a complete, again, Uwe Boll kind of really didn't quite get it, but he kind of got it, and it was kind of real half-ass.
Yeah, it was weird. It was almost like softcore porn movie.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
like it wasn't that bad.
Girl took out her tits, and you're like, okay, well, yeah, but I also want to see the movie.
But the games also
Like,
were
I'll
kind
Google
of
this
like
later.
that. The games were kind of like that though too, where she would get done, you could jump on a Nazi's back and drink his blood, and then afterwards you kind of gave like an orgasmic that was
Yeah,
the
they
game.
What did it sound like?
It was like a
It's okay. We have it on recording.
like only in a female voice, it's like and it was like
One more time for the folks at home.
fuck off.
For the
The
people
thing
in the
is-
back.
for the people, the thing is that it definitely had that. Look, gamers got off, dude. I saw message boards of people going, "Oh, I love that sound she makes when she gets done."
Yeah, but then
Sucking the guy off, or whatever. Basically what
yeah.
she did, yeah. And okay, if that excites you, then enjoy the game. But they were actually really good games, the Blood Rain games. If they were on the original Xbox, and they were outstanding.
Yeah,
but that movie, it was a disappointment. Same thing with House of the Dead. Uwe Boll
goofy shit.
really tried to do. He really tried to adapt video games, but he just doesn't have the talent.
No, it was bad. They're like independent films almost. I mean,
he had Paris Hilton in House of the Dead. Like, really? Paris Hilton? All right, good for you.
That's funny. Yeah, it's weird Hollywood schlock. You guys remember Tomb Raider? Was that a good video game adaptation for its day?
I thought the first one was okay.
Probably one of the better ones.
The first one was okay. The second one was forgettable.
That's
the
true.
one that actually stands out to me was Silent Hill. And I guess they're making a new Silent Hill game.
They are making
well, they're
making a Tomb Raider anime.
They're making a new Silent Hill movie, actually. They're making a new Silent Hill movie, but the original Silent Hill movie is actually a really good movie, even if you're not a fan of the game.
Yeah.
So,
but here's the thing, though. Like, horror movie studios exist, that do good stuff
and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you could give these properties to people who actually make good movies. I guess it's what we've been saying the whole time.
To perfectly illustrate my point. Think about this. There was a Super Mario Brothers movie that came out in the 90s that was
I was about to mention that one. Yeah, that one was fucking
And
terrible.
then they just released one like a couple of years ago that did amazing.
It was last year at this time.
Yeah, it was recently.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it was last year.
And it was animated. I mean, you could probably have tried to make a live action, but who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. It's a great movie. So, yeah, it's crazy how different it is from when you give it. So, like, then they would make money, and you would, and people would like it.
You got to have people who are like Doom. Could be a great movie.
Oh yeah. Well, they did make a Doom movie. Remember?
Did. Was it great?
Well, no. But
I mean,
but
I kind of like it, but it could be great. It really could.
I mean, if you made Doom and you put the effort and the special effects into it, that like George Miller made Doom.
Yeah.
With the fucking Doom guy, and you had all those sweet special effects, but they were all demons. And he was just like cutting through demons, and then there was like a plot-ish in the background, just like the Doom games. Yeah, I would watch that shit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, and you had Sweet Fireball Effect. Oh no, actually, they made another Doom movie recently. Did you see
Did
that
they?
one, William?
No,
Yeah.
I have. I've only seen the one with The Rock.
Oh no, they did second attempt at one recently. It was pretty bad too. They tried to actually get more into the world building, so I'll give them credit for that. But they also did like we've got to have a female main character and she's going to be awesome and a girl boss and all the men have to defer to her and like the
Yeah.
the demons were fucking weird and shitty.
Yeah.
And it was
I mean,
like,
like they have a Halo TV show that could be awesome, and they just
mhm.
screwed the pooch.
Yeah, on
Halo's
Paramount, right?
yeah, in Showtime.
Oh,
It
okay.
could be. I tried to watch an episode. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
Because they want to basically demask, Master Chief, and it's like it's all about Master Chief, and you get
Yeah,
that.
but they do that to try to appeal to a wide audience, i.e. women, and
And gays, yeah,
sure, non-guys basically.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and or I'll just say fans of the actual Halo series, whatever, for YouTube. And yeah, you're gonna lower the quality. But the irony is that they're gonna make way more money if they just make something that's more niche for the actual fans, but give it to someone who's passionate about the project or will do it well because it's like, hey, these guys do horror genre really well, so we're gonna give it to these guys. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if they did that, they would make more money. But instead, they try to do it to a quote unquote wider audience. They piss off the actual fans who don't want to go see it because you give these fucking adaptations a scarlet letter, just like video game movies were back in the day. And you're like, fuck this. I'm not watching this dog shit. And they lose money.
I mean,
So
there have been times where I remember X-Men First Class, which is a complete departure from the original X-Men. Really, like
yeah, I thought those were pretty
complete.
solid movies though. Like the
They were
first
good.
couple,
Yeah, they felt
I
like
enjoyed them.
X-Men movies, even though there was all kinds of things changed. And
Hmm.
so my mind was like racing, going, no, but it's cool, but no, I don't. But but still, they did a good job of developing this, even though again, it's not the X-Men, the way I know it, but it was still pretty cool. It still felt like the X-Men. And I
Hmm.
think, yeah, like they race and gender swap Angel, things like that. Obviously, Havoc was not in the first team. It was Scott Summers, Cyclops,
Yeah,
his brother, things like that. I mean, there was all kinds of differences, but similarities.
but
But
this
for
is
some
supposed to
reason,
be, but this is
they,
supposed to be in the past.
yeah,
So for some reason, Havoc is way older than his brother.
yeah.
But
But
anyways,
it worked. It worked. For
yeah,
some reason it worked because I guess it was well written. It was definitely well shot. Some
yep,
of those flight scenes were unbelievable.
yeah, they were cool. The pacing was tight. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't didn't drag out. It was just a
Yeah.
cool ensemble movie, and it was focused. That's part of the problem with some of these, even like some of the original X-Men movies. When you get to the second and third one, they had like way too many subplots. They were all over the place. They didn't know really like what. I don't think Bryan Singer maybe was just having too many pool parties or something back then, but like it didn't seem like they really knew. Like looking back on it now, as a kid, I didn't care because I didn't know better. But
Yeah.
now I'm just thinking like they didn't really have a vision for the rest of the series. It's just like people enjoyed them and they were making enough money, so they're like, sure, make another one, make a trilogy, and so they just did. But I think part of the difference between First Class, there was a solid plot. Like, hey, you know, you
Yeah.
guys have to
Cuban
stop.
Missile Crisis and
Yeah, this is set during the Cold War. You have to stop the Cuban Missile Crisis. Like, oh, and it was really the X-Men that were involved. So you have like the political intrigue and stuff there. And then of course you had like the character drama and interactions and then,
yeah, because it was a revenge story too for Magneto. So
yeah. And that was woven in pretty well. And the second one is kind of similar. Like they kind of rehash. So then it starts to get where it's like, okay, well, we've kind of seen this. And then what was the one after that? Was that the Apocalypse? Was that the Phoenix movie?
Well, no. Well, the second movie was X-Men. What X-Men? Days of Future Past, which was.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was
which
enjoyable.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. But again,
Hugh Jackman in again.
Yeah, in the original, I think it was Kitty Pryde who went back in time, not
It was, yeah.
Wolverine. And Kitty Pryde does not have the power to send people back in time. I was watching the movie going, where the fuck did she get this? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, they just straight up they pull that out of their ass. They're like, yeah, she can send your consciousness now into your previous younger body or whatever.
Okay, but you know what? Overall, I really liked it, and I could,
But if
I'm not that big a comic geek, you know.
Right, like if they had another mutant do it, it wouldn't have really taken away from that. And Wolverine, I think, for the way they wrote it, is good because he's like functionally immortal. So he was around during all this shit.
Yeah.
So like it's not. I think that was pretty good from like the perspective of a normie. Yeah, that doesn't know everything about Kitty Pryde. That's just like, okay, sure, I can see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that was Days of Future Past. I thought there was like another one they had.
The one I liked was like First Class.
Yeah, the First Class was cool. And then,
so Days of Future Past, where they brought the First Class in with the original.
Yeah.
You know, which I didn't know how that would work, and they actually blended it brilliantly. I was blown away.
What was the plot of that one? It was what's her name was going to try to assassinate the president.
Yeah, Mystique, because they were building the
Sentinel program.
Sentinel program, and it was Peter Dinklage, and she was going to go whack him out, I think, and
that
so
sets off like where they create this dystopia because the Sentinel program gets launched and they go crazy and kill everybody.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, we'll turn that.
The Sentinels basically realize that everybody's a mutant, and they become self-aware.
Yeah.
And they're basically Terminators. And
right. They're like, well, you all have the potential to become mutants. You have the dormant mutant gene or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I don't know why I thought those plots were similar. I don't know. But yeah, no, Days of Future Past, I enjoyed that one. And then after that one, that the Apocalypse one.
Oh God, so disappointing. Yeah, that was Apocalypse.
Yeah. And then after
which is a brilliant run in the comics and brilliant villain, and they just screwed the pooch on that.
But that movie was so boring, and that's when they had the First Class group. At that point, it was like, okay, this is the new X-Men group. And I think I watched that one, and I honestly I couldn't even tell you.
No, I can't. The only thing I remember is because Nightcrawler is like one of my favorite X-Men, and they brought him back for that, but they had him in a Michael Jackson jacket.
Yeah, he was like they found him in some weird place. But then they had like they had Psylocke in that one, right?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah, Olivia Munn.
Yeah. But then they at the end Jean saves them because she unlocks like her Phoenix power or something.
Oh yeah, another Phoenix screw up.
And then the next movie after that, they tried to redo the Dark Phoenix saga, and I don't think anyone saw that movie.
No, I didn't see it.
I did not see that movie. Yeah, so
I saw clips of it where it has like Jennifer Lawrence saying, "Maybe we should call it the X-Women since we have to keep saving the." And it's like, that's it, done, cut, print. I'm out.
Yeah,
you know, good for you.
Yeah,
you can have it. You can have it. You have it. You make it. You support it. You take care of it. I'm out.
So,
like Star Wars.
we didn't show this one. This is an old one that article that has been covered, but I think this would be a good time to talk about this one. the good old comics are still failing their female characters and creators. People have probably seen this one already. So the TLDR of this is, despite them shoving female characters into basically everything and everywhere, surprisingly, I guess to them, just them, no one gives a shit. And so this creates this is kind of what we're talking about with like where they have to do the Dark Phoenix now, and they have to have Sophie Turner be the girl boss, and oh, everyone shit on men. That'll really get men to the theaters. So like this is the age old, let's blame this thing for not supporting female characters, and then simultaneously blame men because men are the ones that have to support females despite I don't see anywhere, and I read through this article separately, I don't see anywhere in here them talking about how women don't buy comics. I like you can go through. I'll do the control F for you guys.
It's
So they're talking about women being victims, bitching about these two characters being the only characters that are, but nowhere in this article is like they, oh, you got the women working, right? So you've got women, oh, like look at, we still need to make big improvements with women of color and all this intersectional bullshit. I don't see anywhere in here where they actually break down the demographics of who actually buys fucking comics,
because they blew it.
Well, even if you did have like a large amount of women buying comics, who's to say that they're going to only buy comics that have female main characters?
No.
Well, they're not. They're buying like romance high school girl manga.
But I mean,
like Ethan broke this down when he was at DC, and basically their management said, well, if we could make more female stuff, then we're going to have the whole market. In other words, right now we're selling to boys, but if we can make everything female, now we got everybody, and now we make that much more money. But
do you see how stupid that is?
Yeah.
Like how fucking retarded those managers are for just thinking like, oh, put a female. it's like the South Park.
I mean, if you do the character, if you know what you're doing, you could have a male character attract a female audience and a female character attract a male audience. Like it's
right, but you have to understand.
It's always
you have to know what you're doing.
You have to actually understand human psychology and what people.
If you look at like Xena, most of her audience was male.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's. That's a good example. Well, let's we talk about like how manga's really popular, in like while comic books are like plummeting. I mean, if you think about like the women who read manga, which there actually are like a lot of women that read manga.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of their favorite characters are male characters.
But you also know what they read a lot of? Webtoons.
Yeah.
And what's like, you've seen webtoons, Kyle. Like what's the genre? Like take the lead out of it. Like what are all the different types of genre? I'll give you a hint. It's one genre. What are all the girls reading on webtoons? They just can't get enough of it. Like such that the titles of these manga are literally like the plot synopsis. Girl falls in love with vampire. Vampire turns into a horse. Girl finds out horse is okay? Question mark. I mean, I just made that up, but like
look at like Twilight. Twilight was huge, but it was directed mainly at young women.
Yeah,
it did great.
So did 50 Shades of Grey.
Like, well, let me tell you, they didn't care about the main female character in Twilight.
No,
they were all Team Jacob or Team,
Well, they did like.
Well, she was a self-insert.
Yeah, they did to the extent that like they could project onto her. I mean, it's not like guys don't project onto Batman.
Or like, I mean, no, I mean, you have manga that are notorious for having the main character is this male character who's like has no real personality or interesting character traits.
Yeah,
he's just
for
there
neat guys.
Yeah, this is you, and here are all your anime waifus. Enjoy.
Right. Here's your harem of fantastical women that you couldn't obtain in real life, and they all support and care about you, and they answer to every one of your whims, and you don't have to work at all to achieve anything in this fantasy world.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't HeroesCon. We should start asking the guys and girls who come to the table. We should ask them like, who's your favorite character, and see like
just
how many girls pick a female character and how many girls pick a male character.
That's not.
And same thing with the guys.
Sure. Have a tablet with a tick mark.
Just like, okay, check off a little notepad. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would venture to guess. My prediction is that, again, the character doesn't matter as much as like the genre and what's happening in the story.
Yeah.
Because guys just like certain ideas. Like guys have certain ideals that they like in stories, and girls have certain ideals that they like in stories. And if you boil them down to their most basic core mechanics, like it's going to be fairly obvious, and you look at the sales numbers, it's like, okay.
I don't even think it's necessarily genres. It's like character archetypes, like girls will like the more, moody, like emotionally complicated male characters, whereas guys will like, male characters that, might be
kick ass, that do cool shit.
Right, but really, girls don't like action shit. Like most girls don't.
No, they don't.
You know what I mean? So you can have like a Edward in Twilight, and if you're a guy and you watch those movies, you're gonna be bored out of your goddamn mind, because you're gonna see the little bit of action scenes in like the second or third movie when everyone goes to war, quote unquote. And you're gonna be like, God, this is probably some of the worst fucking fights I've ever seen in my life.
But like action, like manga that have a lot of action on it,
Well, like women went to Barbie.
For the artists.
They went to Barbie.
Yeah, they went to go see Barbie. And there weren't like a bunch of kung fu fighting in Barbie. Oh, like Kill Bill is a very good example, because the lead character is a female, but that is 100% like a masculine oriented movie. And guys love the shit out of Kill Bill. Yeah, guys fucking love Kill Bill. But go ahead.
Still, like with the Marvels, most of the audience was male. With Furiosa, most of the audience is male. So they're not attracting the female.
Guess who's not showing up? Yeah.
But how do we distill this into a really simple spreadsheet?
It's easy. I'll give you the formula. Ready? Don't denigrate your fucking audience.
Like they just want to make it so simple. They just wanted to be like, okay, so this comic has a female lead, therefore this is for the women to read. This comic has a male lead, therefore this is for men.
Yeah, but
this comic has a black main character, therefore if you're black, you have to like this comic book.
Right, but there are a bunch of retards
like, it's
who boil
crazy.
it down to surface, literally skin
It's ridiculous.
color.
That's it. Yeah.
Because they're still like, well, yeah, in their attempt to be super inclusive, they're actually retardedly racist.
Yeah.
And like retardedly sexist.
Because
like they're really
anti-white, anti-male, anti-straight.
Because they're stupid. No, because they're stupid.
Yeah.
Like really, I've almost never met a truly racist person on this earth.
Me neither.
Except really fucking stupid people.
Yeah.
And like people who are resentful of other people. So like I met a bunch of black people that are pretty racist against white people, like because they resent white people. And they probably weren't the highest IQ people. And I've met like trailer trash redneck white people that are like, all the Mexicans are taking our gerbs. But like they're on welfare.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're on
look,
with their fucking 16 bastard kids in a trailer.
I went to Jason versus Freddy, and I had these Mexicans sitting behind me, and they were talking all kinds of shit about every white person on screen.
Yeah,
Like,
and you have
so,
Mexican
I mean,
cholo, Viva la
it-
Raza assholes. Like,
you got
you know.
racism all over the board. Of course, these people believe you can't be racist towards a white person, which is ridiculous, and
Well,
we have to
yeah,
get past
sure.
that.
Well, yeah,
Because-
sure. Those
yeah.
you just laugh at those people because they're retards. But my point is, like, those people who are boiling everything down to the surface level, they're really stupid. But they're quote unquote. I mean, they don't even have good intentions. I won't even give them that credit. But their quote unquote good intention is like, oh, I'm trying to appeal to this person by showing them someone that's like them. Like,
Right, but then they burn down the lore like they did with Doctor Who and what they're doing with the acolyte in
Mhm.
Star Wars. I don't think you've heard about this, but so the Force
No.
is going to come from these two twins that come from two women who have
Sounds
sex
pretty
and
gay.
conceive them, and apparently the Force comes from like scissoring, the friction of scissoring, and the Force is actually a female entity. So the Force is now actually female,
Literally
and that's coming
female.
up. That's coming up in episodes 3 and 4.
Well, that's what happens when you put really
And
dumb
they're going to
fuck
put
women
pronouns,
writers.
and they're going to put pronouns in it too.
Yeah, that's what happened when you put really dumb fuck women in writing positions that never
Yeah.
earned it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with Kyle. It's like, I don't necessarily want to say a genre. I guess archetype is the better word because it's like archetypal tropes. But in order to have archetypes, or like what modern writers would probably just say, oh, there's a bunch of tropes and cliches. Like, this isn't the 1920s weird. Like, you have to actually acknowledge that men and women are different, and like
Yeah.
cultures have different experiences and traditions, and people have different psychological behavior. If you don't acknowledge that, even you're just completely blind to that, then
Yeah.
you're never gonna write anything good for anybody.
You know, George
So,
Lucas is the best example. So obviously he has Star Wars, right, which has certain archetypes. And then he wrote Willow. He produced and wrote Willow. Willow is Star Wars in a fantasy setting. Willow himself is Luke Skywalker, and he wants to learn this magic, which is basically the Force. And Mad Mardigan is basically Han Solo, and Joanne Wally is actually Princess Leia, and the
so he
evil
literally
witch
just
is
copied all his own tropes.
he basically put it with
It's archetypes.
yeah. It's a Star Wars. It's Star Wars with a
Hilarious.
fantasy skin. Watch Willow and then think about what I just said. And sure, there's differences, but guess what? They're all successful. Willow was hugely successful. They fucked up the show, but it had books afterwards that they could have used as source material that would have been successful. They didn't do. And obviously Star Wars is what it is, but it basically Willow is Star Wars with a fantasy skin. The character archetypes are spot on with Star Wars.
Yeah, there you go. So, and some stuff is a product of its time, obviously, because the culture is going to be more it's going to lean towards certain ideals and concepts. The weird thing about our culture is like it skews very heavily towards certain concepts that most people don't find appealing. Except I don't know if it's a minority of people. Like, you'd probably say it's a majority of people, but that majority of people are like no one gives a shit about. Like, there's probably a lot of people in the world or the country, whatever you want to boil it down to, who are fucking assholes or losers. Like, they're untalented losers.
Yeah.
But like the media that we're getting now is all of those people who have somehow like found their way, or people call it subverting, like they've gotten these jobs in entertainment and other like culturally relevant institutions, and so now they're all the writers of these properties. Like, they're the inheritors, they're the stewards of these properties, and so they shit all over them,
right?
Because they hate them.
And subverting expectations is just millennial speak for failing. That's really what it is. Because to me, success is meeting or exceeding expectations. That's it.
You think it's failing? I think it's actually like what people would say subversion back in the day. Like when they'd say like, oh, the communist Soviets are subverting American society. That's what I would say is a subversion. It's like an implanting of like a different set of values,
a different
into
message
the status quo. Yeah. Like I'll flip it on its head right now. So like in Europe right now, the Europeans are bringing a bunch of Muslims into their countries under the guise of progressivism, but because in their stupidity and their hubris, they don't understand that by not assimilating these people into their culture of liberalism or whatever, like the Muslims are totally subverting their liberal progressive culture or society. So like the Muslims are all going to take over.
Sweden is the rape capital of the world because these Muslims are just flat out raping and beating Swedish women, and the men are just saying, well, this is what you fucking voted for, fuck off. And now the women are starting to submit and wear burqas and things like that, and that's going to happen here. That's going to happen in the States, only it's not going to be Muslims, it might be Hispanics. And I'm not going to lift a finger to help a woman. Go ahead, this is what you voted for, bitch.
They vote for their own.
Take your beating and wear your burqa or whatever he tells you to do.
Your Catholic veil. Yeah.
He's not going to fuck with me. That guy's not going to fuck with me. So I'm going to sit over here on my pillar and I'm going to be cool and make my comics. You take your beating, submit. You better submit. I'm not going to protect you because this is what you wanted in our society.
Well, yeah, women will vote for the very patriarchy that they're trying to smash.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and like the irony is that like I've talked to Muslim guys. I'm not. I don't really give a shit. Like this isn't the Crusades. I'm not gonna fucking start a holy war with another group of religious people because reasons. Like, yeah, we're pretty much on the same page.
We are. It's like Muslim men want a very conservative society, and so do I. So it's like, okay, you just keep kicking ass, dudes.
Call that a win-win. Yeah, and
stay off my shit, and we're good.
Yeah, and it's not like they're like, oh well, I'm gonna take your wife. No, they're gonna take all the women that they would consider outright. So like all the rapes that happen in Sweden, it's because the men just consider them to be whores. So they're just like, well, I'll just take you.
Yeah, they're OnlyFans or whatever.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, because they're like non-Muslim women, and I would say it probably extends out from just literal OnlyFans, but the way these women are in these Western countries, yeah, you can't tell anymore, to be honest. But yeah, so I don't know. Anyways.
All right, I'm back. So what's going on, guys?
So comics. We're just talking about red pill shit, I guess.
Comics.
Well, there's an article where comics are down 73% sales.
Speaking of a bloodbath, God, you guys got to see this article about comic sales.
Yeah,
is that a good segue from rape?
Yeah, and Clownfish TV has a video of this, but
his killing and not in a good way.
His videos can be kind of like 20 minutes of but
yeah,
I think this article kind of breaks it down.
E-fapping stuff is cool when it's like, but if I'm just gonna watch a video, yeah, like if it's something to talk about and comment on, then that's funny. But otherwise, yeah, let's just pull up the article by the guy. So according to Clownfish TV, I guess, is this their blog, their Substack, Fandom Pulse?
I'm not sure. Sure.
Jack Dune. So according to them,
I think this is somebody commenting on their video and just breaking it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so I'm caught up then. Yeah. So according to them,
and I'll be right back. Can I take two minutes?
Yeah,
but you can keep going. I know the subject. So okay.
So they're talking about two different things in this article. One is another store that is called Comic Crypt. So the store has been around for a while, and the guy, I'm sorry, that's a different thing. So this is just yet another store that's closing. They mentioned a couple other ones. Oh, that's funny. We have a Cosmic Comics here. So yeah, so there's more comic shops closing. According to, let's see, where's the actual outlet that put it together? That's what you get when you don't do your research, Kyle. Jeez. Can you guys even see this? Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure not just me. Okay, so who
Comics are
published
dying.
this?
Go on.
Yeah, no, but I want to actually do the source though, because I don't just want to give people a number that says comic sales are down 79% year over year.
No one's gonna fact check you. It's fine.
So yeah. Well, never know.
I saw it said they were measuring comic sales by issue number 2 sales. That's smart.
Yeah, that's good. So yeah, and I guess it's Comics Pro. Is a third part. Part of the reason why I want to show this is because you're not getting this data from any of the major publishers or the distributors or even the retail outlets. You're getting it from a third party. I assume they're a nonprofit, but maybe not. So they have to go out there and do their own research, and like you said, they're basing it off of the sales data for issue 1 and then 2. So now it's a little misleading because we all here at least know that between an issue 1 and a 2, you're going to have a pretty large drop off.
There's always a drop off.
And then from 2 and 3, you're going to have a drop off.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time you're on 2 and 3, the people who are going to stick with the book and read it have decided they're going to keep putting on their pull list, assuming it comes out consistently. That I'm going to read it. I mean, I've read 1 and 2, so I'm going to keep reading the story. So this is probably a little hyperbolic, but the thing here that's interesting is the fact that they're down a lot for graphic novel sales, because you think graphic novel, you may have a volume 1 and 2 or something, but correct me if I'm wrong, I may be mistaken here, but when people do sales for graphic novels, typically they'll also lump volumes and trades in there, not just a graphic novel story.
Usually it is a graphic novel story. At least it has been in the past. So I think that's different from trade paperbacks.
Is it? Okay. Because there's not a whole lot of information here. Because I've seen
and that's the thing. Do trade paperbacks come under graphic novels? I don't know that answer to that question.
Yeah, in a video I watched probably beginning of the year, sometime last year, it might have been an older video from your boy Zach or someone, but I believe when they looked through it and were doing the comparison of, remember that Superman comic that came out, the Jonathan, the Superboy or whatever, and the guy was like, "Oh, we're killing this book. It's so good, and it's number 1." But then you actually look at it, and it falls off, and it was canceled.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they are looking at that and lumping in. I don't know. Anyways, the point is,
well, again, and let me stop you. Let me stop you here. Even before, because they're not reporting numbers, but the numbers they were reporting before in the heyday of Zach were numbers shipped. And Zach would go into a comic shop, or I would go into a comic shop, and we would see 6 inches on the shelf. And one of my comic stores actually at Thanksgiving had a bonfire.
Yep.
A huge bonfire of America Chavez comics.
I mean, a lot of the stores have to order X amount to get the thing that they really want. You know,
Yeah,
the special edition.
the
Yeah,
ratio
so
is
like
the 1 in 150.
it's
1 in
all
5.
bullshit. I mean, you see the same thing in a lot of industries. Like, if you measure statistics based on what the stores are buying, that's not telling you anything about the business.
Nope.
Because that could be a really bad business decision if customers aren't buying it.
But
Yeah,
they
pad their sales.
They have to maybe order a certain amount or not be delivered. So you got to order
Yep, free shipping.
50,000 or
That's
nothing,
right.
or you got to order 200,000 for this one cover. You know,
Right,
that
that's what
somebody
we're
can
talking
buy
about, the
at
ratios.
$25, and it's ridiculous. But do trade paperbacks fit into graphic novels? I do not know the answer to that question, because I may get the trade paperback of this Ultimate Spider-Man. Now, would that be a graphic novel purchase? I don't know.
Yeah, because if that's I guess whether it includes those or not, that's more shocking or telling to me, because like this could be a lot of just issue 1 to 2 drop off, but graphic novels, I mean, if it's a literal graphic novel where it's just a one-off story and your sales are 65% down year over year, holy fuck, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because it's not a 1 to 2 issue drop off. It's not a second volume thing. It's
No, it's a one
literally
shot.
it's a one shot. So your sales are down huge, bud. Like this is a this is a big deal. So, and then
Because that's the thing about graphic novels, is that at least when I used to buy them back in the day, Daredevil, Spider-Man, they all had graphic novels. They were one shots, and you need some familiarity with the characters, but you didn't need a lot of homework to get into it. And so you could be a casual, buy a graphic novel and get whatever,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's bad. And I mean, this guy who ran his store, he straight up, I don't know why they're not quoting him directly in here, but I mean, this Ryan Seymour guy, who's the owner of this Ohio shop, I guess Mark Millar, I assume that's Mark Millar, interviewed him, and he'll tell you himself right here. He's warned the industry about the decline in comic book sales and pointed out that public is being gaslit by insiders and shills into believing that it's all fine. And that's totally true. Like
and
a
that's
comic,
been true since
a comic,
2017.
yeah, the retailer knows. I mean, the retailer can tell you he's got direct access to customers. It isn't this bullshit padding and all of the shipped numbers and oh, everything's fine. This one comic is the best seller on Amazon because we review bombed it and bullshit. Like this is a guy actually selling to real people, and not only did he go out of business, he's like, yeah, I can tell you just based off my sales. Like I just do the math.
Yeah.
So,
well, years ago, there was, and Kyle, jump in anytime you want. Zach was talking about, he went to the Comic-Con in New York. He was living there at the time, and he overheard an executive, I don't know if it was Brevoort or somebody else, saying, and this is when comic shop owners were complaining, and the executive said, well, you need to become better salespeople or your customers are racist. But it was overheard that a Marvel exec said, I would rather sell 7,000 books to the right people than 70,000 books to the wrong people. And this
right,
in 2018.
Yeah, and that's when you know your business is fucked, because it's been ideologically captured by fucking retards.
And I'm going to say this to the chat and everybody out there. I don't care if you're a blue-haired land whale. I want you to buy Mercenary Guild. I don't care how you vote. I don't care who you go to bed with or what your pronouns are. I want you to buy Mercenary Guild. I think you'll enjoy it.
I mean, I want them to go to bed with a copy of Mercenary Guild.
Heck yeah, I think there's something there for everybody. But this is the attitude and has been. And so here's a personal story about a comic shop called Legends. And they were kind of part of a small chain here. And they moved out of this dead mall called Valco. and they moved into a really nice facility in Santa Clara, right 2 doors down from a Target. Okay. So pretty nice mall, great Chinese food right around the corner. And the store was beautiful. It had a great gaming area. They had board games, they had new comics, and the guy running it had been in the business for 35 years running this store. And they went out of business in 2018. And so they had a fire sale. And so I went there just to see. And they were slashing prices, and there was all kinds of people in there. And my first reaction were, where the hell were you guys before this place went out of business? And I saw the look on his face, and because he was so professional and so good, but I could see I didn't buy anything because I felt like it was picking at a corpse, at the reduced prices. And I just basically went up to him and talked to him and appreciated it and then said goodbye. And it was a great store. I bought all my D&D books from there at full price at 50. I could have got them on Amazon for $35 a piece, my 5th edition. I bought from him at 50 just to help the store.
Yeah, I mean that's a typical thing though. Like if you drive by something, you see a sign, and you're like, "Oh, going on a business sale, everything's 50% off." Like,
Exactly.
oh man.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we have a local shop here in Jacksonville. It's like this guy's comment where they they're gracious enough to still carry our book, I guess, because it's easy to deal with us. We're local. They've still got some people that are interested in Hardly Heroes, but they're like, yeah, we're not carrying any modern comic books anymore. Like nothing on the shelf. If people want to order it through us, like they want to keep their pull list, or they see something they want and they want us to order it for them, we'll order it for them. But they have to tell us. Like we're not ordering anything.
Yeah. So if they want Ultimate Spider-Man or Conan or something like, or Batman, they would have to
literally anything. Like it's so bad. I mean, they still have a lot of back issues, but it's so bad that and they kind of mentioned this in this article, but it's so bad that they're not even like they're not carrying anything. They're literally just ordering stuff through the distributors because they still have the distributors' contacts. It's not like they can't order it, but they're literally only ordering it for people if they specifically go out of their way to be like, yeah, do you guys carry this? I want to get this. And once that happens, your industry's fucked, because that's no different than like if I go to, like, you've basically cut out the retail store, because unless I really care about supporting that store, which I mean, there's
I can go to Midtown Comics and order everything.
Yeah, but I could also order it online. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Midtown Comics has an online.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Then exactly. Like if I'm going here to, like, part of the retail is, you have the inventory, I can come here. So between them and one other local shop, they're both independently owned. Like I'll go to them just, because I know, like, oh, I want to order this, or do you guys have this in back issues? But yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Yeah. And the thing about comics is that when you go into a store, sometimes you will buy things impulse buys, just like anything retail. So if you can present it on the shelf and it has a really poppin' cover, which is something I worked my ass, like we need covers, because I've seen some bad covers in the indie space, but if you have that cover that can, wow, what the fuck is it? Logo that people can read easily, and characters and some action, man, that can get you residual sales like you wouldn't believe.
Oh yeah. Typically our covers do pretty well, and we don't oversaturate them either. So like the people like the variants almost as much as the cover A. So
Yeah.
it's like if you get a good artist to begin with, and then you get good variant covers, like yeah, you're in the money. I
But
just
see,
want
you're gonna make a lot more money with that sitting on a shelf than with somebody having to figure it out and order it. You know,
yeah, because I already
they're not gonna know
yeah.
about it. But if it's
That's
sitting on a shelf, "Ooh, what's
yeah.
this? Hardly Heroes. Okay, let me thumb through it a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to have the presence. So, but if
Nobody
I'm
has
going out of
faith
my
that
yeah.
things coming in are going to be any good anymore.
So I want to show you this real quick before you hop off, Kyle. If you're getting off at 10, because
Yeah.
I wish you were here last week, William. When I were talking about this, he showed me this. A bunch of people were speculating about Marvel based on a new job posting. So they post a job and there's news about it. And I'll give you the shorthand is they basically posted my exact day job, like for Marvel Studios, and so people were speculating on like, oh, what does this mean for Marvel? Because it's not Marvel Publishing, it's Marvel Studios. That's where the movies are and everything. So they were speculating on like, okay, well, what does this mean for? Oh, here it is right here. What does this mean for like Marvel going forward? You know, Marvel as a comic company, Marvel is part of Disney, whatever, and like, what are they going to do? But we just read through this and went into a dive, and I was just like, yep, that's right. That's analysts, that's
I'm thinking
accounting,
about
that's
flipping
finance.
you $100 just to apply, just to see, just do it.
You
and
want me
what kind of
to?
I don't know.
But should
dude.
I apply seriously, or should I apply as like a trans woman of color?
You could apply as a
And,
journalist.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Brian?
Oh, sure, yeah, Kyle. What do I mean? That is being serious.
Yeah, you're a trans lesbian.
Yeah, but should I list?
Like
Okay,
TFM, like TFM tells us to do.
should I use my experience with Shattermare, or should I just apply as a straight analyst? Because if I was actually going to try to get the job, I would
You
say
should
that I
totally say that you have your own company
yeah
and that
maybe just not
you're
mention.
you mention your identity
Specifically.
and everything. I think you got a shot.
It would be pretty funny if I got an interview.
If they have a thing for salary, just lowball them. See if they'll just hire you, so they don't have to.
Yeah, well, it's in New York, so they'd have to be hiring remote because there's no fucking way I'm moving to that shithole for a shitty Marvel analyst job. Like, fuck that shit. You'd have to pay me like double what I'm
You
making.
could say like, I got these two writers and they're big like gay bears.
Well, you don't want to lean into it.
I'm a twink. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta.
If anything.
Yeah.
I'm a bear. I'm a bear.
Yeah, you guys are my beard, my beard and mustache. That's what we'll go with. Anyways,
I seriously think you should give it a shot, just for shits and giggles.
All right,
I swear to God.
Save your $100. How about this? I'll bet you the 100. You can leave the 100 on the table if I get an interview. How about that? If I legit get an interview, and then maybe I can record it like
let's live stream the interview.
Like a Veritas journalist or something. Just like
Dude,
secretly.
you know what? You would break the internet at that point. Like John Delarose, like everybody eyes would be on you if you got that job interview.
A bigger journalist just by happenstance.
Yeah.
Well, if I actually got the job, then yeah, I could go in and subvert Marvel, and I could leak. Well, I probably shouldn't say this on a live stream.
Yeah, just stop.
Just cut this out from the YouTube part.
Yeah.
No,
okay. Well, we have 0 viewers.
He won't remember to do that. So
that's fine. I'll tell you offline what I was going to say, but you probably can get the idea. Use your imagination.
Yeah. I think they know what camp we're coming from if they do any research. So, but if you do get the interview, that would be freaking hilarious.
Oh, it would be great. I would have a hard time keeping a straight face. But also, like I'm not that doxable. Like I don't have all of my shit all over the internet. So I think I could probably pull this off. Like I think if I got a call or an email or an interview, I think they might not be able to find us.
I mean, here's the thing: they probably already filled it. I mean, realistically.
I mean, it was like last month, right?
It was a week or two.
Maybe it's open again.
A week or two ago. It wasn't that long, but I'm sure.
Hold on. I had it on my phone because I was laughing about it and showing other people.
We talked about it last week.
We talked about it last week. I was showing my wife.
So it's probably 10 days.
It's still up. It was 17 days ago. They have it, like, I can apply through Google. It's on Disney couriers too, by the way. Okay, well, the listing's still up.
You should submit on social media your redacted job application. You know, let everyone see what you're applying as, and then apply and see what happens.
Okay. You guys want me to do it? What if I legit got hired, though?
Well, we'll cross that road when we get to it.
I just worked 2 jobs.
It's what everyone's doing. Everyone's doing it, man.
2 remote jobs.
I'm a sucker because I only have 1 job.
Dude, if you got the job and then
would that be legendary?
Walked out with your finger in the air, like with
I would go through with it, dude. Could you imagine all the bullshit I could see? Like if I go through their books, could you imagine all the shit?
Yeah, but what would happen to Mercenary Guild? So
what?
I'm kind of in it for myself too, but you would break Comicsgate. Comicsgate would be all over your ass. Like, how the fuck did this happen? Holy God.
Okay.
You want exposure. If you want exposure to this channel and to us, you do that. You accomplish something like that.
Well,
holy
I mean,
God.
the exposure would be nice and cool, but I kind of also just want to make $100 off you.
I know.
That's good enough for me.
Okay. I still don't PayPal.
Fair. I'll don't worry, I'll get it to you.
Well, this time next week, I am looking forward to coming on here and discussing your new job.
Okay.
You know what? You don't put up any stakes. If you get an interview, it's $100.
Let me make a good effort, okay? I have to actually go revamp my fucking resume and shit.
Yeah. Do it. Do it. And technically, you know, I'm part black because I had a corneal transplant from a 35-year-old black woman. So I actually have an organ on my body that's black. I'm not shitting you. So
I had no idea where that was going, but I just knew it was going to be fucking hilarious.
Right, but so I'm black, so you're actually producing a black person.
Yeah, look, as far as
this is comic, you mean?
As far as right, I'm not literally
producing a black person.
Yeah, but as far as I know,
if he wants to.
Look, we're the most diverse comic company. Okay, we're solely owned by trans women.
That's right.
Okay.
Trans lesbians.
We're more diverse. Shut up, Kyle.
I'm a trans.
We're more diverse than Marvel or DC.
I'm a trans lesbian that just happens to have a penis or a very large clit. Whatever it is.
All right, this has gone off the rails. I'll see you guys next week.
Right. Sorry about that. I'll be better.
No, you won't. All right, bye.
See you, man. Don't make promises you can't keep, William.
I know.
All right, man. That was great. I'm so glad I remembered to show that to Kyle. All right, I'll do it for you guys. I'll make an actual effort.
It would be hilarious, even if you got a rejection letter. I want to see it.
Even if like a boilerplate corporate. No, sorry, you are. Thank you for your interest in applying to the Disney Corporation. Yeah.
Chances are you won't hear a damn thing.
But... Yeah, I just want to get a call back, but okay, I will make a good effort. I actually wouldn't have to update that much stuff. Okay, I'll do it. Fuck it, I'll do it. But it,
just be hilarious. You know, it's kind of like it's a documentary at that point.
Yeah. Well, you know what I didn't see though. So they would. Here's the thing, like, because on my resume, I don't know if most people do this, but I do tend to put like, my city. I don't put my full address, but I'll put like the city and stuff. So if they do even look through it, because their algorithm is like, oh, this guy has the buzzwords or whatever, and they pull it off the stack. If the job itself isn't remote, if it's in person, I guarantee you I won't get a call back.
Probably not.
Unless I like blow everyone else out of the water and they're like, hey, did you know this is in New York? Are you planning on moving here? Like, just so you know, I won't get a response.
Yeah.
But
remote
yeah, fuck
employees
it.
might
Why
be
not?
what they want, because I don't think they can afford their offices.
Yeah, they're gonna have to fucking
Like,
close down.
isn't that
Like,
what
yeah,
DC did? Like, they
yeah,
have like
just satellite off.
rotating. So I
Yeah,
think you might have a shot at it.
yeah, we'll see. Okay, okay. I will actually make an effort then. I was thinking about it before this anyways, because I thought it would be fucking hilarious. But
It
the
no, it would be hilarious.
but that's
Dude,
that. Yeah.
if you got in, or if you even got a call or an interview,
Oh, that would be so good.
everybody in Comicsgate would want to know about that. They would want to have you on their show. Everybody. I shit you not.
I'll have to go back on. Yeah, I'll have to hit up. I'll go on Katie Did's channel and BTM reviews and be like, "Hey guys, let me tell you the story about
Dude,
how
Ethan would want to talk to you. Everybody would want to talk to you.
hit up John D. Be like, hey, my dude, you guys want to hear this story? Yeah,
Because they haven't filled it by now. It's been almost 2 weeks and they haven't filled it by now.
hey man, sometimes you have a position open pretty long.
Not like that.
I mean, they could have, they just didn't take the listing down.
Could be.
But
a lot of those places are very nepotistic. So they usually hire somebody's friend or somebody's. Comics has always been that way. But
yeah, I don't know. I mean, in my field, I usually go through recruiters at this point, like some agency. I don't like, or like a headhunter. I haven't really applied directly through a website, and a lot, unless it's like a formal thing. They're like, hey, apply through the website so we have you in our system or whatever. So who knows? Like, but anyways, the reason I'm not trying to brag or anything. The reason I say that is because when these corporations, they have some lady in HR and then she just fucks around all day on Facebook, and they still end up hiring out an agency for like thousands of dollars to find actual people for a job. Like sometimes it takes a few weeks because they just have like a bunch of agencies, and they're like going back and forth. And
you know
then
what's funny? No, this
Yeah.
would be hilarious. This would be like 4D chess. So you have all the qualifications. They deny you and they hire some other butt fuck. And you sue them for discrimination.
discrimination. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to.
Dude, I'm gonna talk to one of my attorneys tonight about that. Like,
Oh my god.
he doesn't practice in Florida, but holy
yeah.
god, that would be hilarious. Like,
Well, I'm
not
gonna have
only
to.
that, yeah, you sue them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to craft a pretty good CV, like a summary letter to go with the resume, so that way I can say like, as a trans woman of color or whatever, as a trans woman, I find the industry, there's still a lot of just like this fucking article. I could literally copy and paste. Hey, comics are still failing their female characters and creators, and as a trans woman, I'm frankly appalled by that. So I saw this job posting, and I would love to be a part of Marvel, just because I think I could really add to some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
And also, I'm an analyst, and also I can do the job. Like somewhere in like paragraph 3 or whatever. And so maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That'd be so funny.
All right, maybe I can do that when I'm traveling over the weekend.
I mean, I honestly hope you don't get it. You know, I mean,
I mean,
you're
well,
fine.
now
You're
I kind
fine
of hope
doing
I.
what. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
he's gonna have
obviously, if I.
Shattermare, you know, it's like,
Well, obviously, if I didn't want the job, I just wouldn't actually take the job. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I just turn it down and say, "Nah, I was just fucking with you retards the whole time, basically."
Which would be even cooler for YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it would be great to, like, could you imagine if I went through because some of these, one of the last jobs I interviewed for last, I went through like 2 or 3 interviews
Oh yeah,
with
yeah.
just different whatever managers in the company. Because sometimes you get you get like the HR person, you get like your actual boss, the hiring manager, and then sometimes you get like, I don't know, like the CFO or like their boss or whatever,
Yeah.
So, no, that'd be fucking hilarious. Get like 2 or 3 interviews, and then, oh my god, could you imagine like if I got an offer letter? Oh my god, that'd be so sweet. Like, how committed would I have to be to this bit? Do I like work 2 jobs remotely? You know,
Yeah.
I train my wife to do the job. Like, here, you can fucking.
And if you had to show up in person for an interview, do you wear a wig?
Oh,
like
I know.
dress?
Do I wear a wig on a Zoom call though?
Yeah,
To
do
whip
it,
out
dude.
the red
And
wig.
put on like the most fucked up lipstick you can.
Yeah,
That
honey, I need you to do my lipstick.
yeah, do my makeup.
Oh my god, do I commit that hard to the bit though, or do I just look at their faces when
Yeah,
they
I
get on the
think you
call?
have to go all the way, man. That would be that'd
Do
make
I
it that much more funnier.
just go find some trans person in Jacksonville and be like, spend a day with them and just see how they just study them like a method actor? I'm just gonna study you. I just need to know how you act.
No, just act like a dude. Like
Yeah, just no change in
yeah, no change. Just
no
act like a
inflection.
dude.
That's what I'm saying. Like, do I just get on a call as me, right? Do I just straight up be like, I'm here. How's it going, guys? And they're like, says here you're a woman. Well, yeah, I'm a trans woman, And then they're like, oh, okay.
But I'm also a lesbian with a
Right.
penis.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have no fucking idea what to say. They would just be like, okay, on to the interview, I guess. The interview portion. They would be like so awkward and nervous. Oh man. All right. I'll take your bet. We'll see what happens. So oh man, what else do you want to talk about? I saw a good clip that we can look at for some detracting if you want to.
Yeah.
You want to do that? It's
Have
not. It's like a
go ahead.
5-minute Katie did
Yeah.
video.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Add. Okay, so to give you the background, well, we'll just talk about it.
I probably already know.
You might have seen this. Okay. Well, let me know if you have seen this, and we can cut off and talk about it. Because there's not a whole lot there aside from.
I don't think I've seen this. No.
Oh, okay.
You got books coming up with different characters, like you've already said. We've got Gooding, got Horseman coming up. Blood Ruth comes up after that. Mm-hmm. Then we know Item 3's on the go. We already know that. We know Yaira 2's on the go.
Yaira 2's already been with Deborah's coming. Oh, fuck. This one I think she can't get fucking better, man. We're seeing some of these pages with Yaira 2, and it's fucking insane, man.
With that you have unannounced projects, which you can't say. Would you say in there there's any bombshells in there? Something that breaks from the norm, or characters that are yet to be highlighted, or even
there? Yes. And it's not me that wrote it, so I'll say that much.
Did you get that?
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, I think a lot of this stuff is scripted, or they follow bullet points when they do their thing.
Sure.
Not like what we're doing, because you don't know where the fuck I'm going with things.
Right.
And vice versa.
If you couldn't tell by my shitty segues in the middle of conversation.
Yeah. But I think a lot of this is bullet pointed, and I think it's set up. And yeah,
You think so?
yeah.
There is one project that is really in full swing right now that I think a lot of people are going to love. It is far from any type of story that we've told so far. And it's really good. And I have some other stuff that I'm working on as well, that I think a lot of people are gonna love. But there's one that I'm thinking of right now that is like far from the norm, and I do think that people are gonna gravitate towards it, big time, big fucking time, man. And yeah, there's also some cool stories that I told people that there were 2 stories that I wrote, one being salvage for the Rivazine.
Oh, people are finally talking about how old the stupid NDA joke is. They're still there. That's like a thing with them now. It's like a running gag.
Okay,
Do you know that?
Fill me in about that a little bit.
So I think there's another interview that maybe Katie clipped I saw going around where it's like Eric interviewing the Soska sisters on Yaira, and I swear they pull out like a little sign, like on a stick that says like NDA, and so it's like a flag. Like anytime someone's about to talk about something interesting, they're like, "Oh, NDA," and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can't talk about it." I guess because people probably give them shit. It's the same reason why he has T-shirts that say 3D assets on it. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's so weird. Like it. Oh my god.
Yeah, and
Like,
I've heard some reviews and seen some pages from the Yaira comic, and again, it's
people are starting to finally
yeah,
turn.
it's like, is
Yeah.
she really a fucking hero? Is she what this? Is she that? She's breaking people out of prison. She's a girl boss, obviously.
Yeah,
It's all
obviously.
girl boss garbage at that point.
Yeah.
Which is what we're fighting against. And that's what he may have gotten, and he's lost the plot, but we're fighting against the girl boss bullshit and the homosexual bullshit. And it seems like he's way leaning into it now.
He's just
because
leaning into it. He's both. I mean, yeah, I was going through and deleting tabs, like from other weeks that we've done stuff, and last week was it where we were looking at the website and seeing like merchandise, and I left one up and I was about to click off of it, and I still saw the tagline on the statue, the Yaira statue, where he was saying like, "This woman is dangerous," like something about she doesn't put up with anything, or she's carefree and she's a badass. And I'm just thinking like, oh, what a gay simpery.
Shouldn't Ison be that
mainstream
guy?
Yeah, but I mean, here's the like, look, I could see like I could see leaning into the trope of a character like Yaira or Captain Marvel, where you're like, yeah, she's a piece of shit because she's a girl boss, but then like Alpha Core comes by and just immediately applies consequences like directly to the face. Just, you know what I mean? Just completely fucking wrecks her. And she's like this villain that keeps coming back, and she's like saying stupid shit like, "Oh, look how independent I am." And she has like little simp like henchmen, and she's like, "I don't need no man," like, you know, and she's like trying to fuck, and she fucks shit up, and that that's a thing like that. You could do something with that, you know, but they're not leaning into it as in, yeah, what we're talking about, where you're pointing out how stupid and retarded these cunts are in these comics. Like, he's just doing it. He's just redoing it, but worse.
Yeah, he's redoing.
Just worse.
He's redoing it. Social justice, feminism. He's doing it all over again. Only, and nobody's calling him out on this shit except, again, detractors.
We are.
But
yeah,
it's like, fuck, I don't want this. Okay,
yeah.
I don't
Well,
want it.
like I said, I think people are starting to finally turn around. Like the last, you know, holdouts that are like, okay, I'm an Eric July guy behind him. With the Yaira, you can't like at least Isom and I guess Alpha Core, they're pretty bad books. Like they're bad. Like Isom is horribly written, which is I'm gonna say something about why he's hired someone else to write Isom 3. I think that's actually a good thing. Like, yeah, we could sit here and make fun of him and be like, "Oh, well, you're so stupid," and but I think maybe he finally took some feedback. He's probably never going to admit this because of his ego, but he sees all the people saying how shitty it is, and he's probably like, "Well, I have people like Chuck Dixon and Mike Barron, and he
Yeah.
is Mike Barron too, right? Like all these guys that are Kanan White, like way more talented than I would ever be. Like they know their shit. They're professionals. Uh, I'm just gonna
Well,
have someone,
he can just give them an idea, and then they can run with it,
yeah,
and
yeah,
they can
like
make it better than anything he could.
and that's how comics have been done for a while. I mean, you have different people. We were talking about where instead of the writer writing out a detailed script, you have I hate to make the comparison between Stan Lee like he does, but I'm not saying he's a Stan Lee, obviously. But you have people like that where they're just like they're more of a producer and they're coming up with ideas and helping, but you have the writer coming up with the core of the story, and you're basically there
Right.
just there to help polish stuff. Like
Yeah, like
you
yeah.
you came up with Mercenary Guild. I'm just there to go through it and be like, "Hey, William, I think this character is kind of not talking like they should be. Do you think we should clean this up or change the dialogue so like it makes sense for how Malchus would sound?" That's all I'm doing. I'm not going in and saying, "Oh, hey, I think you should get rid of this Malchus character and he should actually just be like I don't know, like a unicorn, a female unicorn, half
Yeah.
female unicorn, half brony." Like I'm not saying stupid shit like that.
Right.
So, but so if Eric, like you're saying, has some ideas and wants to run with them, and then basically just pays a writer to come in and flesh
But
everything
again,
out.
his ideas are so derivative of current comic characters that it's almost
Yeah,
laughable.
sure.
It's like really Luke Cage. We got a female with a green lasso instead of the yellow lasso, and we got a Superman, and
Yeah,
Yaira's now Captain Marvel. We have a Lobo villain, and it's gotten to and Bloodruth is actually based on some sort of Street Fighter character from back in the day.
right.
Somebody found,
He's so bad at copying shit. He's even
yeah,
copying the worst Captain Marvel character
yeah,
from Marvel. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like he just doesn't know shit. So he's just like, well, this is what Marvel is doing. But he doesn't even think to himself, like, oh shit, that's what I've been complaining about for 4 years. He's just
yeah.
like,
Like
well, this is a girl boss, right?
I think Jason Bascom
Okay.
was talking about like how he's doing a comic and he has a speedster character and he calls him Zigzag.
Nice.
It's cool, right? And that's how
Yeah.
he runs, zigzag. But he's a speedster like the Flash, but he runs in a zigzag pat. That's
Sure.
cool. That's
Sure.
cool. It's a takeoff of the Flash or Quicksilver, but he gave him his own little quirk and identity, and that's what you need to do.
Yeah,
But some of
exactly.
these
It's
are
interesting.
just reskins of existing heroes, and they're
Yeah,
less.
don't get me wrong. Like he would basically have to pay these writers royalties because yeah, he has no ideas. He probably doesn't have a creative bone in his body. But that being said, he knows enough about the business. Like he knows enough about I mean, maybe not on the cost side, but he knows how to market the books and he knows how to deliver the books. Like he knows how to do the fulfillment side, which doing all the logistical bullshit, it's not fun, but it's important.
Well, from a marketing standpoint, it's just because of his YouTube channel. I mean, that's it. If we had a big YouTube
Yeah,
channel,
well,
we wouldn't have to sweat.
yeah, but he built the YouTube channel.
He
So
did.
you got to give him credit for that. It's not like he just showed up one day and
no,
out of nowhere he had.
It took him, 16, 18, how many years to build it. So I give him all the credit for that. But
Yeah, so he's busted his ass, grinded to get where he is there. So I basically what I'm saying is I think it's a good thing he has everyone else writing his shit, but besides him, I think that's actually a good.
absolutely,
I think that's a step in the right direction.
yep.
I
Now they got
don't
to
think
tighten up the art and stop doing what they were doing before.
Yeah, which it seems like that's what the Kanan guy is doing because he's the art director and he's going in and helping them do redraws, whether it's him directly or he's just sitting on, for example, the Deborah lady. He's just sitting on her day in and day out, like, hey, fix this shit. It looks like shit. Hey, fix this. This needs to be higher resolution. Like, go back and do this panel. This looks like shit. Keep doing it until it's like this.
But I would still get rid of the Saska sisters. I'm sorry, but you got to get that element out of
Yeah.
And he's done videos about this. He's done videos that I agreed with 100% that you
Right.
do not hire these people.
And he did it.
And he
the problem is he can't actually do what he. Yeah, it's
And
just
what
like
you have is a fucking girl boss comic, and that's from what I haven't read it. I'm not gonna read it. So to all you people, I'm gonna give you this. I don't need to eat shit to know that I don't like it. There's
well,
my
you could
response.
people are posting reviews. Like I just listened to a guy who was a Rippaverse fan do a review of Yaira, and it seemed to be pretty honest. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm done. I'm not buying the Rippaverse stuff anymore. If this is what they're going to keep doing."
Apparently, she releases a bunch of prisoners, then kills one. So is she a hero? You don't get this.
She
thing
blows
of
up a bunch of oiled fields or something.
Yeah, and it's like, is she a hero? Is she shouldn't? In now, in retrospect, we talked about this last week. Why he did a Yaira statue. I always said he should probably do an Isom statue, but he probably got all this feedback because I guess his best-selling poster was Yaira. So that really was his character. So if somebody came at me now, my statue would be Malchus, but if the feedback you got or I got said, man, people really like Zeth. Okay, that would be the statue.
No, I would still say do the Malchus one.
Well, but if there's an overwhelming, and I think a lot of people really, really wanted Yaira because that was his best-selling T-shirt and poster. Because you notice on his site, there's no Yaira T-shirts for sale. You can get an Isom shirt for $8. You can't get a Yaira shirt for.
Yeah, but okay, so make more Yaira posters and shirts. I don't know. I mean,
which means Isom flopped. His character to really launch this universe flopped.
Yeah, people. Yeah, or is it like people didn't like Isom, so they pivoted to this Yaira character and were like, "Oh man, we like that. Will she be good?" And are a bunch of his supporters just other simps that are like, "Yeah, I want."
They are. People like he's a fucking simp. He gave a review. He just said it's a good read. And that's his review. And it's like, so you're gonna bitch about Furiosa or Acolyte being a girl boss fucking thing, but you're not gonna bitch about this? You're a fucking hypocrite.
This woman is dangerous, reckless, and far too carefree. What the fuck does that mean? I had to pull this up because I wanted to go.
So she has no. So she's like a typical woman with no accountability.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chad.
So that's what they wrote.
So she's a woman then. She has no accountability. She does whatever the fuck she wants. And then if she does have to face consequences, she's the victim. There you go.
She's a white woman. Yeah,
I'm surprised she doesn't have hair under her armpits. Might as well just fucking go all the way with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think that because if you pay attention to like what Az and some of these guys say, it's like a lot of what they complain about in Marvel, and this goes back to like the problem with validation, and a lot of guys like they're lonely and they derive their confidence from what women think about them for whatever
Yeah, they
reason.
need female validation.
It it makes me think that they do like this, and literally the only difference between Yair, because yeah, like I'm trying to think of logically what the difference would be. This is basically the Captain Marvel that they all fucking complain about.
Yep.
So is the
It's team.
difference?
It's team.
Well,
It's
or
my
is it
team, my team.
or is it that the Soska sisters are buttering up that like they're buttering them up, they're licking their buttholes, they're like love bombing them. Whereas
There's
like
some of that.
what's her name? Who's the Captain Marvel actress?
Brie Larson.
Brie Larson, thank you. Brie Larson will do interviews and be like, "This is it for you guys." Like I don't want more white men coming to like just shit like that in interviews. She had that famous speech where she was talking about like, well, this movie isn't for you or whatever.
Yeah, it was The Wrinkle in Time.
Yeah. So are all of Eric's fans just detracted? I said, pun intended, like detracted Captain Marvel Brie Larson fans, but because Brie Larson hurts their feelings and doesn't validate them, like she talks shit to them, that they're like, well, I don't like you, but I still want a dangerous, reckless, and far too carefree woman.
Well, I think the main reason they support Eric, because Eric July is an Obama supporter. So this whole libertarian thing he's putting on is either bullshit or something he just came to.
Yeah, don't put that juju on me, Ricky. Like, I consider myself a libertarian. Actually, well, I take that back. The older I get, the less I consider myself a libertarian, because libertarian is like communism. Like, it doesn't exist in the real world.
No,
like,
socialism or whatever. Yeah.
Like libertarianism, the value that how do I articulate this? Like people like TFM and I would talk about like the value that he holds very highly in libertarianism is the freedom that you get for being successful, which requires a lot of responsibility. And like 98% of, like, think about it, most people are horribly irresponsible if given the opportunity.
Yeah.
So just statistically alone, like most people can never hold that value because they need some kind of external factors, force, like shame,
safety net,
community. They just need some kind of external pressure forcing them to be responsible. Like I see this in guys that the first time they have kids, like the first time they get married, basically the first time they're responsible for someone else besides them, then all of a sudden they get a little bit more mature. Like they have this era of like they're starting to think about the future a little. They're like, oh well, maybe if I invest more, like they start talking about shit that I never hear them talk about prior to them becoming like taking on that responsibility.
Have to set up a trust.
Well, yeah,
I get that all the time.
I'm sure. Yeah, you know better than anyone, probably. So, yeah, I say all that to say that libertarianism is basically bullshit, because the only people who care about freedom are people who have a lot of responsibility, and they have the reward from that level of responsibility. So, like, they understand, oh man, my life is great because I'm rewarded for taking on all this responsibility. With like a family, or like they don't have just a bunch of debt, like credit card debt, because that's a bunch of retards talking about, oh, I'm a slave to the system, I'm another corporate slave. Well, why did you go into $100,000 in student loan debt to get a psychology degree to go work at Starbucks?
Yep.
Like fucking retard. Like, make better decisions. I don't know what to like that kind of shit. Those are the people that bitch about responsibility and
Yeah.
women.
Yep. But so when it comes to Eric July, so
Yeah.
obviously we heard of the night letters he sent to Ethan Van Sciver. So I really and we've seen on Twitter how his fans will go after certain people in a very vicious way.
Yeah,
there's a
they're
certain
leftists.
loyalty. There's a certain loyalty that he expects, and he keeps people like Az, Gary, Jeremy, everybody in and Yellow Flash, who bailed on Ethan for no reason at all. Basically, you be loyal to me or fuck you. I'm gonna rain shit down on you. And that's why I've lost all respect for him, because I do believe that is true. Now, of course, allegedly, to keep us, but I do believe that is true. And fuck
Yeah,
him for that.
they formed their little YouTuber oligarchy.
Yeah.
So now that they have a cabal or the power
Right.
of their clique, now they start enforcing that against
Right.
people.
And he's
for their
doing
benefit. Yeah.
he's doing the same thing with this Yaira that they're doing with Captain America or Miss Marvel, but they don't see it or they can't say anything about it. So, which means they have no balls. Now, somebody like Ethan would call it out and review it, or Dick or somebody like that would review it. I don't trust John Delarose because he gave Alpha Core a 9 out of 10 for fuck's sake.
Yeah, well, some people
so-
have rose tinted glass. I don't think it's always a conspiracy. Like, I think some people just are like, well, I don't want to rock the boat. Like, it's not like
Right, because
necessary.
because he can rain hell upon you, and he has said that, and he
Yeah,
said that to Ethan.
but also those people aren't necessarily benefiting. Like, it's not like they're like, yeah, I don't want to get involved in the drama, right? Like, it's not necessarily like,
Yeah.
it's like it will. I agree with you. Like, it will cost them more than it would benefit, but it's not necessarily going to cost them. It's not like he has a business deal with Eric, and it's like, oh man, if I give this book a bad review, there goes our contract. It's not like he has. It's just like he has.
But Eric is the black guy that they all know.
Okay.
And, no, I'm serious.
I mean,
so they can all say we're not racist because we support Eric July, and
well,
he's
if you
like
have to
the one.
Yeah. Okay. Go
It's
ahead.
true
Sorry.
though. He's the black guy they know.
Well, then they're just pussies.
Exactly.
Then they're just pussies, because if I have to say, oh, I have a black friend, if someone's like, you're racist, I'm going to be like, well, you're a fucking loser.
Yeah.
Fuck you, commie.
But see, they can they can play the card and say, look, I've spent $2,000 on Ripaverse stuff, and that's a black man, so fuck you. And that proves that they're not racist. And that's what they have to do, because that's what they always get accused of doing. But
yeah,
you notice not one of them,
because they're liberals,
they're
they're disaffected liberals. Like, that's
Yeah.
why. So the reason I was going into a tangent about libertarianism is because these people like Eric July voted for Obama. They're just disaffected, but like they still believe in all this egalitarian bullshit. They still believe in their classical liberalism or whatever they'll say.
They're still feminists.
Yeah, they're
still feminists.
They're just looking through the Overton window.
Crucible take apart Lauren Chen.
Oh yeah, it was great.
He took her a fucking.
It was enjoyable.
It was almost like watching TFM take. He was using everything the Crucible says.
I've noticed that.
He should just pay TFM
a royalty.
Yeah, just give him a check, man, because TFM was saying this in 2015, 2016, homie. He got bailed. He got ganked off of YouTube, and everything the Crucible does. I've seen them take apart Destiny about.
But Andrew Wilson's
Andrew Wilson,
a Christian.
Yeah. And,
so he has religious protections, I guess. TFM was never like. TFM's not really religious, from what I
he's an
understand.
atheist. He's
So
an atheist, from what I heard, which is one thing I disagree with him on, but whatever. But I've seen the Crucible take all of TFM's arguments from 8 years ago and just skewer Destiny and Lauren Chen and all these people.
mhm.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah,
It's a new, you know,
yeah, someone just needs to clip his videos and just put like a monkey over it, like a chimp, because
yeah.
that's kind of what that's kind of what I hear when I hear him doing all these debates and arguments. I'm just like, yeah, this is just like if TFM was into blood sports and had all these conversations with these people.
If he was allowed on, I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
well, yeah, because he just talks about the problem and he offers solutions. See, Andrew Wilson, at the end of the day, still isn't offering solutions, and he's not like he isn't uh like he isn't really advocating anything. Like when he brings up like I saw a clip of him on whatever podcast, right? And he was saying uh like just some random women are just cackling about him being like, yeah, who should like you shouldn't vote. And they're like, so wait, you're saying women shouldn't vote? And he's like, yeah, they shouldn't. Just completely calm, straight face. Like, yeah, you shouldn't. And he can break down his own logical reasoning for it. He goes about it from like the force who enforces your rights. It's basically just men that give
yeah.
you permission to do what you do right now. And
Yep.
at some point, men are gonna be fed up with your
Well,
bullshit and just take
and
it all
he
away.
trashed Destiny. Destiny, I mean, Destiny was then when Destiny was proven wrong, he just goes, well, that's not really important who enforces your rights. And then he came over the top and goes, that's not important who
Right.
enforces the laws and the
Right.
rights of your country. And because that's what Destiny does. He does this poo-poo stuff as soon as you beat him on a point and wants to
Yeah.
go the next one. And Andrew would not let him play his tricks and just basically
Yeah,
but
he looks like an idiot. Like if I was on like it's really easy to make Destiny look like an idiot. Like if I was on a stream with him and he came at me with his internet bro shit, I would just be like, dude, are you mentally ill? Like, can we have a conversation? I would just spend the whole time being like, why are you yelling? Like, why
yeah.
don't you answer the fucking question I asked
Why
you?
you spurting out?
Yeah, stop. Which is basically what Andrew does. He's just like he just laughs in his face and is like, "Are you done spurging?" And then of course Destiny does the typical childish counter with the classic, "No, you're spurging." No, you just said that because I just said that about you.
Yeah, it's like your source is Wikipedia, which
Yeah.
is not a credible source, you little shit. But
Well,
anyways,
yeah,
but
he
here's the
like
thing. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead.
Oh, I was gonna add one more thing. Like Andrew has called him out on that too, where he's like, "Well, what's your source for that?" And Andrew's like, "Uh, logical consistency." It's like, do I need to give you a source for something that I can prove to you logically right here and now? Like, and then Destiny will try to equate that to the same thing what he was doing with TFM when they were doing their
Yeah.
thing. It's like you're trying to equate that.
Correlation doesn't mean causation or
Yeah, he doesn't
something.
even know what he's saying. But he'll say like, "Well, you of course you need a source. You made me give you a source." It's like, "Yeah, because your claim is fucking retarded." Like it's just completely out of left field. It doesn't make sense or it doesn't mean anything. You're just made that up. And then he'll be like, "Well, you need a source." I'm like, "So do you not believe me if I tell you something is 2 plus 2 equals 4? Like you need a source for that?"
Yeah,
Because I can just logically prove it to you mathematically.
yeah. It's like and
Like I
somebody
don't.
proved like with all these DEI programs, there was a study done 2012, 2014 about how diversity actually makes companies profitable. And that in Dr. Steve Turley has a video and a person on there, and that's been debunked.
Yeah, of course.
They've not been able to recreate that study. There's no scientific basis for that study, and every corporation followed that study. And
Mhm.
of course, we're seeing downsizing left and right. But somebody like Destiny would look at a study like that and go, "Oh, a study's been done, so that means it's fact." And it's like, look, dude, I could take the whole COVID thing, right? I could take 25-year-olds and 70-year-olds, and I could give, shots to these people and shots to and oh, the 70-year-olds died. Well, that means that the vaccine, what or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like you can set up a study.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, it's
shit. It's like if I
right.
don't give these 25-year-olds the vaccine, but I give them COVID, but I give these 70-year-olds and I give them COVID, yeah, the 70-year-olds are probably going to die, but nowhere in the study does it say the age or the health implications or the weight of the people being studied. It just says we gave these subjects this, we gave these subjects that, and the vaccine works. Therefore, that's a scientific study. And an idiot like Destiny will look at that study and say, yep, that's proof. I won my debate.
Right. But yeah, but it's complete bullshit. Yeah,
Of course it's bullshit.
That's the problem I have with arguing with people about certain things like that, because a lot of people, I hate to say, but they're just too fucking stupid. They don't understand. They can't even do algebra. So how can you expect them to look at like complex
they're too stuck in their
statistical data?
ideology.
But they're also just really dumb.
Yeah.
Like they're also just fucking stupid. Like most leftists have like room temperature IQ. So like even if they weren't ideologically captured, which makes them even dumber, like they're not very smart to begin with, and most of them are on drugs.
Yeah.
But it's hard to argue with like people because for that exact point, it's fucking annoying as hell because these people capture the institution, put out a completely bunk report, and before it, just like laws, before it goes through the peer review process, like i.e. our judicial system, Supreme Court, it gets out into the ether, and then those same dipshits, it's self-referential. Like those same dipshits will reference a thing that other retards like them put out that's completely bullshit, but then they're like, "Oh, we're using this thing that's completely bullshit to prove our point about our bullshit idea." It's like, no, your premise is false.
Yeah.
Like I just have to tell people, like your whole premise is false. And they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Well, what you're saying isn't true."
The 2020 election wasn't stolen, and they're saying because all these judiciaries didn't even look at the case, and it's like, so you don't think our judiciary is corrupt and involved in this shit?
Right. It's not corrupt when
we just saw it with the Trump trial. That is the most corrupt thing you've ever seen in this country. It is beyond corrupt. But they'll say, well, the judiciary approved it, so gavel, and that's it.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't argue with people based on facts. I argue with them. I just cut out all the bullshit, and I just tell them the thing that they think because of how they feel. So if someone said to me something like, "Well, why do you believe in the because they'll say something like, "So wait, do you believe in the conspiracy theory that the election was stolen?" And I'll say, "Well, there's all this stuff like what you mentioned. Like there's a bunch of judiciary committees that just dropped charges and filings, and they destroyed a bunch of evidence before it went to court." And they'll just say like, "Well, yeah, there was no evidence of that." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, they because of what I just said, like they bury." It's like, "Well, how do you prove that?" Or like they turned it down, so you're wrong. And I'll be like, "So
they changed the machines, but you won't let us inspect the machines."
Right. So I just flat out say, "So you think I'm wrong because it benefits you?" Which is their whole ideology. Their whole ideology boils down to, I'm going to believe what I believe because it benefits me. And I believe that justice was served, even though what I actually believe in is a top-down, corrupt, horrible, like a horrible bureaucracy of a bunch of slimy dipshits that run the government. But because in this instance it benefits me perceptually, then I'm right and you're wrong. Like, it's okay when they do it because it benefits me, because it's my people. It's like, okay, so you're willing to completely destroy the country. Like, you're
Well,
gonna
that's what
let
they
these
want to
people
do. They want to destroy it. And this is the thing about
got it.
someone
Okay.
like Destiny. He has a young white kid. What happens when that white kid can't get a fucking job because of DEI and because he's a straight white male? So he decides, well, fuck
he'll
it,
become
I can't be. You
he'll
know what
become
he's gonna
ass.
do? He'll blow his fucking brains out right in front of his fucking dad because he
No, he'll
can't.
become ass.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you're fucking your own. You're fucking your own child.
Right.
Because
Well, they
you
yeah.
want this socialism, you want this racism towards white people. Just because you made it doesn't mean your son won't. You don't have generational wealth, motherfucker. Your son may want to
Yeah.
become somebody, but because of DEI principles and things that you support, he's not going to be able to do that. And then what do you do? What
Yeah,
can your
because
son do?
nothing.
Nothing.
That's why it's emotional though, because they don't
You
think
know,
about the
they don't
long-term
think the long
ramification.
term.
Right. But so bringing us all the way back to these retards, these hooligans, that's Eric July and Az.
Yeah.
So they go, and you always see them defending characters like Ripley, or like the handful of female characters they try to use as shields in pop culture and media that were written by men, by the way.
Written by Wonder Woman was written by a man.
They're all written by men. All the female heroines that men like and adore are written by men. Chat, just so viewers at home, look, I challenge you, look this up. Google it. Like, anyways, so yeah, so the moment that all the female characters suck because like untalented DEI diversity hire women come in and start writing them, they don't go, "Oh yeah, this is fucked. Maybe we should actually like call out the real problem." They're just reacting to the latest series of bullshit changes. Like they're still leftist. So you see that when Eric gets a little bit of influence and power, he becomes super fucking leftist. Like he has all the whisper networks.
He plays the race card too.
All the gay racial shit comes out. It's the same bullshit, but the motivation, I mean, I guess for so people at home understand, is that he was never like us. He was not like so, and then him and his fans are rallying around him. So he's basically just like a neocon Republican.
Yeah.
That's why I respect EVS. Like,
well, and the thing is, I was a hardcore Ripa fan. I'm not gonna lie, and that's why I bought a signed copy of ISOM 1 and paid $50 for it.
I was a Ripa
I
fan too, but
I got a T-shirt, even though I got it on sale. I got ISOM 2. But it sucks, and I can't. It just sucks. It's not good, and it's okay to suck if you can at least acknowledge that you suck, and then promise to get better. And
well, he'll never promise to get better. He'll just point out in emails how, oh, we found this typo on page 37 or whatever it was, and we're working really hard over here at the Rippaverse to make sure you guys know the kind of, and then he'll try to flip it and reverse it so it, it still satiates his ego about.
It's not typos I don't care about. I don't give a shit.
Right, but
I can figure it out. But
yeah, but that's what they want you to know. That's the lie. That's the bullshit. So I'll never change or acknowledge my major fucking gaping flaws. It's, hey, look at this tiny little thing that we fixed. Aren't we great? Look how sweet we are. We're really looking after you guys. So I, again, like, that's why, I mean, I was pretty neutral about this as much as I'm pretty neutral about anything. I was like, well, I'll buy, ISOM 1, I guess, some of the covers just to have as collectibles. I'll probably buy ISOM 2 and 3 because these days, if I'm actually going to spend money on something, I'm going to make an effort to read it. I'm not just going to hoard it, for like the speculative market.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually fucking read it because I want to read.
I really don't think it's going to be worth anything.
No, he's completely fucked the collectible value, the secondary market for his products, because he doesn't care. He doesn't think about the long term.
Oh yeah, he'll print out 50,000 copies, and it's like, well, then there you go.
Well, not only that, but like the discounts to his shit right after they're on, right after they're released, the crazy margins, because he's like, well, if people were going to sell it for this on the secondary market, I'll just make the money. Like it's really egotistical. Like, I'm not going to say he's selfish. I'm just going to say there's a reason why people don't do what he's doing, and like it will work in the short term, but you're not going to build the longevity in the customer base by being selfish in the short term. That's the best way I can describe it, because it's not about, well, you're selfish because you're charging $75 to $100 for a pack of shitty character trading cards or whatever. Like, if you can make money off of that, obviously you should make money off of it. But
yeah,
there's
a happy medium though.
There's a happy medium where you understand the market. This guy who claims to understand economics and business,
right?
And you understand like where the market is and what people are willing to fucking pay for your shit, versus, let's get the best margin we can by like lowering our printing costs and making sure that we're, not eating shit sandwich by overprinting, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Is it all right if I take a minute? Just a minute.
Yeah, go for it.
Step away. Okay. And then we'll get back to the video.
Sweet. Hey, everybody at home. Why don't you check out Lucas the Mucus and the Meaning of Life? I'm just kidding. That voice is gay. This is by TF Monkey and illustrated by D Maximus. Pretty sweet. It's a kid's book. It's not one of those kids' book for adults. It's a legit kids' book. And look, we've got one review so far, and it's 5 stars. There you go. Aftermath B says, easy to understand and colorfully illustrated story to help to help talk to your children about the meaning of life. I agree. I don't have kids, but I did read it. And I think this would be pretty easy to understand. And the interesting thing about reading this as an adult is that the writer, TFM, he does a really, trying to think how to say this. He has a really good way of distilling like really profound philosophical ideas into something as simple and silly as the life and perspective of a booger. I mean, it's a mucus membrane, it's a mucus cell. That's what Lucas is. If you guys didn't get the joke yet. So I don't want to spoil it, but I would recommend picking up a copy of this. And so if you like that, check out that. Obviously, we've got the latest issue of Hardly Heroes. So that's the digital version. So now you can get the Volume 1 digital version from the website if you'd like, instead of subscribing to Patreon, because I know Patreon's kind of So we've got that. We've still got some copies of our Hardly Heroes. I'm just shilling some stuff while you're gone. Cool. We've still got Hardly Heroes issue 1, the QuestCon exclusive by Tracy Lesh, friend of
I actually need to order number 9.
We've got number 9. Oh, it's a volume stuff. Oh, so the volume. Wait a second. This is out of date. The volume's actually sold out. Why does it say 4 available? Is that right?
I can pre-order issue number 9?
Issue 9's out. So if you want to
pre-order available now. If you go to Shattermare.com.
Interesting. Oh, I'm stupid because I haven't updated the homepage.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you click that, it's not going to go anywhere. Oh man, I gotta fix that. Thank you for pointing that out. I gotta fix that so it says issue 9 out now. But yeah,
Okay.
if you go to the shop and you scroll down to Hardly Heroes comic, we've got issue 9. So you could do A or B.
Okay.
So that's A. And then this is B. So if you want a cover B, I could get the artist to sign it for you while we're in Heroes on.
Okay, let me see. So I go to shop, comics,
Mm-hmm.
Hardly
and then
Heroes.
Hardly Heroes comic. And then you just select the issue number.
Single issues.
Oh look, we have a review. 5 stars. Yeah, it kind of sucks. All our reviews get reset if I fuck with the product.
Oh, I'm trying to still find it. So hold on. So okay.
It's like a demo.
Shop,
Okay, look at the
shop.
screenshot.
I know.
Shop, comics, Hardly Heroes, and then it's scroll down to where it says Hardly Heroes comic.
So not single issues, so just Hardly Heroes. Okay.
Well, so I built all the
Hardly
single
Heroes
issues into the comic product. So like you could just go down, you hit the first drop down.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm there.
So you do 9. But yeah, I gotta update that homepage because it's super misleading when people are like, "Oh, pre-order available now," but no,
So you said B is something you can get signed?
Yeah, just don't select no. Like select no when you select signed, and then I'll just get him to sign a copy for you when we're in Heroes Con.
All right, select cover option. Well, I've already selected B.
B, but you have to select trade or a virgin.
Trade?
Yeah, like it has
Virgin?
the title.
Okay.
Or the full art, and then select no.
Okay, full art cover. Yeah. And then no. Okay. All right, I'll put that in my cart.
Yay. All right, I gotta make it less complicated, so it's
just a bit. Yeah, just a bit. Otherwise, yeah, just change that pre-order now.
Fair enough. So yeah, we have Hardly Heroes issue 9. I just demoed it for you and William. Let's see what else we got. We have some QuestCon exclusive copies left, but I think we're running low on the trades just because we're selling them at shows. So those are going to be gone pretty quick. We have the more virgin copies left for people, and then the sets. But yeah, no, I really like Lucas the Mucus. I was shilling that for TFM because I was saying that TFM does a really good job at distilling these like really profound like philosophical ideas into something as simple to understand as the perspective of a booger for children.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
mucus membrane, mucus cell. So,
so
really smart guy.
You've read it. You've read it. Right?
Yeah, I read the whole thing. Yeah, because I don't like as much as I like the guy. If I read through it, I can't publish something that I'm just like, this sucks. So, like, I read through everything that we do basically, just so I know there's something in there that's like, not saying TFM would do this, but don't want to accidentally sneak a girl boss character through, and then people were like, "Why are you selling fucking?" Oh, sorry, that's not us. That's someone else. But
I think your website has my old credit card on it, and I don't know if this is really weird. So I hit order, and then it just automatically gave me a tracking number and everything. No, not issue 8 pre-order. No, that's what I. Okay, this is getting hard to navigate here.
I don't know. I also can't. Yeah.
Okay, I go to my shopping cart here. Okay, now I got it.
Okay.
All right.
maybe you had the issue 8 in there before or something. I don't know. I also can't
one.
see anything on your side, so.
All right, check out. All right, good. Yeah, I really want this. I enjoy Hardly Heroes.
Thank you.
Definitely, and I think we could definitely make a good crossover issue someday with the Mercenary Guild and because I really think Malchus and the dwarf would definitely hit it off.
Yeah, and Bane and Sean.
Yeah, Bane is like, who's going to be the leader, you know?
And Zeth and
Seth and the warlock.
maybe Salazar, yeah.
Yeah, Zeth and the warlock.
Theron
are
and
gonna be thick as thieves. So.
Theron and Nicole, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, gotta.
Theron would definitely hate Zeth.
Well, you know, Zeth is chill. He's chill. But,
yeah.
You know, again, I don't think he would understand warlock mentality. You know, why give yourself over to make a deal with another being when you can be the power? But you know, Zeth may not know that by choosing the magics that he has, that he's actually.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Maybe there. Maybe he is. Maybe he did make a pact unknowingly. Oh shit.
A little bit of twist there.
Oh shit.
Do I get a discount code?
You want a discount code? I'll give you a discount code.
All right.
Hold on. I have to pull up the or do you want to do this later when we're not in a live stream?
We can do it. Yeah,
okay.
We can do it.
I'll just put it in Discord. Save your cart. I'll put it in Discord for you.
Okay.
I just got to figure out which one is active. So yeah, I guess we can finish up that video. Mainly, I just wanted to show the part where he talks about how he's not going to be writing it.
He's not going to be writing after ISOM 3, which.
No. It sounds like he isn't writing ISOM. Well, okay, hold on.
I think he's doing ISOM 3, and then that's going to be the end of it. But I heard a snippet of it, but again, thumbnails and bullshit and. Blah, blah, blah.
Hold on. Let me back it up a little bit.
That there were 2 stories that I wrote, one being salvage for the Ribazine. And Ribazine, it was a matter of what finished first. And salvage happened to be the one that finished first. So that was the one that made the first magazine. There's another story that I wrote that is being colored right now. So once that's done, we're also preparing for the next Ribazine.
I hope, William, you always look at my horse icon like that, like as just like, oh man, look at this big hairy black guy. I hope you.
I know what you look like. You know what I look like. I look like I'm the ugliest motherfucker on the planet.
I mean, I'm not comparing you to
You're a handsome guy. You know,
not anymore, man. I'm out of shape. I'm fat.
I'm an ugly piece of shit. You know, and I don't want a puppet. I don't want a puppet show about me. So
no, I think it'd be fun if we did a puppet show.
I look a lot like Az, actually. I mean, I look like a horse's ass, just like he does. But at least I have a personality, and that goes a long way. You know?
He is.
And I have talent and some measure of intelligence that's left.
Yeah, and you could. Well, what? Yeah, I mean, you're a productive member of society, William. As is a YouTuber.
Yeah, I actually work every day. Yeah, I actually
shots fired.
You know, I actually work for a law firm that's very productive and been in business 35 years. So, you know,
there you go.
And I think that one has another cool story that I think a lot of people are gonna like. But there's one that I'm thinking of, bro. Whew, it's good. It's fucking good.
I'm not committing you to anything.
Shout out Neurotic for the raid, by the way.
Oh, shout out Gary.
No.
Not committing you to anything here. You've said that ISOM 3 concludes the first story arc for ISOM.
Yes.
What do you think in your head? Are you thinking it right? I'm working on Item 4. Or are you thinking maybe I bring in another writer to do the next arc? Are you thinking along those lines?
Yeah,
or
I am, because
are you
I've
looking
already
for-
told
Stop
people
right here.
that
Stop
I
right
want to
here.
move.
Stop right here. Why the fuck would you even ask that question? Would you ask that question to me? Unless my book sucked?
That's
real.
That's a good point. Like the fact that and if they do have these outlined or planned out, it's weird. Also, you know what I think when I'm watching through this? So this is like, I mean, we're similar to them, right? Like we're on a stream, we're talking about shit.
Of course.
Like obviously we want to promote like Mercenary Guild and Hardly Heroes and Victor and like Shattermare Conference, but that's not all we're trying to do. Maybe it's just because this is like a 5-minute clip or something, but does Az really just spend most of their show just sucking Eric's dick all the time?
Yes. Yes.
Like, is it just an is he just bring this guy to suck his dick and interview him about
that's
like he has
exactly the point of the show.
Doesn't he have a whole YouTube channel dedicated to Ripper stuff?
No, his channel is
it's just like they can't help talking about
hit or miss. But when he gets on with Eric, you have to understand Eric is, I believe, and allegedly strong-arming this shit. And like this is a commercial for the Ripper, an extended this is an infomercial. Now,
okay.
But this
asking
is
for
the
donation.
Yeah. But this is the thing. I posed to you the question. Would you ask this question to me if we're going on Mercenary Guild number 4? Are you just gonna bail the fuck out and hire somebody else to write your character? I mean, what the fuck kind of question? I would be offended if you did that to me. I would be pissed
we'd
off.
have
That
serious
would be
issues.
the end of it, dude. We're done, nigga.
So oh shit.
No, I didn't use the hard R.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no, I mean, I actually, you know, the funny thing is, I don't know. So I know that you started working on volume 2.
Yeah, I've
while
not
we're
made
working on
any
1.
progress. I'm halfway through it.
But I don't know what you all have yet, and I don't know what you have planned. So my question is actually,
well, it is on the drive.
Yeah, but I'm
But
focused on making sure we get volume 1 knocked out.
Right.
But my questions would be, and if we were like starting to review 2 now, is actually like, for example, oh sweet, so what do you have planned for Zeth, right? Like, where does he get his powers? Those are the kinds of questions I have for you, you know, but we don't even have 1 out yet, so like I don't want to talk about that publicly.
Right.
You know, like it spoils shit coming out.
I'm not gonna go too much into
So
Zeth on that. The second issue is really gonna be more about Nicole joining and then them fighting another villain of the week. And then
nice. But you have a little bit of
on,
development in there.
Yeah, but when we get to the end of book 2, then that will be the courtyard scene that I talked about with, and then that might even involve Malchus fighting his brother.
Oh shit! So that's gonna be fun to work on.
Yeah, so that'll be a thing. But I want to keep the next issue shorter because, well, you see what we're running into. If we had a 50-page comic, we could be out by the end of the year. I don't think we're going to be out by the end of the year, but nonetheless, we're going to try.
We're gonna try, yeah. Especially after Heroes Con. Heroes Con, post Heroes Con is crunch time. Like if we have to have weekly meetings, and I mean like weekly.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, I
anyways.
kind of blew because you and I in the last stream just said let's take a break, and so I unplugged last weekend, and it was great. I didn't watch any YouTube videos. I didn't
Good for you.
Get on Twitter. I just played Skyrim. I killed almost everybody in Riften and tried to stuff them into my into my cellar of my house.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, you know, I do stuff like that. But still, that question that Az posed, if you pose that question to me, I would be pissed off. Is somebody else gonna write your book and your characters, I would be livid.
Well, to be fair to Az, he's just following up on his other question, which was what kind of bombs like is there something you haven't talked about yet that you want to talk about? And Eric brings up, because for some reason Eric wants to talk about how he's not writing ISOM 3, or he's not writing ISOM anymore after ISOM 3.
Yeah.
And so then Az is saying, well, so what are you gonna do then? Like, what's the plan for ISOM after 3 then if you're not gonna be? And so then Eric's basically saying, well, I'm gonna have someone else write it. Like, we're still gonna continue it on, but I'm just gonna hand it off to somebody. So that
So then my follow-up question would be why?
yeah. Right, why? But what I'm saying to you is I wouldn't ask you that question. I would be more interested in seeing like what you want to do, in future Mercenary Guild. Like that's not even a conversation that we would have unless you specifically. I mean, that's where I would compare you to Eric, which is where you would be like,
Right.
well, I want to keep it going, but like, say we're successful
Yeah.
enough to where you're like,
let's let Kyle write it,
well, or just say like, well, yeah, I want to write.
yeah.
Like, apparently Eric cares more about writing fucking salvage, like for his Ripazine. Like he cares more about that than his. It's a guy that's supposedly
the guy that
named
launched the
after his great
universe.
yeah, the guy that launched his universe. Like I've had conversations similar to this with Kyle, where he's like, "Oh man, I've got these ideas for Hardly Heroes. Like, what if we did prequel backstories?" And like I went more in depth than Shump, because like Shump's his boy. That's his character he played. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like he would write for 100 years for Shump, stuff like that. And I'm just like, yeah, but we got to build an audience. We have to focus on the story. If we get to the point where we could even hire like other writers that you oversee, part-time people, you write it, but then we have other artists work on it while we have the main artist. Like something that's a spin-off, that's something you do later, which is what I'm saying about all
Yeah,
this shit
which is
Eric's
what they
doing.
did with like Spider-Man and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It was
yeah. Like
Ditko and stuff, and then
right.
eventually
Like
Stern
Todd
got into
McFarlane.
it. And
Yeah, like Todd
McFarlane.
McFarlane didn't do anything with Spawn after like what, the first fucking 30 issues or something. Like, didn't he notoriously just start handing off Spawn to, like, he doesn't even draw for Spawn anymore.
I don't think so. No.
He hasn't really written for Spawn like for years and years. He'd bring like Greg Capullo on to do the art. That's where Greg Capullo made his name before he moved on to the Batman stuff, from what I understand. Anyways,
I guess my whole take on this though is that this was supposed to be a personal project for Eric, and it's obviously a self-insert.
Yes.
And it seems like I can see him handing it off. Just seems like, did you care that much? Like, I care about care about Mercenary Guild, and if we handed it off, I would be in your ass 24/7. Unless maybe I realized maybe I came to the realization I didn't have it. And
that's where I think Eric's at.
Yeah, and that's where I think that question comes from.
Yeah.
Because if I felt like I still had it, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna hand this off to Kyle, it's like, we got issues, dude. You better
there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason I'm pulling you off of your own fucking book. Like, this is your baby. I mean, again, if you came to me and were like, well, I'm done writing for the Mercenary Guild, like, I want to write.
Yeah, I got
I
none
don't
left.
know. Yeah,
I got none left.
Yeah, or like you're like, well, I have this
or
other
I
project.
Suck at it, or nobody wants to buy it.
Yeah, we'll set aside the sucking part. Just let's say like you legitimately were you wanted to write another story, and you're like, well, why don't we hire someone to write Mercenary Guild so I can do this thing? I'd be like, the only reason I would even say that, is if we were like crushing sales, and it was so good that it's like. But then even then, it's like, but people want to read your story. You know what I mean? Like, they want to read your fucking story. So not only would it be super weird and concerning that you're not invested in your characters anymore that you created, that you want to experience and you want other people to experience. It doesn't make sense logically if you're crushing it and you're doing so well that, like, even if you didn't have fucking time, you should still make time. Like, you're doing so well with Isom, right, Eric? You're doing so
Yeah,
well.
it's not
Crickets.
about the business. It's still about the art.
Excuse me.
So he's
Yeah.
becoming the very thing that he hates, which is the mainstream, which is just pumping out books.
And
And
they're shit.
yeah,
And there's no creative quality control. It's just
he might have better people, hit or miss, whatever. But
I mean, you say that, but people didn't really receive Alpha Core very well, and that was Chuck Dixon, this
yeah,
so-called legendary, writer. He created all these awesome DC characters, and he's,
and it is so called because I've read his Conan thing, and there was all kinds of syntax, and it had no editor. So I'm just wondering, like, where's this legend? But anyways, I mean, he's good. He knows what he's doing. But again, with Alpha Core, what do you have to deal with? It's basically the Justice League who are
yeah,
cops, and they're not that interested, and they have ugly uniforms, and
yeah, but
so
we're not asking for much here. We're just asking for,
yeah.
like reasonably likable characters and a coherent story. Like, it's not like
There
comics.
was nothing likable about it. That's one of the things about, like, when I create Malchus, there's a playful element to him, or like when you see Bane laughing and slapping, the some of the emotions and things like that. It makes them, you gravitate to them. When
Yeah,
they're
they don't.
laughing at the table and things like that. It's those little things that give them a human quality or some sort of relatability, like, and that. But it seems like in Eric's comics, there's no levity, there's no human emotion, there's no sorrow, there's no happiness, there's no joy. Everything is just so fucking serious, and that's not noir, even though I think he thinks it is. I don't know. But like, I definitely want to add levity or emote, like the campfire thing in Mercenary Guild, where Malchus opens up and talks about this and that. It definitely is going to draw you into that character more, and that really is the hook of my book, is the characters, not so much the world building or the. Eventually I might get into a whole pantheon of gods and a whole world building and all this stuff, but I didn't want to just. I really wanted to focus on the characters in this area first and see if that hits.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you do what I think you did when you wrote it is what I think anyone should do with their first book. Like, introduce the characters, try to make them likable, relatable, and I think Malchus, Bane to some extent, he's a like swashbuckler kind of rogue. He's like a dashing kind of rogue. He doesn't come off to me as this big thievery. Like, he's not an asshole.
Right.
He just grew up on the streets, so he has street smarts. He's kind of like,
Yeah.
man, I just randomly popped in my head. Like, well, never mind. People probably won't know that character anyways.
Well,
But
Malchus is a lot like the Gray Mauser or something like that. And
yeah, yeah.
Bane is a
So
lot like Fawford. So it definitely borrows from the Lankmar books, but I gave them their own spin and their own backstory.
I was gonna say like Flynn Rider. We've been my wife's trying to get me to go back and watch all the Disney movies. So let's see, talking about like Tangled and shit. And
yeah.
anyways, Robin Hood. Oh man, that was a classic.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, yeah. So yeah, and then but
I've
like
seen
the
all
character.
those.
Yeah, but like the characters don't take themselves too seriously. Like, the comics are still supposed to be fun. Last time I checked, So, and they're not, like all of these comics that where people are like, oh my god, this is Spider-Man is so amazing. Batman, you read early Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. These books weren't like ridiculously serious.
No.
I don't. This is like maybe like a Zack Snyder thing, and these guys haven't. I mean, look, I'm not. I will be the first person to tell you I haven't read a bunch of comics. I'm still kind of a normie when it comes to the vast history of comics. But I can tell you that if these fucking idiots just watch Zack Snyder movies, they have no idea what it's like to read a fucking comic book.
Do you know where Spider-Man Spider Sense came from? It came from, I think, somebody drew him being surprised, and he drew these squiggly lines around
around
head.
him.
Yeah, and Stan Lee said, "Hey, that looks cool. Let's try to get that in every comic. We'll come up with Spider Sense." There, that's as much thought as they put into this shit.
But it was organic. That was my guess. I'm guessing they didn't plan that.
You know where the Hulk came from? He just wanted to create a green guy because green really wasn't represented in superhero comics. So he created green with purple pants, and that was it. And he
so
ripped
diverse.
off. He literally ripped off Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And yeah. Yeah, and I mean, and Superman and Wonder Woman, and then this is before DC just straight leans into the Greek and Roman mythology of all like the pantheon of gods.
Yeah.
Superman, to me, has always just been an obvious archetype of the Greek hero, like the mythological hero, like Hercules, or
Perseus,
like all of these guys who exemplified like masculine, heroic traits, saving people, defeating monsters from alien,
Theseus,
Titans,
and
all of these guys. It's like this has been around forever. So it's they're not recreating the wheel. So if Eric wants to rip off the Justice League, he can. It's not like they're going to be bad.
Absolutely. Look,
like a good writer,
but his characters are not interesting,
they're
and
just
that's
bland.
the problem. And you have to have. He has one character that never speaks. So what the fuck is it? And then you have a serious bitch and a serious man, and a character that doesn't speak who wears a fucking retard helmet all day long. Like, what the fuck? At least with like the Justice League, you had the Flash, who was playful and fun. And then you had Batman and Superman, who were kind of serious, but Superman wasn't quite. And then you had Green Lantern, who had his own personality. And so there were personalities kind of all involved, and they all were
played off of each other.
Exactly. And you just don't have that with his. And that's what I tried to do with the Mercenary Guild, is they all have their certain personalities and quirks. I mean, Zeth is way anal and terse because he's distrusting. Bane doesn't give a shit. He's just let's have some beers and have fun. He can be friends with anybody. Malchus, he has that dark side of him, which rips people's throats out, but then he also has that playful Snoopy side to him that just wants to tap dance and have fun. And then you have Nicole, who really has a lot of insecurities that I haven't gotten into yet, because she was a competent ranger, and then she's now being a spellcaster, and she's not where she wants to be with that, but she doesn't realize how valuable she is. She's better than spellcasters because she has that ranger ability, and she's better than rangers because she has her spellcasting ability.
Watch out, William. She's going to be a pick-me girl.
Yeah.
Damn. Hate that phrase. Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna make a likable girl next door character that people actually enjoy.
Yeah. So somebody put me to the challenge, and I'm gonna do it.
There you go. All right, let's see if we can make it.
Yeah, let's make
past another 2 minutes of this.
there's another thing that I want to do, another story that I want to write that's longer form. It may end up being salvage, depending on.
Oh, that's something interesting.
Yeah.
Like longer form, aren't the ISO books like 190 something pages?
96 pages for the first one, 200,
and you can't tell a fucking longs. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Like, or is he saying like, oh, I want to make
maybe
like a 20
prose?
issue?
I think it might be prose.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
I don't think Eric knows that word. So
yeah, who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he means by long form. Maybe just like a 12 issue run or something. That's what he's, because if he's focusing on the Ripazine, okay, you're coming out with comic books. Just come out with floppies. Like, what's so hard about that? What's so difficult about that?
I don't know. I think he's really spreading his butter way too thin.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I've been saying the whole time. I mean, the guy like should have focused on one or two. You know, okay, great. People get excited about Yaira. Okay, great. Well, do the Yaira thing competently, and then if they're still excited about it, come out with more books. Like you don't know if they're gonna even give a shit about this character until the book actually fucking comes out. So if the book actually does well, which it didn't do better than Isom or Alpha Core.
I mean, he has a fan base who is just gonna buy no matter what, like and people, the FNT crowd.
Well, yeah, they can,
and they're gonna run shields. But
well, yeah, they can do it because they have YouTube revenue, like they've got disposable income. But shit, I don't know, man. Like, is he just gonna straight up scam people where he like falsifies numbers like the industry and try to puffs up his numbers and inflate them and pad them with other YouTubers to make them look like he's selling more to try to scam people? Oh, look at FOMO, you're gonna miss out. You better buy these Yaira statues. We only have 5 left. We sold so many.
Yeah,
because I mean, eventually people just don't give a shit. Like, if it's spoiled product, like I don't care how many dipshits on YouTube are telling me to buy this thing. It's like, I'm clearly looking at a shit sandwich. Why am I buying this shit sandwich from you? Like, you're just trying
that's what I came to the realization.
Put a new coat of paint on this shit.
I don't like this comic. I'm not going to buy any more. This guy just doesn't have it. And again, there's many things I agree with him on, at least things he said.
Yeah, that's the thing. He just doesn't follow through or do any of the things he actually says. But again, I think all these like milquetoast, quote unquote, classical liberals and libertarians, they're just fucking dipshit lefties who miss the Overton window. Like, these are not right wing individuals. Like, what the fuck is Az doing except building a fucking tomb in his basement for his cats? Like, when he dies, I don't know. Like, it's weird. I mean, I at least respect Eric for building a business and doing something productive, like trying to come out with a product, putting his money where his mouth is. Yeah, but a lot of these guys, the fuck are you doing? So, like, notice how on our streams that we don't have artists on here every week because they're fucking working. like we do our day jobs and we fund and write the books, and then we have time after that to like do this. But we're not sitting here like wasting people's, except maybe the viewers at home. I'm just kidding. But yeah, like we're trying to be productive with our fucking time and money and business. So.
Know how the audience feels about it, but there's another one that I'm for sure gonna do after that. So we want Isom to continue. So
that's what I was gonna say. We're trying to build something. Sorry. We're trying to build towards something with that, with our resources.
I have a writer in mind that I know.
Oh, this is totally unrelated to this, but when I used to watch FNT and Az, which is where I always saw him on, I mean,
Yeah.
Like he just seemed like he's a part of that. Like all these people got their thing from Gary, or Geeks and Gamers. They're like kind of the lore about their show is they would make jokes about like oh, I'm a peeping Tom character, like I'm a fucking weirdo. Like that would be a funny comic book. And they even had some like fan art and memes and stuff. And right when we started the company and we had some issues of Harley Heroes under our belt, I was like, maybe I should email these guys and reach out to them. And I think it'd be funny to just offer them like, hey, if I had an artist or whatever, do you guys want to split the revenue from this? If we actually wrote a comic about the joke characters that you come up with, like we could write it and do the art. You promote it and then we split it or whatever. And eventually I just gave up because I'm just like fuck it. I'd rather focus on our own things and a
They never
handful of
responded. They never responded.
well, not them particularly, but the people I did reach out into this sphere never respond ever. Like they talk a big game about building a community but if you're not some fucking YouTuber in their clique, they could give a shit about you.
If you haven't given them thousands and thousands of super chats,
Yeah.
they don't give a shit about you. It's the only
Yeah.
reason why they care about George is that he gave him like $50,000 in one fucking year.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they just don't give a shit. Like I've even reached out to one or two of them to try to be like, "Hey, can I come in and actually talk about like the comic industry that you guys talk about so much now that I'm in it and I've like experienced it somewhat?" Or like, "Hey, I'm, a smaller company, but I'd like to do a sponsorship with you." Kind of like what I was doing with TFM and just see like, well, what do like fucking Raid Shadow Legends and these people pay you? Like Manscaped, like Ridge wallets, what all these people pay, just so I can even get an idea of like if I could do that or not, or if like that would be the expectations. And yeah, you never get a response from these people. It's like, that's weird because that's not what I hear them talk about.
Yeah, they talk about a parallel economy.
So,
it's like we're setting this up. We're creating new IPs.
Yeah, that's what we're out here doing.
And you don't give a shit about us. So,
Yeah.
okay.
So
cool.
fuck them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just a little anecdote. I don't know if other people have experienced that, but anyways.
Knows the character in and out. But yeah, I gotta trust him.
How does that feel? Does it feel like you kind of lose a little bit of control? How does it feel? Or is it like a father going, I'm not quite ready for my son to leave home?
You lose a little bit of control. See, all these guys are so fucking. I hate to be like, oh, there's this and this happening, but then they say shit like this, and you're like, God, you must be the fakest assholes on the planet because why are you like?
If you're worried about losing control, then why
write
give
the
it
fucking
up?
book? Yeah, write the fucking book. Like,
yeah, like,
but they're talking like they're managers.
Are you worried
like
about losing control?
Yeah, like
well,
it's a managerial thing.
If the answer is yes, then write the fucking book yourself.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
put the rest of this shit on hold, and if ISOM is what you believe in, if you're going to live and die on that hill that ISOM is, which it doesn't seem like you are, it seems like Yaira's going to be that character, which is exactly what comic fans don't want. Another fucking girl boss who's overpowered and kicking everybody's ass. Then just do it. But then don't bitch about the fact that every comic out there is girl bosses kicking men's asses in every movie, because that's exactly what Ripa's setting up.
Yeah, just stop bitching. Just stop.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Although they want to have views, so and we want to have content. So I don't know. I guess they're providing some service.
Yeah.
But yeah, his sales bear that out. Like whatever. I don't know. It's just the question of, and the way he phrases, don't you want to lose control? Like he has to follow that up with, oh, are you like a father, seeing your son go? It's like, yeah, you don't give a shit about this at all. It's the weirdest thing. You're just completely
it's a cash grab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta trust him, bro. of all the characters, Isom's that one. Like,
he has to trust them because he's a horrible writer. He's like, I gotta trust that they're gonna make me money.
Yeah.
Well,
he is a very different kind of story, and I know the Saskas talked about it, like how once people find out like a lot more about him and how he came to be the man that he is, it is very unique. It's nothing that you've heard of so far, and yeah, of all.
Wow, what a sales pitch! That's what every person trying to sell me complete bullshit has told me.
Yeah, and you've
I'm
had
gonna buy their
over
bullshit.
200 pages to establish that, and you've done none of it.
Right. So
and
when's
you
it
have
gonna come?
one fucking character to write about. I got 4.
Yeah, and we had to cram it all in, and we have a budget, so we have to try to figure out how do we cram all this shit into a volume 1 to tell a cohesive story that's an ensemble story.
Yeah.
Without making it too thin.
And I developed the character that I think people will gravitate towards first.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like the symbol. Now, maybe that's a gamble that may or may not pay off. We'll see that. But you've had one character, and instead of developing him and giving us the story of the man that he is, you introduce characters in the most awkward ways to spin off these other comics.
Right. They're shoehorned in. They just show up. Makes no sense. It makes no sense from the story. Because you could have had something really interesting there where kind of like in I don't know, in a lot of Marvel comics where like part of a run for Spider-Man, like we were talking about this earlier where, you know, Wolverine, Spider-Man, like Wolverine, Deadpool pair up. Like Spider-Man's had a bunch of run-ins with like Daredevil. They're just doing their thing, and it's like, oh, hey, this makes sense logically. We're both in parts of New York. Like New York's a big city.
Something happens in Hell's Kitchen, Spider-Man goes there, and Daredevil's there, and there you go.
And then it's like, hey, now part of this run intersects with these two comics, and then you can even do a thing where you get to see it from the different characters' perspective. You could have done that with Isom, like, oh, from Isom's perspective, I was just walking down the street in Dallas or wherever Florist Park, wherever this is supposed to take place, and fictional Dallas, basically, because Eric doesn't know anything else but what's in front of his face outside his front door. And he sees this fucking random Yaira bitch fucking shit up, and he's like, well, I'm not a superhero anymore, but I'm not just gonna stand here and do nothing, right? But it could have happened while he was in his like quote unquote noir story, investigating because his sister asked him because her friend got kidnapped or what, you know, whatever, and in the process of that, he gets pulled away for part of the book. And then when Yaira comes out, you see her perspective, and it's like, and that's how you write characters that are flawed, because then you can at least show, okay, well, from her perspective, she was actually trying to stop these guys from breaking out of prison because there was a prison break, but then Isom is, I don't know, dealing with the club bouncers or something. And so they get tangled up, and she's like, well, I don't want to deal with you. I'm in the middle of this. And he's like, well, I don't want to fucking deal with you. I'm in the, you know, and then just like Marvel heroes have gotten into fights, literal fist fights, until they figure out like, oh, okay, we're actually both on the same side. Let's not fight, you know, and then they resolve it, and then they figure it out. They work together, they team up, and they go on their separate ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you could have had Alpha Core do something similar to that, or just make Alpha Core,
or make out,
a fucking fascist police force, like,
because they literally just blipped into the comic and then blip right the fuck out.
Yeah, it's so dumb and weird and dysfunctional. Like, so it's funny thinking about comparing that to Mercenary Guild, where we're like, we have to think about these things, and we're like, okay, so does it make logical sense that they go here from here, and does the story feel less contrived where shit just happens, but more things are a consequence of another thing? And it makes sense that they're going to go here because, well, the town was just fucking attacked by goblins, and so the town wants someone to help deal with the fucking goblins and the Mercenary Guild just happen to be going to look for a job. They hear about it at the bar. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, but then there's this opposing group that's just not going to deal with them because they are cocky bastards and they're like, fuck you, peasants. Okay, well, logically, that makes sense why the fucking, like, super powerful wizard guild isn't going to get involved. They just don't fucking care. Doesn't impact that. Okay, well, that makes sense. So logically, they wouldn't just take over the job. So now the Mercenary Guild can come in and, oh, okay, and then you have this other character in a call that, like, and then it flows from there. And then they go on their adventure. They still have fun. You get to learn a little bit. That's the difference. But none of that is it's so disjointed.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
Oh,
Oh, he needs another writer to write that book. Yeah. But yeah, he didn't spend any time on it. He had no one to edit it go through and edit it. Like,
no.
it's a complete fucking
There's
mess.
no way that he had that
So-
thing edited. That was a first draft.
Yeah, and to your point, it was like almost 200 pages between 1 and 2. Like, what the fuck? You couldn't tell a complete story when we're like, how do we fit all this stuff in Mercenary Guild into like 70, 80 pages? Like, you guys couldn't tell a fucking story? Really? Like, not
Yeah,
even
it makes
not
no
even
sense.
Yeah, not even a basic introductory, hey, Isom did a good thing. See what happens next week on episode 2 when Isom continues to investigate the disappearance of his fucking sister's best friend. Like, you couldn't have just done that. Like, that's a comic. I've read a comic like that before. I'm sure everyone at home has read a comic or reads comics have read comics like that before. This isn't rocket science. This isn't rocket surgery. Fuck.
No, you just don't introduce a character and then they're gone.
Yeah, what the
And
fuck?
there's nothing germane to the story about them. And
Well, except like you said, because he's
just
like,
to
well,
spin off more
just to
books.
spin off. Yeah, just to get people excited. Well, no one knows who the fuck you are, so no one's going to be excited about your
No one
Justice
knows who
League
you
book.
are and why these characters are there.
Yeah,
And you got to answer those questions.
but he's Eric July, and he's super egotistical. So he's like,
Yeah.
of course everyone will buy this, and they want to find out. But like, he's still talking like that in this fucking clip. He's still talking like,
Yeah,
well,
he doesn't get it.
Yeah, he doesn't get
He doesn't
that.
fucking get it.
He doesn't get that. No one gives a shit about Eric July. Nobody.
Except his fans.
Yeah, his like 11,000 YouTube fans. That who knows if those sales weren't padded by F&T people buying his fucking merch. And obviously, I'm being hyperbolic when I say nobody, but
Well, he has fans, but again, I was a fan. And I read his comic objectively, and I did not like it. Well, like, why are these characters here?
Well,
Why'd she throw them into a fucking car?
Yeah.
What the hell's going on?
But
And
we
then
weren't fans of
afterwards,
Isom. But we weren't fans of Isom. We were fans of Eric.
Mhm.
That's the distinction. So when I say nobody cares about you, I say that to say that, like, in the world, in the entire world, in the greater scheme of people buying comics, no one knows who the fuck you are. So you have to be very good at telling people a story when they don't know who you are. And that's Eric's problem. Like, he's kind of a victim of his own success. Is that he wrote a shitty book and he's super fucking spoiled by his YouTube audience. And so he's super egotistical. Everyone blows smoke up his ass around him.
Yeah.
Because they're all, whatever YouTubers. And so he's like, well, yeah, everyone loves this. Like, no. Get outside your fucking bubble. Like, actually go to a comic shop and try to do a signing for your book and see how many people come by to buy your fucking book. Like, leave Dallas. I want this man to drive to fucking Houston, go to a shop, set up a signing, and see who shows up to buy your fucking book. That's what I want to do. That's the experiment I want to run, because that's what we had to do.
He did go to Anime Matsuri.
Yeah. And
I don't know how that went. It seemed like from all the videos, everything went well. But again, this is before he's released anything.
Yeah,
So,
he went as Eric July. That's what I'm saying. You keep bringing up William, you keep bringing up examples where he's marketing himself as Eric July. He's like, hey, I'm Eric July. Come to my meetup. Oh, and also I have a comic book. You want to buy in this and support me? It's just merch. Like, go somewhere where you actually have to be judged based on the quality of your work and see how well your shit sells.
Yeah.
Without all the pomp and circumstance of, hey, I'm Eric July. Do you know who Eric July is? Like the brand Eric July? Because most people don't know who the fuck he is and don't give a shit. It's like in this very small niche bubble of YouTubers. Like, yeah, he has a dwindling fan base of Eric July. But outside that, that's what I mean by like nobody gives a shit about you. And he doesn't have that mentality. He has like the entitled mentality of, oh, everyone cares about what I release. I could literally shit on bread and someone's gonna eat this shit sandwich.
Well,
and pay me
that's exactly how
$75 for it.
Disney treats Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all this other shit. Is we can just make this new acolyte is about scissoring, making the Force, and yeah, they're Star Wars fans. They'll eat it up, and if
they're laughing at people.
Yeah,
you idiots will still buy anything we put out. Well, they're fucking around and finding out. Like, they still haven't even made the money back that they bought Star Wars from George Lucas.
It's just
they bought Lucasfilms. They still haven't made the money back for that.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
So, wah.
All the characters.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I got a video here from I can't find it on
money for hype and bullshit. Money.
So I'm gonna link this in the private chat.
Okay, link it.
You gotta go to it's gonna be like 440 on the timestamp. It's the funniest song I've ever heard in my life. I almost pissed myself when I saw this.
All right, hold on. I'll play that one next.
Yes, it did. Yeah, you got to go towards the end. Somebody did a puppet show about Eric, and it's him and his making fun of his video, and I almost stop making fun of my comic. It really hurts, but
all right, we'll watch it. We'll watch
it. My god, I almost shit my pants. It was funnier than shit.
All right. Nice.
I normally it's painfully funny. It's like Spinal Tap funny.
Okay, let's finish this one and we'll watch that one.
Obviously, it's near and dear to me. All of them are, but ISOM obviously holds a special place because I launched the universe based on him. Right? It was everything was like a branch, right, coming from ISOM 1, and it's going to be very difficult to let people. I have to do it. I recognize I'm gonna at some point someone else is going to need to, because the demand is out there. They got to do an ISOM story. Who's that's gonna be, we'll see. But yeah, I am for sure though. After ISOM 3, going to be moving to there's another project that I have in mind, and I'm already. If the audience loves salvage, Bart Sears already said he's ready. So we have to commit to a longer form salvage, but there's something else that I'm already doing as well after ISOM 3 completes. So yeah, it's gonna be a good one, man. But yeah, getting some guys to do ISOM or someone to do ISOM is gonna be a little nerve-wracking for me. But I'm pretty sure there's some guys out there that do a good job.
Okay,
a fucking much better job.
Yeah, they do better than you.
I really do, because I think there's potential. There's potential with all of this, but
yeah. All right, let's check this one out.
So go to like 4 hours 41.
It was Eric July.
Oh my god, 4:41. It's 4 hours. What's the timestamp?
Go towards the. Let's see. I'm at 4:41:01. Is that the right?
That's the end of the video.
Did he? Let's see. Maybe it's just before that. I'm trying to see. No, I'm at 430, 435.
Oh, 435. Okay.
It's after that. Yeah, here we go. After this ad. That's pretty cool looking stuff.
Yeah.
Where the
This is
fuck is
fucking-
Derek? I hate doing these things.
I'll go look for him.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh, this is based off of the interview you just did.
Everyone thinks I'm stupid. I mean, I am stupid.
You know, if you want me to suck your dick, Derek, all you have to do is just say, and I'll be right there.
Not now, Alex.
We're ready to shoot your video now.
Yo, I'm a motherfucking bad man. Yeah.
Okay, rolling and action.
Yo, what's up, everybody? What's good? So I'm going to fucking bark and yap and talk all sorts of loud hibbity-jibbity bullshit, ebonics, and squirrel words to get you, my gaslit, indoctrinated pay pigs, to give me some more money, y'all. Yeah, that's right. So you know that unoriginal, generic, blonde, boob girl character you know absolutely nothing about from a comic that nobody's seen? The comic that's taken much longer to put out because after posting a few pages, everyone pointed out that the artwork was total horseshit? And so I had to pay someone else to redraw the whole book? Well, here's a whole bunch of pointless crap to distract you and to try and stop you realizing that I'm a fucking moron with no creative ability whatsoever and have no idea what I'm actually fucking doing. Come on, let's go. Fuck the fucking book. Don't think about the book. Just keep giving me money. Money for hype and bullshit. Money, blah, blah. Shh. Give me money. Here, what about this stupid animated trailer? You don't know anything about these characters, but who gives a fuck about that? Look, there's generic boob girl and some action poses next to cheesy self-insert man. Look how low quality and basic the animation is. It looks like fucking Ben 10 or the Powerpuff Girls. I pissed a ton of money on this shit that I get no return on.
Whoa, don't talk shit about Ben 10 and Powerpuff Girls.
What the hell is this crazy woman up?
What? That's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, they get into it.
What is going on there?
Keep it going. Keep it going.
I mean, what is her mouth even doing?
What the hell is this crazy woman up to?
What?
What fucking nerd neck is that?
What the hell is this crazy woman up
Oh,
to?
my neck hurts.
That's just random mouth shapes. I keep saying you asked and we delivered. Only not a single person asked a damn thing about a pointless, poorly animated trailer. No? Okay, well, I have to keep you distracted whilst I'm stalling and working out what to do.
Into a song is the funniest
okay, well, I have
song
to
I've
keep
ever
you
heard.
distracted whilst I'm stalling and working out what to do. So how about a shit music video from my old band that nobody's heard of that plays gay as fuck emo screamo? That's 20 years out of date.
Don't criticize my comic. It really hurts my feelings. Look how angry it makes me. Don't.
That's probably the guy.
I'm ginger and gay.
Has that kept you distracted for a while? Great. Now I want you to buy an insanely overpriced toy of that character you still know nothing about. That's right. Be excited as hell and spend huge amounts of money, you stupid motherfucker. Just give me your money. They're only $500 each. Don't complain. We will win. We will win. She has feet for you perverts that like feet and lifelike holes as requested by ass from squeals from my baby space.
Oh, I do love me a hole that I can squeeze my tiny piece.
So don't think about the comic.
Don't think about a character you know nothing about. I'll sell you hype and you just give me your damn money. Look, a totally pointless trailer. La la la. Look, a gay music video. Hibbity jibbity bullshit. Oh, I forgot. A shockingly bad live action trailer.
I think I've pissed in my diaper.
Another waste of money. Fuck it. Remember to forget about the actual comic, okay? La, la, la. And now I want you to pay me $500 each to buy a toy of a character you don't know a fucking thing about. Look, I'm a smart businessman. I'm a creative, whatever the fuck that means. Listen to me and do what I say. Just give me your money. Watch the shit. Listen to the shit. Buy some other shit. Fuck the comic. Give me your damn money. I need all the money. Money, 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 money. Hey! Buy the things. Buy things. We will win.
Oh my God. Can someone get Derek a towel or a blanket or something? Stop. Derek, please stop.
No, don't stop.
Shut up, Alex.
Money, 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 money.
Hey everyone, Jeremy Quarter Pounder here. Hope you're having a great day. So today I'd like to talk about something a little different, something I don't usually cover on here, something that, haha, only kidding, I'll be churning out the same completely mindless pig slop as I've always done. You know, just some bit of dog shit gossip garbage that I've read somewhere that I'll simply regurgitate in the most exaggerated and sensationalized way. And of course, all of this delivered by me, an overweight neckbeard with the snitching feminine energy of a middle-aged Karen. First, before all of that, a word from today's sponsor, Manatee Scape. Have you spent so long licking and washing other people's balls that you've forgotten to wash your own? Has it been so long since you've seen or cleaned your own nuts that your wife has to bed bath you like an animal? Then why not try Manatee Scape? Manatee Scape is perfect for those of us who need to clean their untouched junk, but also want to eat and wine on the internet at the same time. And if you use the code Jeremy's Cheese 10, you can get 1% off all orders over 80 units. Try Manatee Scape today.
This is so
that's
painfully
it.
funny.
Absolutely nothing of any worth or value. Just the lowest form of YouTube garbage gossip, gay ball washing of other
What does this say? Something cock.
I don't know.
YouTubers.
Cock
So
goo.
they threw a lot of Easter eggs in there.
Yeah.
Look, they have cuties. They have
Yeah.
cuties in the background.
I like
But
all
that
this
song,
internet's
dude,
gayest cock.
that song, don't you criticize my God.
I feel like that's the guy putting this together. Like that was him.
Oh my
try and stay
God.
relevant, and all delivered with the same demented junk
That's gonna
thumbnails
be my
that
theme
stain
song.
the internet and the minds of kids
God,
and
I hate
idiots.
these. Dude.
Oh, lastly, before I forget, I'll be streaming with a dumb as fuck female YouTuber where I get to bitch and moan like the fat Karen that I am, whilst at the same time being really oily and creepy around her for female attention and pats on the head. It's really sad. You should check it out.
Yeah,
Please like,
thank you.
subscribe, turn on notifications, buy my shitty coffee, listen to me pretend to be outraged about stuff I know nothing about, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
I didn't know about the German part.
That's everything. Thank you, Ripoff Verse, for that. That
Yeah,
was
because
great.
you can't find it on his channel. I had to go to Ethan's stream to find it.
Yeah, I guess some of those are just commissioned.
Yes, but that song, seriously, when I'm at work, it plays in my head. Don't criticize my comic. And I'll just start laughing my fucking ass off, dude. It's so funny. It's in his mouth's open and oh my
the box is flying around.
Yeah, because his original video was that.
Yeah,
On like this
for
turkey.
sure.
If you saw his original video,
We should do them side by side.
oh my
next time.
God,
Like
that was so
split
funny.
screen.
And people are like sending super chats in to Ethan going, we want the full song in the full video. Like Ethan will pay the guy.
I mean, that's it. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
Oh my God. I do not want to get
Yeah.
on this guy's bad side. I really don't. I don't think I can. Seriously. Because I don't even want to laugh at that, but it's fucking so funny. And give me money, money. That gyro.
That's all it is. Just just desperate for cash and money, like to keep the bullshit
Holy
afloat.
God, man, that guy cut through all the bullshit, man.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, the nicest the nicest way I could imagine is that Eric is just ADD riddled. And so he's just like, oh, I got to expand the universe. I got to do this next thing. Oh, I'm bored of Isom. I got to move on to this. See if salvage does well.
I have a theory about that as well, because he does work for the Blaze. So do you think that there might be some people behind him saying, like, you're going to be our comic book media guy, and because you're black, and you know what I mean? Like,
No, I don't think so.
no?
Like, I mean, again, I never, like, I wasn't well, I don't even know I was really a giant fan. Like, I picked up copies of Isom from one of the bookstores that I guess happened to carry it at.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, there's some store in Texas that I saw a video he recommended. He's like, oh, there's still some copies left. So I got them from them. And then there was a store in Florida. They ended up going out of business. That I guess he met the owners, and they're nice people. I mean, I don't, they just see the
Sure,
surface
you
level
just
stuff, and but
there's just business.
they ended up going out of business. Otherwise, I would have got them from them. But anyway, so yeah, I wasn't like on board completely, but I was like, yeah, I'll support this guy and see how they turn out. But yeah, once I flipped them open, read through some of it, and was like, God, this is so fucking boring, and like saw the reviews and stuff. I was just like,
It
it's
is
whatever.
boring. That's the
I'm just
thing.
not
It's
gonna.
boring.
Yeah, like I couldn't get through it because I'm just like, well, I'll just watch a review of someone else going through and flipping through the pages and read, and then the art stuff, all that, and all this other stuff comes out. Like, well, it's just not for me. But the problem is he's going back and covering all this shit up. So, I mean, I'm going to say no. I don't think there's like some big push by the Blaze for Eric and all this other shit. I think he just he gives off that impression because he has to cover up all his fuck ups, and like in that puppet video how he's crying on the boxes like, oh, everyone thinks I'm stupid and laughing at me and blah blah. It's like he constantly, instead of just eating a shit sandwich, like he just needs to eat a shit sandwich and own his fuck ups. Like he just needs to learn to laugh at himself. Just get some. He just has to develop some humility.
Criticism is hard, and that's what I
Yeah,
dread about this book, and that's why I really wanted an editor, and I want you, and I want Luke, because we've had these discussions before in private where I'm saying, do you guys really like this shit? Do you guys really believe in this? Do you because sometimes I'm insecure because
yeah, but
I haven't done
we're
anything.
gonna get shit on though, because like at the end of the day, we don't have decades of experience. So like we're just trying to work
Right,
the best product we can.
but I want to put out like a really solid book, and I think it is. But again, I
think
really need that support where it's like, because I don't want people huffing my farts. I want people in my ass saying, and that was great about the editor that we got, is that he got, okay, this needs to be,
Phantasm
and
is
you,
great.
yeah, Phantasm,
He just doesn't.
and you as well, and even Luke in certain situations, like it needs to look this way, and
Yeah, I mean, well, and again, we don't have like a bunch of people lining up to buy whatever we come out with, so we don't have the luxury of being lazy and half-assing everything. Like I need to believe that we come out with the best product we can, so that we can sell it to people, on the merits of the story and everything. So, but again, we can just do the best we can, and like when we release the book, there's going to be people that go through it and they're gonna find stuff, and we're gonna be like, oh yeah, shit, we need to either try to work that in or address it, or if it's like, if it is small stuff like typos or whatever, okay, we'll just go fix it. Like, don't send out a fucking email blast being like with a whole paragraph of like, oh, look, here are all the bug fixes we made, like a fucking patch to a late video game. You just do it, and just tell people, hey, we're working. Anyways, like, who knows? I don't know. I can't predict the future, but but what I'm not gonna do is go bullshit people and lie to them. Like, I'm just not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna come out and make a bunch of fucking videos.
He
I'm
won the lottery, is what he did.
Yeah.
And
And
now
now he's blowing all his fucking money.
He's blowing his money, and he's thinks it gives him clout in this industry when he clearly doesn't have the talent. But again, because of his following and his, which again took him time to build, I'll give him credit for that. But in reality, if you look at his books and what they put out, even the Chuck Dixon stuff and this Yaira is not up to par.
Yeah, I mean, and comparing it to the Mercenary Guild, like I want to send a couple of review copies off to people that don't know us, but will give an honest review. Like, I wouldn't mind if EBS tears it to shreds, because if he's like, oh well, here's all this problem with the art, I'm gonna take that back to Luke, and I'll be like, Luke, did you fuck this up? And if he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, we need to work on this. And if he goes through and he's like tearing apart the dialogue and the character stuff, he's like, hey, you missed this or had a good. I'm gonna be like, okay, William, we need to go back to the drawing board, and we need to fix this somehow, right?
Yeah.
Like I saw someone mention
because I'm a first timer and Luke is really a first timer. This is really the first book he's ever worked on.
Yeah, and this is the second book I've worked on outside of Hardly Heroes, so I'm not a pro. Like, that's why I compare us a lot to Eric, because it's like, he's not a fucking pro.
No.
I mean, he fucked up all the, he burned a lot of the bridges around him from people he did have access to. Like, think about how good it could have been with all of the like consultations he could have gotten from like EBS and other people like that. Like all the people who, I mean, at least say they would have genuinely helped him. Whether they're just bullshitting or not, too, is another story. But he could have had something really good. But no, it's a lazy bullshit, half-assed piece of YouTuber merch, because he, like you said, he essentially won the lottery, and then he dicked it all away. And now after the fact, he's like, oh shit, I gotta salvage all this.
Yeah,
which is why he's creating a salvage character,
making more shit. Yeah,
hoping this guy's gonna salvage his fucking
just
IP.
throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks.
Yeah, and like it's almost like he's just creating meta characters at this point. Like the Ripazine seems like a like, this is where I read into it maybe more than I should. Is the Ripazine to me seems like he's going back and trying to fix shit on the back end. And so the Ripazine is like, well, I spent too much money on art and resources and printing, putting out these full books. No one's read, and all I'm doing is hyping shit, like the puppet show says. All I'm doing is hyping shit and getting people to buy shit they know nothing, for characters they know nothing about. Right. So what I'm going to do is start putting out these little snippets, and like that short clip we watch where he goes, if people like salvage, then we'll do a longer form book. Like, yeah, that's what you should have done with fucking Yaira. That's what you should have done with Alpha Core. Yep. If you were going to bring them on this early. That's what you should have done with Isom before you committed to hiring a full staff, like renting a fucking warehouse, signing a like multi-year warehouse lease or whatever he did. Like, all of this stupid shit he's done, just making a fucking ridiculously expensive Yaira trailer. Like, all this stupid
that
shit
was terrible. It was terrible.
That was fucking awful. All of this shit could have been avoided if he just take in like a couple of deep breaths and be like, okay, this first book was really fucking bad, or this first
I mean,
book did really well.
sometimes, like, I have insecurities, but sometimes insecurity can work in your favor when you defer to other people and say, like I said, do you really believe in this? Do you think this, Eric doesn't have that.
Yeah, but that's
It's,
maturity
and
though.
I can understand the boldness, but at some point in time, you have to realize that, there's some legitimate criticisms, and it has nothing to do with haters or your race. It has to
Of
do with
course.
the
Of course.
fact that the people paid a lot of money for this book, and I, as a person who did pay a lot of money for his books, I'm very disappointed in the quality of the writing, the character development, and the art.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it makes you insecure. I think it makes you a mature person. Like to ask other people and get feedback and get honest feedback. Like it makes you mature.
Absolutely.
What makes you insecure is having this massive ego where you're like, "Oh, I'm not going to ask anybody." And oh, if these people criticize this thing I just shit out onto the world, well then fuck these guys. They're racist and they're just detractors, and that's stupid, insecure, fucking bitch ass SJW behavior. Oh, they don't like a product? Well, fuck these people. Fuck these fans. It's really you
Yeah.
that's the problem. You're the asshole. You're the fucking sexist and misogynist and racist.
Right. He's become the very thing he was fighting against. And who's this number one character? Yaira, a girl boss, which
Yeah.
is what we don't. What that's what I, as a man, don't want. Period. I'm done with girl bosses or female leads. I'm just done. And I know Furiosa might be a good movie. I don't give a shit. I never
Yeah,
cared
who fucking
about the
cares?
I don't care. I do. Oh, the acolyte. I don't care. I don't. I'm just done with it. I've been bashed over the head by Hollywood, the comic book industry, and now the video game industry that men are bad, white people are bad, heterosexuality is bad, Christianity. Fine. You hate me. I hate you right back.
Well, yeah, it's just a bunch of hateful, resentful losers.
Yeah, who never
Like,
went to the prom. Like boo hoo.
yeah. Yeah, like, oh, I hate white people because I'm not white and I'm retarded and I think being white somehow makes them better than me.
Yeah.
But because I'm a loser, I can't admit that I'm a fucking loser that has black or brown or whatever skin tone that isn't white. I'm a loser, and so they're the bad guy, I'm the good guy. So really they're just privileged and they stole all the wealth and they're colonizers or whatever gay ass racial slur you want to come. I'm a woman, but I'm inferior to men who write better than me. So you're just a sexist misogynist if you hate my characters and my fucking god awful writing and you don't want to come see my dog shit movies. Oh, you just hate women. No, you're a fucking loser. Go
No,
away.
you
That's
just
all it is. Oh,
you
you
suck.
hate. Yeah,
If
you're
if I hated women, I
whatever.
wouldn't have read Anne Rice's novels. I wouldn't have which they've destroyed Interview with a Vampire on AMC,
Yeah.
making him a black pimp. And then I think The Outsiders was written by a woman.
Look, William, if I hated women, I wouldn't have fucked so many of them. Although,
I know.
ironically, after I fuck so many, that's why I hate them. So maybe
Yeah,
they've got a
but
point.
you got married. You got married.
I got married. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
one of
Well-
my best friend is a woman. One of my
Yeah,
best
not all
friends is a
women are
woman.
these fucking loser gender communist
But she's
cunts.
also older. She's in her.
There you
She's a
go. She
bit
hit
older.
menopause?
Oh, she's past that.
Okay, yeah. I noticed that women, because once they hit menopause, like they lose a bunch of estrogen,
Yeah.
and so they are less emotional and hormonal. So like they kind of mellow out, and they start to become.
But she was
like
also
little
a
more logical.
Midwestern. See, you have to understand. I grew up in the Bay Area, even though I was born in Minnesota. I grew up in the Bay Area,
Mhm.
and in the Bay Area, they literally have a scheme. Women have a scheme here, and they have Facebook groups about this. And what it is, you'll find all these cougars hanging around Stanford bars because they all want to
That's
find
funny.
the next Mark Zuckerberg.
Sure, yeah. They're still women are still gonna be women.
Yeah.
Like
And
I've
so,
oh, go ahead.
yeah, no, but they're looking for the next. They're and here's the other thing, and I think TFM talked about this. So let's say you're a software engineer for. I knew a guy who worked for a place called SoundHound, which is voice recognition, and this guy was a programmer.
That's cool.
I mean, they would bring in a fucking dishwasher, and he would voice program it. To seriously, he could break it and crack it. So, anyways, so this guy worked all the time. I mean, even on weekends, this guy probably worked 80
Yeah,
hours
of
a
course.
week. Tall, thin guy, exactly the type of guy a woman would want. Wasn't involved, but women want a guy like this now, or anybody
now.
who works those type of hours now. They have a guy who works 70, 80 hours a week. They lock him in, they get the money, they get the support, and now they can fuck the guy at the gas station, and he's not gonna know. And
Yeah, I
that's
mean
exactly that's what
yeah,
they
I
do
mean
here.
yeah, I
That's what
mean they were
literally
always
is beta alpha fucks beta bucks.
yeah, well, I mean they're always shitty. Like they're just older and shitty. Like they haven't changed. I thought when you're saying Midwestern, I thought you were talking about like country girls who like they have their head on their shoulder a little bit more because they usually have more responsibility.
Well,
Like
she's
if they're
southern
helping out.
Ohio, so close to Kentucky.
Yeah, but even those girls, like they'll still, if they don't have the community, if they don't have like pretty religious upbringing, they don't have both their parents, that kind of thing, their father,
Yeah.
like they'll still act out on just like they'll act out emotionally and they'll act according to uh like like the broader culture, which is all just OnlyFans whores and feminism.
Yeah.
So like they'll make really fucking stupid decisions. Like I knew this girl, we're still friends. I mean, I don't really talk to her that much anymore, but we're friendly. It's like I don't hate her. Anyway, so she's kind of a country girl. She grew up, she grew up like working with horses and stuff. And anyways, like she's mid to late 30s now. No. Yeah, like coming on like early mid 30s. Like she's still single. She has no prospects. She's working all the time because she has to support herself, right? She has like no support base.
Right.
And she says and thinks the same stupid bullshit that all these modern Western feminist women think. It's like, how are you, who is like responsible enough to where you have to take care of yourself and you have your own business, like think the way you think? Like how fucked up are you that you're like paranoid about men and kind of miserable, all this other stupid shit that you see come with like modern women. So it's you see the same thing a lot of places, but also it's kind of sad because they can't handle the responsibility. They're just miserable. Like that's the difference. Like men can handle the responsibility, and like we get, as long as we're rewarded appropriately, like we enjoy it. Like, yeah, this is great. I'm doing something. I'm working. I'm making a living. I'm taking care of family. Like women completely resent the responsibility that they have in 2024. Like they're fucking miserable. They're on all kinds of drugs, like antidepressants. They're alcoholics, And so yeah, they become cougars, and they're like, well, hopefully this is my lottery ticket out.
Yep.
So.
And of course, it never is.
Yeah, or they try to join the church.
The guys are too savvy. Look, if you
Yeah,
got a
we're not
25,
stupid.
if you got a 20, you got somebody making $250,000 a year at a software company. He's not looking for a 40-year-old or a 35-year-old. He wants the 21-year-old with the dancer's body and the bald vagina. That's it. And he's gonna get her. He don't want you.
And
he don't want
just
he never
going
wants
to or he's gonna marry like some Latin or Asian girl or something. Like he's not even gonna fuck with Californian girls.
Hell no.
So
I mean, that's
whatever.
that's the area I'm in is like all the women are basically players, and you get 50, 60-year-old
they're
menopausal.
predators.
You have menopausal women who still have the same standards that they had when they were 25. It's like, bitch.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen women like that, but also I've seen women that they become more conservative, like pretty hard right wing. I mean, they can't act on it. They're still women. Like, what are they going to do? They can't shoot a gun. It's not like they're going to be a part of a military or something. But yeah, they're like I've talked to older women, and to be fair, they're like mothers or grandmothers and stuff. So they've had families and they're pretty traditional. But yeah, they'll be like, hell yeah, like repeal the 19th. Women shouldn't be voting. Like, of course they shouldn't. What are you, a fucking idiot? Like, most people shouldn't be voting. Like, we need to go back to the founding of the country. Like, they'll say stuff like that, and you're like, huh, I guess once you hit menopause and all the estrogen leaves your body, like, you start to think a little more like a man. You have logic.
Welcome to a man's world.
Yeah, exactly. So
sex isn't on the table anymore, and you got to work for it, and you got to work, and you got to pay bills, and you got to do shit.
Yeah, so I respect older women like that because they also like start to develop hobbies and stuff. Like they really do become similar to men. They don't, they're not like bitching about their circumstances and everything.
Yeah, because you
like,
look at a young woman, her hobbies are going out to dinner with my friends and going to movies and and traveling. It's like those are not hobbies.
TikToks.
Those are not things you get better at. Hobbies are like learning an instrument or a new language or
skills,
restoring an old car or something like that. Those are hobbies. And that's where men are much more interesting than women because we actually we're creating a comic, whatever.
Well, yeah, all those things you described, those are just seeking attention from men. Like they're attention seeking endeavors. Like they're for validation. That's all it is. It's just validation. It's like, oh, I want to travel. Why? Like no one will even give you a reason. Like, why do you want to travel all the time? Like, what are you going? Where are you going? I don't know. I want to go to Europe. For what? Like, they don't even think about it. It's just because there's men there.
Yeah, it's like when I travel, if I go to Europe, I want to go see a castle because I'm really into medieval.
I want to go learn about history and culture, and I want to see something interesting. I'm not just there to fuck women. Like that's the irony about.
I don't want to sit at a cafe in fucking Paris. I want to, like I can go to a cafe next to my office. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, like I'll go grab a coffee maybe or whatever. But yeah, I'm not like just hanging out waiting for people to notice me on the street.
It's like I want to see a old battlefield where many men died. I don't know.
Exactly.
Like that, but I want that historical. I want to feel those souls pass through me.
No, yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Like you want to you want to know what it's like to experience living there, and what people had to go through, and
I want to go to
the history.
I want to go to the Alamo. I want to, I don't give a shit about a club or some bullshit.
Right.
Well,
women won't admit this, but they want to go to meet men and have sex consequence free.
Yeah.
Like, because if they go to another place and they meet strange men, like unless they get pregnant or an STD.
If your wife or if they're going to Italy, they're gonna fuck, or the Caribbean, they're gonna fuck some asshole.
Yeah, if they're going alone, if they're going alone, that would
be with a bunch of girls or whatever.
Yeah, or with a bunch of girls. Like if she was going to Italy, then like if my wife was going to Italy because we're going to Italy, it's not like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go here without you. Like,
Yeah.
okay, well when you come back, like your shit isn't gonna be here. like if that was the case, like you wouldn't have a place to return to because what the fuck do you think this is? Like, yeah, because men aren't stupid. The only men who put up with that shit are cucks.
Or cucks. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're simps. They're like, well, I'm just gonna live in denial.
Yeah, I trust her. It's like,
Yeah,
I don't trust you.
no, even they don't trust her. Like they know in the back of their head, they're like they just accept it because they're like, well,
Yeah, she'll divorce me and take half my shit.
she'll divorce me. Yeah, but you know, there's more to life than money. Like, I'm sorry, but these guys that are like, oh, I'm scared of my wife or my ex-wife. Like, why are you scared of some bitch? like, okay, hear me out. If I'm married and I get divorced, right? Say the worst possible outcome happens, right? I mean, I don't have kids, but even worse, say I had kids, right? Like, I don't care because there's more to life than the money and like even if someone stole my children, I'd probably well, I can't say this on YouTube, but they would earn it. But let me just put it that way. Like they would like I'm not just rolling over. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna roll over and fall on a sword either. I'm not gonna fucking go out like some cock and fall on a sword. Like if someone's burning me, I'm burning everything around me.
Yep.
Like they're going down with me.
Yep.
Like that's the baseline. The baseline is I'm taking everyone down with me. If you're gonna do this, we're all fucked. So I hope you're willing to lose everything by being a retard. So that's the baseline. And then B is I'm just gonna move on and live my life. Like whatever that takes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's I'm not going to even if I had to walk away from everything. Like my life is more important than like I'm not going to kill myself. You know, my life is more important than that. So
Right.
So I literally cannot understand these guys. Like maybe it's because I haven't been in their situation, but I literally don't get it. Like I don't get the mindset of why they would live like that. So I don't know.
Well, they don't want to be alone.
I mean, is that all it boils down to?
I think it does.
Like you just won't. So it's about
like
the validation.
We've had the yeah. And
Then get a fucking dog.
It's as somebody who's been alone for a while in MGTOW, it ain't that bad, folks. At least you know who's on your side and who isn't. And
yeah, I still prefer being alone.
You know, and as far as the whole incel argument, as TFM always says, if you got $200, $300 in your pocket, you're not an incel.
Yeah.
But you know, because there's ways to satisfy that, and I'm not going to get too graphic, but the bottom line is that why have somebody in your life you can't trust?
Right, exactly.
That has access to your accounts, your property.
Yeah,
blah,
that's
blah, blah.
crazy, dude. Like, why are you joining all this shit together? Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to be around someone? I had this conversation with someone the other day. I think it might have been with my wife in a different context because obviously this would be a different conversation. But like, it was in the context of I think one of her friends or one of my friends or one of my exes, and she had some realization because I was basically like, look, it was something about like, did you miss this person after they fucked you over? And I'm like, why would I miss someone who betrayed me? Like, if someone cheats on me or betrays my trust, no, there's a switch in my head that flips, and I'm like, fuck you. That's it. Like, you're dead to me. Why would I mourn that person? I mean, if there were good times, sure, we had good times. You enjoy them for what they were. But I'm not mourning somebody for trying to fucking stab me in the back. They don't deserve that. Like,
Nope.
I'm moving on.
I do that with everybody. It's like
Yeah, man or women, it doesn't
I have
matter.
dropped old friends who have fucking
Yeah.
screwed me over or said shit behind my back that I knew about, and it's like, you're done. You're fucking dead. And there's no forgiveness. Fuck it. Forgiveness, because here's the thing: when it comes to forgiveness, you got to right the wrong first. Just saying you're sorry ain't enough. That's what we teach kids. Oh,
Yeah,
say you're
that's for
sorry. But
Jesus.
yeah,
Jesus
but the kid,
forgives, I don't forgive. I think there's
yeah,
a song about that.
yeah. It's like, you ain't changing who you are, your ways, your shit talking motherfucker. So fuck you. I ain't forgiving you. Don't use
Yeah.
my Christianity against me, you piece of shit. You're a
Well,
piece of shit now. You're a piece of shit ever. Unless you right the wrong and do everything possible to undo the damage that you did, then maybe you're worthy of forgiveness. Otherwise, you're a piece of garbage forever. And yes, in the next life or 50,000 lifetimes, I will get revenge on you, and I will fucking make sure that you never enter the kingdom of heaven. If that means I have to walk through limbo for eternity, that's my fucking pleasure, because I
Sure.
know that you're not in the kingdom of heaven and I fucked you over. That's who you're dealing with. That's the type of spiteful piece of shit that I am. And I'm very spiteful like that.
Yeah. Well,
That's just
the
what I am.
so this is my perspective as a normie coming into Catholicism and the Bible and Christianity. So the the Christianity that most people know of is like super cucked Protestant Christianity.
Right.
And so it's very feminine because that's basically where like feminism originated from is Protestantism. Or at least like as we understand modern feminism. And so it's been totally emasculated. And part of that is surprise, surprise, the complete absence of any kind of accountability or responsibility. So when you hear about Protestantism, it's all this really soft, gay, oh, Jesus loves me. If you're Christian, you should turn the other cheek and just forgive people, right? No, fuck you. Like that's not actually in the Bible. Like it's actually that's only half of it. Yeah, like no, I'm not just gonna let someone fuck me over and then just roll over and spread my butt cheeks and you know, like look the
Yeah,
other way.
exactly.
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
There's virtue involved. Like in order for you to be truly forgiven, you have to prove it through your works, through your deeds.
Yep.
And that's the
You
real
can't just say you're sorry. And
right. Well, and all this gay, this hippie bullshit about oh God loves me and he doesn't care what I do. No, that's fucking retarded.
a lot of that comes,
Like,
I've had,
so
a lot of that comes even in like the 12-step program, step 9, where, oh, you got to make amends. So people just say they're sorry. It's like, bitch, you stole $2,000 from me. Where's my $2,000? Don't
right.
just say you're fucking sorry. You were a crack whore and you stole $2,000 from me. Give me my $2,000, you motherfucker. Oh, because there's nothing in recovery about that.
Well,
And that's the
but
thing.
even in 12 steps, isn't there still like part of making a process of making amends
No.
is the doing works of charity and for other people, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, but again, if you rip somebody off or destroy their fucking life or do something,
Mhm.
they don't govern like you better restore, better make that person whole again, or do whatever it takes to make them
Yeah,
whole.
that's super gay.
You just say you're sorry, and
Yeah,
then
that's
they sign you off. Okay, you're done with step 9. Well, fuck you. And I've had that happen. I've had somebody, it's like, you owe me $2,000. You owe me
yeah,
$2,000.
come back here with a check and I'll sign off on your fucking
Yeah,
homework.
I'll sign off on your step 9, motherfucker, when you give me that $2,000. You
Yeah,
fucking
so
asshole.
go get a job and make my fucking $2,000. plus interest, bitch. It's been 5 years.
Yeah, I didn't even charge the interest. I was that fucking
I was generous.
Christian
Yeah,
about it. Yeah, I was that
I was
Christian.
that Christian about. That's right. Yeah, sure. No usury tax.
Yeah.
I'll hold your money.
Holy shit. I mean, again,
Yeah.
we've gotten it, but we teach kids that at an early age. Just say you're sorry. They're not sorry. They break
Yeah,
somebody's window or something like that. Parents have to make their kids say they're saying no.
Yeah,
Make
the
them,
recompense is the penance,
yeah.
which is the making up for it, the works, like knowing you by your works, your deeds. That's the hard part. See,
Like
that
if
takes
you broke somebody's
responsibility.
window, you should have to cut their grass for the next, few months.
Yeah, exactly.
Or wash their car.
Yeah, if I had a kid and they did it by accident or they're being a little shit, I would be like, okay, well, here are the consequences. Like, well, I don't want to do those consequences. Okay, well, then here is a more difficult consequence. Like, if you like, there is no I don't want to. There's you get your ass beat or you do this or or both. So
yeah,
like we need to make. Yeah, I mean, problem with
people need
kids
to
is,
face consequences. We become a society where people don't face their consequences.
right. Well, that's why that's what happens when you don't have fathers and you have a bunch of soft pussy boomer parents who
beta males or single mothers or some shit like that.
yeah, all kinds of. I mean, at this point, it's really fucking bad. There's no there's almost no good situation. Like, yeah, you have soft pussy men parents, but then you also have like stepdads that are the other end, complete opposite issue, where it's like they come in and molest the kids or something, like something really fucked up. It's never, oh well, yeah, I just got back with the biological father of my baby daddy. I stopped trying to collect child support. I work things out, and now we're actually a whole family and we're doing okay. It's never that, you know.
Yeah, but a lot of
Well,
these stepdad fucking molesting shit is bullshit.
well,
I
it's
mean,
not the
a lot of it's made up, and I've seen so many
well,
cases.
it's boyfriends.
Yeah, I grew up in the era where where everybody was getting divorced. My parents didn't, but they probably should have, to be honest.
But they didn't. So
I
here
think
you
I
go.
would. I think I would have been a lot better off. Anyways,
Yeah, but it's not like these women are remarrying. So maybe I shouldn't say stepdad, just boyfriends.
well, I mean, no, they remarried, and then all of a sudden, the kid grew up, and it's like, blah 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 blah. He molested me, and I was around some of these families all the time because I hung out with the older brother. We'd run, play D&D, do shit, play baseball. I never saw anything like that. Never. Now, maybe I didn't see it. Maybe it happened. But again, I see so many reports where the shit just didn't happen, but the stepdad gets thrown under the bus.
Yeah,
For
sure. Why not? If
stuff.
the mother's doesn't want him anymore and the kid will lie for her. But then you do legitimately have like issues where, I mean, that's the thing though, but there's like so much child grooming and I don't know, like have you seen the statistic where like probably gonna get banned from YouTube, whatever.
But no,
uh,
yeah, I've seen. I
like
mean, yeah,
like
there's
it
definitely
like
issues.
most gay people had some kind of childhood trauma or were molested.
Yeah,
Like that doesn't happen from nothing.
but see, like in
So,
my family circumstance, my brother's gay. Okay,
okay.
I'm not. We were raised the same.
Okay. Yeah, of course you
Okay,
can have
so
exceptions.
yeah, I mean, and we knew early. I knew the whole fucking time, but my parents didn't.
You can just be like a low T effeminate man
Yeah, that's kind of what he
and be
was.
gay.
Yeah,
That's why a lot of these gay guys are like, "Oh, I'm a trans woman now."
and but we were raised the same way. Nothing ever happened to him.
But then you also have gay guys that are gay or you have pedophiles that were molested. That's why they grow up because they're they're completely fucked up in the head and they think
it's
that this is the
conditioned.
healthy. Yeah, it's conditioned. It's a healthy way of expressing, behavior, like sexual behavior. So it does happen. I mean, it's not it's a, I'll say it's a non-zero uh amount of percentage. Like I couldn't tell you like what is happening and what's not happening. I'm just saying that's so much fucking worse than having their actual dad, and like having
Well, and that's
not
why
just a single
I
mother.
would tell anybody who's thinking of marrying somebody with a small
'Cause what a
child, just get the fuck out of there. Like, don't
Yeah,
even do
fuck
it
them. Oh yeah,
because
because it's bad for you and them.
it's yeah, single mothers are just cancer. And
Like, what if
if they have a grown child, that's fine,
well, what
but
if it's a little girl and
no,
like the girls
stay the fuck away.
like
Stay the fuck away. Because even if you don't do anything, they can make shit up and you are
yeah,
guilty until proven
I
innocent. And
I
that is the
agree.
society we live in right now. And
I
even
agree,
though,
yeah.
yeah, they could make up some story and boom, 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 you get fired from your job or you lose your company or whatever. And then let's say somehow you prove yourself innocent, you're
Sure, yeah.
done. You're done. And
Yeah,
so that's why
the social
never be a stepdad. Never.
well,
Just
yeah,
don't do it.
plus they're not your fucking kids. Like, don't you wanna have
No.
your own family? Like, why are you voluntarily being a cuck, raising someone else's like, another man's kid? I never understood that either. Like, why are you
I don't.
volunteering for that?
I don't. Women talk him into it. Like that's what a real man does. Like, no, it isn't.
Okay, well, yeah, fuck. Again, why do you need the validation of this woman? Why do you care enough to believe anything she says or argue with her? Just be like, no, thanks, I'm good. Fucking walk away. Like I know one guy in my life that he married a single mother, or he got with a single mother. I think yeah, I think they got married, and then they also had their own kids. You know what I mean? So like he
Yeah.
came
So it's
in.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, "Okay, I guess that worked out for you, lucky." Like, you're a lucky guy that you guys made this shit work and you had your own kids, like, but, uh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, you can also just have your own family without adopting these I don't know, it's weird, man. It's fucking weird to me. It just doesn't I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Nope.
So
But I grew up, I saw it. There were families who did just that, and yet the stepdad got screwed by a daughter from the previous father
Mhm.
and mother, and she lied through her fucking teeth, and he got put in
Right.
jail. And
Yeah, I mean, you're already being used by this single mother as like an ATM to take care of her bastard children. Why not fuck you over?
yeah,
Why not? You know what I mean? It's like no one respects you in that situation. So, yeah, you're gonna get thrown under the bus.
yep,
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, have you also seen the data on like uh when a young girl is raised by a single mother, like she tends to go through puberty earlier?
yeah, yeah.
I guess that's just like an evolutionary thing that
Yeah,
happens
she's got to
because
become a woman earlier.
yeah, because there's no man to protect her, so she has to seek out a provider and a protect. Anyways, I say that to say that well, if that's happening earlier, and you already have a single mother who has shitty um, decision making skills when it comes to picking fathers, because she just fucked some guy, had their bastard kids, and he left and didn't stick around. Whatever, she fucked him over. Like she's gonna be bringing other guys into that situation, and assuming nothing happens, just then it's bad because you're just showing your daughter over and over again, hey, your mother's a whore. Like, let me show you the worst possible decisions to make. So you're almost guaranteed to grow up like doing what I did and fuck over another generation of kids, like whatever kids you have. But then there's got to be a non-zero chance that because these girls are hitting puberty earlier, like shit's gonna happen with some random boyfriend.
Yeah.
So that's not good either. I don't
Yeah.
know. So whether someone's lying, someone's getting men are getting fucked. that's the problem.
I mean,
So
MGTOW's the answer, and people don't like to hear it. And
well, it's
we
an
have
answer.
we have no.
I don't know if it's the answer.
Well, it's the answer for some, not for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, preferably, men need to get their fucking head out of their ass, like get their testosterone up and fix the fucking problem.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, MGTOW's a solution on the individual level, but at a societal level, the shit's gonna completely collapse, and then we have to hope the Muslims come in and fix everything.
Well, but again,
So-
the argument remains, and this is what nobody can answer, not even Tucker Carlson, is why prop up a society that hates you? And
Yeah,
I'm a straight
I
white
agree.
male. I know this society absolutely hates me. Let it burn.
Well,
And that's it.
Well, the answer. So the what ought to be done answer, not what probably is going to be done. Because I agree with you. The reality is that the average man, the path of least resistance, is doing nothing and just letting the shit collapse around them.
Yep.
Like that's what's more likely than not going to happen. But what ought to be done is that instead of men maintaining a broken system, instead of letting it burn, men should take back the reins and say, okay, and mainly this is to the cucks and the simps, because let's be honest, like women aren't going to do anything. Like the people you're going to have to battle are the fucking simps, the
Yeah,
cucks.
Sims. Yeah.
So that you men need to come together collectively, which is already asking a lot in and of itself. But being like, we come together and say, okay, this is a horrible fucking experiment for 100 years. It didn't work. Everything's falling apart around us. This is fucked. Shit's gonna start changing around here tomorrow. And if all the stupid little simps and the cucks and the bitches come around and they're like, "No, we're gonna defend my lady's rights against you," and say, "Okay, well, you know, um, I'm going
The
to shoot
problem is
you," and then you shoot them.
The cucks are in the
So-
CIA. They're in the FBI.
Yeah,
they're in
exactly.
government right now.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
They're everywhere. So they take
Yeah.
over. So, you know,
Who
I as
cares?
just a simple man, just say, okay, I'm staying out of all this shit. I'm
Right,
not
but
gonna give women access to my resources, and I'm not going to give people who I know.
Well, but they will through the government. But they will through the government anyway.
They will,
So,
but
like eventually, there won't be a time where we can just say, okay, well, I'm just sitting out of it. Like the problem's going to come to our doorstep, and we're going to have to make a decision. Okay, is it time to collectivize with other men and do something about this? And yes, make sacrifices and risk our lives potentially, or roll over. So that's why I'm saying what ought to be done sooner than later is men collectivize and fucking do something about it.
Yeah.
But is it going to happen? Yeah, probably
But again,
not.
we have a lot of effeminized men.
Yeah, you're going to have to beat their ass or whip them
Men
into
are
shape.
not men anymore.
They're cutting their dicks off.
Yeah. Men
Well-
are not men like they used to be. The T factor is going way down. And you know, I don't again, I can't argue against. Is it bad for society? MGTOW? Of course it is. But for the individual man, it's really the only option, at least the only option I see. If they come to my door, I'll kill them. You know, I mean, I got no problem with it. I got plenty of training and this and that, but I don't want it to come to that. But again, I'm not going to raise a family in this shithole.
It's not
I'm
going
not
to be
gonna even
peaceful.
try.
Like it's going
No,
to
and
pretty
maybe
much come
that's
to
what has to happen. I mean, TFM goes through the cycles, and he says like you can't go
Yeah.
back a cycle, and we're past the cycle of a soft patriarchy. and we're getting into another one, and then eventually it's going to go to a hard patriarchy. So everything's going to collapse, and then a hard patriarchy is going to have to set things straight, and then eventually that'll get to a soft patriarchy. You and I will be long gone when that occurs. So we are headed for a collapse, and I really believe it's inevitable. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened. I mean, what's happening in Europe and to some extent this country is what happened towards the end of the Roman Empire. Like, people sat around. They're like, well, there's nothing I can do about it on an individual level, so I'm not going to do anything. And then the horde of like hyper masculine patriarchal men came by. They fucked everyone's shit up because the military was completely weak, broken, and in part those barbarians that came to the gates, like, they let them in. And
well, they let in the
a lot of people
Visigoths
died.
as immigrants, and the Visigoths were there as immigrants, and they burned down Rome from within the city because they were let in basically as asylum seekers. It's happening right here, right now.
Yep. So we're pretty much already there. I mean, the only question is, like, what's going to be the inciting incident?
Well, that I think we'll see. I think we'll be alive
Like,
to see it. You know, I'm not looking forward to it, but I think we'll be alive to see it.
So,
and that's the unfortunate thing. I try to take care of me and my own, and that's really all I can do, and just do my job and put my, but starting a family right now would not be a responsible thing, and at least at my age and in my situation. But I definitely will try to defend the people I care about and things like that. And some of them are women. It's not like I'm some woman hater.
Yeah, we're just sexists.
Yeah,
or whatever the appropriate term is. I don't know. Well, like, I think I told TFM one time, you need to escape to Florida. And Florida is one of the last holdout states. Like, you can come to Florida and hang out here with me.
You know what? Yeah, but in Florida, they just had a manhunt for a guy who did burnouts on a rainbow flag.
Yeah, it's not it's not really much better here. That's
so for people thinking it's redneck paradise, well, maybe if you go to certain places, maybe it is, but like Miami, forget about it.
No, it basically anywhere south of Orlando.
And I heard Fort Myers has a lot of crime problems.
Yeah, Fort Myers is south of Orlando. It's like the Tampa.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, no, Fort Myers is north of Miami.
Yeah.
Yeah, because those areas. Wait, am I thinking of Tampa or Miami? I'm thinking of Fort Lauderdale. Fort Myers is Tampa.
Yeah, Fort Myers is West Coast, near Sanibel,
right.
Sanibel Island.
Yeah, but Fort Myers has been like that for a while. Like those places are just the influx. They're like the over. It's like New Jersey for New York. It's like the overflow of shitty people. Like, eventually the cities kind of get too big and dense, and so they start kind of overflowing into the little surrounding areas. Like, that's happening with Miami now. There's just literally nowhere to live because of the regulations on the Everglades. Like, they can't really start bulldozing it and building condos and apartments right now. So they're slowly funneling up the East Coast.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of my 3-4 year plan is get a residency or a citizenship in Colombia and fuck off there. Although their government's not exactly.
My plan is to get Mercenary Guild out and see how it does.
That's our 1.5 year plan.
Yeah. Good.
So, but hey, the paper might be a lot cheaper to print books on in Colombia. Just saying. I'll be doing research on that in the next couple of years.
Who knows? Maybe we'll have a different economy by then too. I mean, who knows?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've got people like Andrew Wilson, like the stuff that we've been talking about and for like a few years and really thinking about, a lot of that shit's coming to it's bubbling up to the surface now. Like, people aren't
Yeah,
talking about this.
normies are starting to see it. TFM was kicked off of YouTube for saying things, and so was Spets and a lot of these guys. I don't
But
know how
now
to
it's
say it.
but now it's pretty mainstream. I mean,
Yeah,
like the
now it's
Whatnot
mainstream.
or the
You
Whatever
know,
podcast.
yeah, I mean now it's mainstream, but it again, TFM was really the canary in the coal mine, and everything he said was flat out on the money, and they douse him, but here comes other people who have, I don't know if they came to his viewpoints because of him or Rollo or Sandman or somebody like that, but you can definitely hear TFM's influence on their arguments, and I think it's great. I think it's
Yeah,
great.
I mean, that's a lot of people kind of hang out with each other there. Or like Andrew Wilson hangs out with, is it Rollo?
Is
One
it?
of those guys.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy? Is Rollo the
Only
guy who wrote
Rollo Tomasi is the only guy I really know of. Because Rollo used to hang out with that whole 21 club or whatever, and he got
I mean,
bounced from them.
is he the guy that wrote the Manosphere books?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you've got him. He hangs out with him. You've got like the fresh and fit guys, I guess. You've got um like Aaron Clary. You've got guys like that. I mean, YouTube is just a social media platform, and like all social media platforms, they're very feminized. Like, they're very authoritarian. There's a lot of censorship. Everyone worries about everyone's feelings, so it's eventually we'll all get kicked off for saying something, and then we'll come back, and it goes in waves. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's weird, but also like Gen Z, Gen Alpha guys are starting to move more and more towards the right. Like, not the women, but the guys.
Yeah.
And frankly, it doesn't fucking matter what the women think, but they're the young guys. Like, they're coming up. They're the guys, some of these guys I've talked to that are like, in their early 20s now or like late teens. It's them who's going to decide the course of this fucking country and the society. It's not you and me. Like, we're getting pretty old. Like, you, me, TFM, like, we're all in our like 30s to 50s. I mean, I'm not like about to roll over and die, but I'm not as fit as I've been before.
Well, and it's like, my boss was
Kind of
telling me
settled.
he has two young daughters, and one of them started dating, and my boss was like, I can't believe how much young men just don't care anymore. They don't even make an effort. And I
Yeah.
was
'Cause
like,
women don't.
right. And I was
Women-
educating him. I said, young men have heard the trials and tribulations of older men, and they don't want
Yeah.
to fucking jump through those hoops. And so, no, they don't give a shit. They've been educated to female nature, and so they don't care.
Yeah. Fuck 'em.
It's like
Why would you?
And I tell my boss, you're still blue pilled when it comes to women. It's like many young men are red pilled and they understand female nature and they don't give a shit. And that's just the bottom line. They're not going to make an extra effort. They're not going to go the extra mile like
Well,
we
yeah.
did.
Why
in our
would they?
day.
Where's the patriarchal,
So
society that
he just
rewards
couldn't
men?
believe. He's like, all these young kids just want to play video games. It's like, yeah, we can play video games and
Yeah.
Pornhub is free. So why the fuck do we want to deal with some bitch's shit? Her playing games and ghosting and monkey branching and all the shit women do. We don't want to deal with it. We can just we can watch porn and then go back to leveling up our World of Warcraft character. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. Well,
All our needs are met.
Yeah, well, and it's super polarizing from social media, uh, like guys see the worst of female nature, and girls see the worst of female nature. So it's like they get all these horrible feedback loops about how to act and treat men. And it's like, yeah, if you treat me, if you're completely disrespectful, and you don't value anything that men are capable or willing to do for you, yeah, why would we? Like, again, it's like going back to all the stupid pulp culture movies and shit. Like, if you're, um, if you hate me, if I'm a part of your audience and you treat me like shit, I'm just gonna fucking walk away.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is the difference, though, between let's bring this full circle, and then we can cut the show here because it's getting late here. The difference, though, is that we need to be part of the solution. So, like these young guys, instead of walking away, don't be like fucking Az and Eric July and these lip wrist, like lip dick liberal simp men who are like, oh gee, I just wish women weren't so mean to me. Like I really like them and want the validation and want to be a good boy, but gee whiz, I'm just really tired of you shitting me all the time on me all the time. Like take take it back.
Yeah.
Like make your own shit. Like you need to go further. So just pointing out the problem is not going to do anything. Like you have to go
Yeah, I
further
mean,
than that. We
yeah,
need
I
to
mean,
build our own culture and
yeah,
civilization.
that's why I don't simp for some Chrissy Mayer, any of that.
Yeah, I don't know who any of these fucking
Lauren
I mean,
Chen or Lauren Southern. I mean, fuck all
right.
them.
Like
I can see right through all their bullshit.
yeah, like don't get me wrong, like I know who they are, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I don't. Who fucking cares about these people? And if they're like, yeah, and if they want to let the mask slip and be like, oh yeah, well, you're a misogynist, like, yeah, so what? You're a feminist. You're a fucking chameleon. You're just a feminist hiding in plain sight.
Yeah,
Like again,
like
you're no different.
when
Why would I listen to you?
Adam took down Lauren Chen, that was beautiful. And he went hard in the paint, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's so mean." It's like you tone policing now.
Yeah.
I guess you people were against tone policing until it. So again, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they just want to
I'm not a
arbitrarily
simp. I'm
draw the
not going to
line.
simp, but I don't hate. Like I said, somebody like Irene, I like her work. I think she's pretty. I think she does great work. I think she's a good writer. I think she's a good artist. I'll support her work. I'll support what she does, but I'm not going to fly cross country to go see her or some bullshit.
Well,
It's
obviously,
like,
yeah, but you only should give the women time of the day that meet the male standard. Like if they want to compete with men, then you meet the male standard or fuck off.
yeah.
It's as simple as that. But like you
I
don't
mean, I try to treat everybody with respect. So I meet a lot of women. Like I'll go to a local bar and I'll meet women there and I treat them with respect, but I never buy them a drink. I never even initiate
don't give them
conversation.
anything.
Yeah, I don't initiate conversation, but if somebody asks, okay, I'll make conversation. If we're watching the Giants game or something like that, okay, yeah, you hit a home run. That was really good. Wow, they snapped a 6-game lose streak. Cool. That's it. I mean, it's surface level conversation. And then usually when I don't want to talk, I get buried in my phone. And
Right, but
say
you
I'm
don't
taking care of work, even though I'm watching YouTube videos or whatever the fuck, who cares?
yeah,
But
that's
the thing
fine.
is,
But
I
yeah,
don't kiss a bitch's ass. I'm not going to buy her a drink or even give her a cigarette. Like you want to buy one off me, that's fine. These shit cost money.
right, you should you never should do ever. Like ever. Never. Like there shouldn't really be any circumstance where you would do that.
Yeah.
Even if
Like
you have
I don't even get the door for a woman unless it's my mother or a female friend
even
or
in,
somebody who I respect, a woman in my life who I respect. I'll get the door for them. I won't get the door for a woman who I don't know. I'll just walk in.
It's called and it's what they say, reciprocation. Like you should only, and this is how it used to be anyways. This is how it's always been. You only look out for those people in your community. So when we build a community, or these guys that are coming up, these young guys are building communities, they're building their businesses, they're building their own infrastructure outside, they're building their parallel economy, like a legit parallel economy.
Right.
Not this gay bullshit that these like limp dick
which will never
liberals are pushing.
exist, really. I mean,
well, but we're building businesses and we're becoming like they're the younger guys. If they aren't simps and pussies, they are going to build and maintain the society.
Yeah.
Like they're going to become the next Elon Musks. They're going to become like the
Yeah.
Don't give these bitches the time of day. Like form your own patriarchal community and then only bring in women who you know and trust who are part of your community, and they're a part of your community. Like there are the same social pressures on them as everyone else in your community. Not these random cougars that you're talking about, William.
They gotta perform.
Not these random fucking feminists. Not like Eric July is like actually successful, wins the lottery, and launches a $1 million company, multi-million, and then just goes out and simps for a couple of fucking shitty Satanist, feminist lesbians. Like, what a fucking bitch. He's married too. What the fuck are you doing simping for these goddamn ugly lesbians? Like, when you're married, like, why are you doing anything for them?
The stuff I've seen from them in their Twitter feed from years ago makes me want to vomit. Makes me want to vomit. They're exactly the people we're fighting against.
Yeah, he knows these people. You know exactly what they do by their works, their deeds, right? So stop doing this shit. Like these guys, these stupid cuck simps build up the company, build up a community, and they completely ruin all of the credibility and goodwill that they get from their people.
Right. And they kiss Eric July's they kiss his ass because he's black and supposedly street. And so they want to all I know a black guy.
No, I mean Eric.
No, but I mean the Friday Night Tight guys and all this stuff. They can't criticize his comic. They couldn't on the best day of their life, even though it's a shitty comic. And I'm sure Gary, who owned a comic store, knows it's not a good comic, but he'll never criticize.
I'm talking to their supporters. Like I'm talking to the people who support them. Like stop supporting these people. Like just support the people you actually know and trust.
Well, support the people who put out good work. I mean, if you can give it a try, but if you don't like it, it's okay not to like it. But it seems like with the whole Eric July thing, it's not okay to not like it, and you're immediately a detractor, and you're immediately this or that. And once I started seeing that, I went, okay, this is SJW bullshit. On the other side, I just want good comics and art. I don't care who it comes from. I don't care.
But at a values level, like he's completely fucked up and contradicted all of the values that he purports, and that's his whole thing. That's his marketing. That's his brand. His brand is give me money because I'm anti-woke or whatever they want to call it. But
and the thing he's not.
Stop. So stop. These people should stop doing this. I'm saying if you're going to support people and it's about supporting people who share your values, pay attention to what they fucking do and see if they actually support your value. Like don't just simp for a guy with your money like you would simp for a girl.
Yeah. I mean, I did that early on, and I didn't like what I saw, and I was at least intelligent enough to say,
fuck this, I'm walking away.
Yeah, I walked away, and then now I'm seeing Sasuke sister. I knew nothing about them. I mean, everybody made a big deal about the Sasuke sisters. Like, like, should I know who the fuck they are? And then I'm a horror movie fan. Oh, they did horror movies. Oh, great. I love horror movies. That's my favorite genre. And then I started to see this shit, and I'm like, this is fucking sick, man. This isn't John Carpenter, homie. So I'm out of this shit. And then I started to see things on Twitter. Frog Tony was posting things, things they said.
Apparently they had another comic book before the.
Yeah, they had a Black Widow. They
no,
did a
before
Black
that.
Oh, yeah,
Or
I think they
after
did.
that.
Yeah,
Outside
and you
of
know
Black
what?
Widow.
What's funny is that they've sold more copies of all the comics they've ever done once they hooked up with Rippaverse than they ever sold initially. They're selling more now than they ever did. So,
of course, that's like obviously their goal, right? Like
latch onto the train, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, why wouldn't you want to promote
Love Bomb, Gaslight, and then what do they end up writing? From what I hear, it's a very girl bossy type thing, and those trailers were very girl bossy. And
yeah, so
why would Eric have a universe where his main character could just get his ass handed to him by a woman? I tell you right now, if in my universe, Malchus could cut Nicole's head off before she even heard a sound.
Right, because he's a fucking cuck. I mean, he cucked his whole business and characters.
Right, but like with my characters, if Nicole and Malchus went at it, he would go full stealth. She wouldn't hear a thing, and she'd be dead.
Well, we don't have to talk about it. Like, people are gonna read the book and see. Like, there's a healthy respect for the.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's like none of my characters are going to cuck to, even though I have a female character, they're not going to cuck to her. Zeth will be like, yeah, let's bring it on. You want to have a mage fight? Let's do it.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, people will see it. We don't have to.
Right.
We don't have to say, like, what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to show people.
I don't know if I'm going to go to that extent, but the point is that I don't make a female character in my book that my male characters have
but
to
the female
to.
But they're not cucking to her. She's a supportive character. She's feminine,
right?
Like,
and
she's
Yaira,
in a supportive role.
I would
she's
think
the fucking healer.
Yaira should be that too. She should be something more. Isom should be the star. He should be the guy who can just crater the street with his fist and shake buildings and tear light poles down and just basically kick ass like the Hulk or like the Thing or something like that, Colossus. And he just like, you're the least powered person in this whole universe.
Yeah, doesn't it kind of make you think that these guys are just like soy boy cucks who just want some kind of muscle mommy to fucking peg them and cook them their chicken nuggies?
I guess.
I mean, that's what it comes off to me. Like, I don't look at this shit and see, oh man, that's a cool Isom character. He's a cool guy. I really want to get behind him being fucking thrown into a car.
None of my characters are now. Again, in the story, Bane gets hit a few times and with some magic, but he does manage to fight an ogre one-on-one, which is pretty tough in most RPGs, and take him. You know what I mean? It's like he got everybody got their lumps in this in my end fight, but at no point in time was anybody. I don't think anybody came out as a bitch. Like they just got their ass handed to them, and they didn't contribute anything.
Bane's a very stoic character. He's not rash. Fighting. Like, he's not gonna jump into a fight that he's like, well, like, he's gonna fight because he wants to do what's right, but not necessarily like, well, I'm just gonna fight because I'm cocky.
No, if the fight's on, then it's on.
Then it's
And
on.
then he flips that switch and it's like, okay, the fight's on.
Yeah,
Now it's time to.
But like with the pirates, he's not like.
Yeah.
He's actually like trying to resolve the situation.
Yeah.
Diplomatically, because he's not just gonna jump into a fight.
Right.
You know,
Because
especially
he's got to
if
live
it's
there. He's got to live there, and they're part of a gang, and he knows that there's going to probably be consequences down the road if shit goes. So, but you know, I give you the opportunity to walk away.
Yeah, it's a easier, it's a better, you know, it's more diplomatic, but it's not. Yeah, it makes it a little more complicated than just, oh, okay, let's just fight. It's, it almost subverts your don't get me wrong, they still fight for people watching at home, but like it almost subverts your expectations in a good way, because it's like, you know, typical D&D party, they're always like, oh yeah, we'll fight. It's like, but you don't have to. No, we'll fight.
Yeah, because Malchus or Zeth, they would fight the drama. Okay, bring that shit to me. You're toast. Bane has the presence of saying, okay, hold on. You don't want to do this. If if we're going to do it, then let's do it. But I'm giving you the opportunity to walk away. They laugh at it. Now it's on, and now it's full bore. And that really is what a knight, in my opinion, is. You know,
calculated.
Yeah, you know, they're fighters, but they're also intelligent. And it's like, I know you're being stupid. Maybe you're drunk. Go home, sleep it off. Okay, now you're taking a swing at me. Now it's on.
Because there's still a risk.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. It's funny because int and wisdom are usually fighters' dump stats, but he's a pretty smart guy. But yeah, I mean, it's so like there's character traits that come out in those characters, and we try to do the same thing with the other stories that we're doing, but yeah, it's also funny because it's more characters to juggle in these ensemble books, but with Isom, it's just one guy. Like you had
one guy. There's no reason why you couldn't have developed him into a character that I cared about, and I don't care about. And that was the whole thing. I'm reading this thing, going, I don't give a shit about this character.
Yeah,
and I really don't know all the things he can do, and all the. I know he can't fly. He has super strength. He has certain level of durability. Maybe he has a healing factor, but no, I don't think he does, because he had to go to the hospital after Yaira threw him through a car, which the owner never got paid back for. And then why did he
insurance?
Yeah, restitution. So why? Okay, he talks tough.
Yeah, I mean, I would have forgiven that stuff or just not really thought about it, but then you add in the shitty, lazy, half-assed art with the tracing of the assets, and like just like flipping a book, and then you had
I always thought the faces
sisters.
The faces were too angular for me. Everything was too trying to be photorealistic in that type of art, which just never worked for me in video games, tattoos, or
well, yeah, that's how you know they're just tracing it.
Yeah, I want a more comic. Like when you look at my book, it feels like a comic book. It looks like comic book.
Oh, it's definitely comic-y.
Yeah,
it's a little goofier, which isn't like to say that it's like a kid's book, but it looks like a comic book. It's not, it's not all like straight edges and
it wasn't trying to be photorealistic, and this one was. But it just didn't have the story to back that. I can understand photorealistic was something that's truly noir, or something that's truly. But
but that's not why it looked like that. It looks like that because they fucked up. Like this again. Eric doesn't know what he's doing. He's hired people that take advantage of him because he's stupid and egotistical, and he doesn't lean on.
And he thinks they have his best interests in mind.
Right. Well, yeah. He just doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't expect that people will take advantage of him because he's throwing money at them, and he's not disciplined, and he doesn't get any kind of consultation from the people, he does have access to until after the fact. So, but all of that wouldn't even necessarily turn me away if he had come out and just been honest about it, or had made an effort to fix that stuff, or acknowledged it, or even maybe did like a remaster version. Someone mentioned that, like just put 1 and 2 together and redo it and then release it or whatever. Any of that would be fine. But once you hire the Soska sisters on, I was like, yeah, I would never come back to this because you just seem like a
Yeah,
you
that,
just seem
that
like
was
you
the
cut
that
your
was
whole
the
fucking
that was a
business,
left
and you're
turn.
too fucking stupid, or yeah,
That was a left turn, and I wouldn't have known about these. So shout out to Frog Tony and TJ Laser for at least informing me, because they actually retweeted stuff that they put out maybe a year ago. Happy Trans Day, and so, and of course it was funny because Frog Tony would retweet it. They put in the comment, "You tell him, Happy Trans." It was I almost
All
peed
my
my pants,
sisters.
but he actually was retweeting and showing pictures of stuff they did at cons to go
Yeah, for
against
sure.
people like us. And I got to actually know what they were about, because again, everybody talked about the Soska sisters like they were some sort of fucking legendary comic team and horror team, and everything I've seen from them has been garbage. And
No, they're just
I can do better. For anybody out there criticizing, I can do better, and I am doing better than what the two of them can do. And again, if you're into like tarantulas being sewn into a vagina, you're not going to get that in my comic. And I'm sorry about
it's
that.
not in volume 1.
Yeah, yeah, maybe
You gotta pay
later.
extra for that.
Yeah,
you
but
gotta pay a commission to have us draw your character.
holy night, man! What I saw
No, I
from
mean
them
you don't
was
have
just
to
garbage.
you don't have to take it. You don't have to compare it to your stuff personally. It's just look what they fucking like. Even if I didn't know that stuff before they come out, as soon as I heard, oh, these people worked for Marvel, they did a Black Widow comic. I'm like, how could they not be fucking like the only people working at Marvel nowadays are going to be people with that kind of ideology that are just virtue signaling all the gay shit to everybody. So I didn't even need to know about all the other background. I mean, it came out, just reinforced what I was thinking. But I'm just like at that time when I saw that, I'm like, the fuck are you doing, man? Like because they suck your dick or something? Like you're either Eric is either really fucking stupid or really arrogant or both, because he just doesn't know that they've fucked up his credibility, or he thinks it doesn't matter, or oh, I can control these people or whatever. Like I'm not like, oh, I don't care what they think. I just care that they write good stuff. Well, guess what? What they think informs how they write. And they wrote you a shitty character that people aren't going to like and makes you look worse. And then you're fucked. And what? Why? Because
well, not only that, they've
they're
infiltrated the
women?
whole FNT crew.
Yeah,
And
like
so
what?
the
To
FNT crew,
what end? To what
the
end? Because they butter you up? Because
they
fucking
buttered.
like
Yeah,
really? You're
they're
that
in.
you're that
They're
fucking
in.
gullible and weak?
There's really nothing they
Fucking
can.
A.
The FNT crew cannot cast them out unless they do something egregious.
Like I don't even know if I would let my wife write a comic book for the like
Yeah.
like why would you do that? Why would you just hire some random strange bitches?
Yeah, but because I
Fucking
don't know,
what?
but they've infiltrated, and they're here,
Oh my god.
and they've infiltrated this whole supposedly anti-woke or indie scene. Now people like Ethan and ourselves, we see it. We don't want anything to do with them, but the other people on the other side who are apparently were supposed to be about comics, who are no longer about comics, like Gary and Comics Division and Az and all. They're
Mhm.
no longer about comics.
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we're never. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
saying like, oh well, I've never done a comic review on this channel, so I don't know why you guys are calling me out for not talking about Isom or reviewing it. Like,
It's like you have a show called the
huh?
BBC, which stands
What?
for Bag and Board Comics.
Right. Well,
They
maybe
have
it
a
was the
weekly show.
other. Maybe it was the other kind of BBC the whole time,
I guess so.
and they're just taking it deep.
And so, yeah,
I'm too tired to
But
make a joke out of
it's
that.
just,
you can use your
yeah,
imagination.
yeah, Doctor Who and all that stuff. But
Right.
yeah,
No,
so
they were
they're
just
never
fucking
gonna be ousted
culture vultures.
because again, they've love bombed their way in, and everybody thinks what they're doing is fantastic, even though it's exactly what Marvel's doing, and they bitch about Marvel, and they won't buy Marvel comics, but they'll buy Yaira. You know, they won't buy Captain Marvel because she's a girl boss and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
But you're like,
it's I mean the hypocrisy the hypocrisy is so apparent. So I don't know, man. If you just want to hire a couple whores, just take some of the millions of dollars and
dude,
go to a
I have
fucking
a
massage parlor. Like,
look.
what are you
I have
doing? Why are you
I
hiring these
I
whores?
have a brother who's gay, and if you try to take my pants off, I'd break his fucking jaw. Okay, like,
yeah. So
like, there's no like, how can sisters do the shit that I've seen them do?
yeah,
I don't care if acting.
probably the
No,
best.
you're not parent. You're not paying me enough to kiss my own sibling with
Well,
tongue.
I guess they're bisexual women. Women will do crazy shit, dude, with like
They will.
no
Yeah, you know, you're
disgust,
right.
like
You're right.
absolutely no disgust. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't have siblings, but like to me that like I wouldn't do that shit with my cousins. Like I have female cousins. I don't think to myself, oh man,
I have a
what
female
a good
cousin
idea.
that's fucking smoking. I wouldn't do that with her, and it fucking burns my ass.
Yeah. There you go.
We went
Like
to
I,
a family reunion after like 20 years. My mom's like, "Don't, that's your cousin Dawn." I'm like, "Oh,
you're like,
that's
what the
okay,"
fuck?
because she could see that I had that look in my eye. Like, here we go. Like we're at a park, and I'm like, I had that
Right.
look in my eye. I had to be, all right, let's go. And she goes, "Nope, that's your cousin." I'm like, "Oh fuck, god
Like,
damn
oh
it."
shit.
Yeah, we became
See?
good friends though, so that's cool.
Yeah,
But
there you go. You could be
the
friends.
thing is that yeah,
But yeah,
if the
so
Sausage Sisters could write, and I know Zach gave them a positive review on the Black Widow comic.
yeah, I don't care.
But yeah,
Frankly,
Zach,
I don't
but
care.
Zach also liked The Last Jedi, so he
Oh,
has
Jesus.
he has terrible taste in pop culture, just in general.
Yeah, I don't trust these people. I wouldn't let them into my organization. And I don't care if you don't have a family, William, because we're building something for guys here at Shattermare. So
Yeah, and Mercenary is aimed at boys and men.
yep. You know, someone asked me once, I think it's someone related to someone I know, so I kind of lightly like laughed in their face. But I was at a comic shop and someone was just like, "Oh yeah, why don't you guys put more like female characters in your Harley Heroes book?" And I was like, "Why don't I just make all the characters female then?" And they're like I was saying it like, "Well, why don't I just completely destroy my fucking book?" Like that was the tone I was using sarcastically. And they're just like, "Oh yeah, yeah, that's great." I'm like, yeah.
Why don't
Yeah,
you
no,
just
this is.
buy Ms. Marvel instead? How about that?
I mean, they don't read fucking comic books, so it didn't matter. But like, that's what women say. It doesn't phase me anymore because they'll just say it. Like they have absolutely no idea what they're saying. Like the implication of, oh well, hey, why don't you just add random women to your book because I like to see women, and it's like you're not gonna buy the fucking book, so
Yeah.
why does it even matter?
Yeah, you're not a fan.
Well, yeah. What? Like, just like there's just no thought process involved. It's literally just.
I'm not
I
going to
feel
go through
like
the process of trying to make you a fan when I lose 90% of my audience, and that's what's wrong with modern entertainment.
yeah. It's like just stop. Just stop. Like you don't owe these people anything. So Eric, stop being a cuck. Stop cucking your whole entire comic universe and all the potentially good characters you can for this shitty Captain Marvel, I guess, knockoff with ice powers. And
That's
that
what
would
I
probably
get.
go a long way, honestly, to recovering. Because imagine he completely cans Yaira and just boots the sisters twins.
You have
But
to understand that all the FNT guys and even Eric, they really are cucks. Like they would look.
yeah, no, I know. Yeah,
I've heard them talk about MGTOW and say they're a bunch of
of
women
course they.
women
Yeah, of course.
haters,
Oh, you're
and
so.
it's like okay, so you guys get called racist all the time, and of course it's not true. I don't think they're racist. But then you turn around and call MGTOW women haters. Same
Yeah,
fucking
it's fucking
thing,
retarded.
because there's articles out there saying that MGTOW are women haters. That's not the case.
Yeah,
We're men
that's
who have just we understood female nature and we walked away, and we're working on our own projects and our own lives in our own time. Probably, but at least in my case, to bring entertainment to folks like you who probably won't appreciate it, but still, I'm going to spend 15 fucking grand or whatever that I'll probably never see again, on a book that you can read and enjoy, just because I have great ideas and I'm a pretty okay writer. But yeah, I hate women because I'm MGTOW, but yet
yeah,
you
whatever.
call these guys a racist, and we're not racist. Well, then why don't you extend the same level of
Because they're
respect?
stupid. They're stupid
know?
cucks.
Yeah.
Like who care? I don't know, man. Like it's to me they're just like your average normie. It's like these cuckservatives,
Mhm.
that will say like, "Oh, well, you should still get married." Like, why would I just marry some fucking single mother? Like,
Like
shut
Tim
up.
Pool. I mean, people who are really never conservative, who just think, well,
I mean,
people like Tucker
at least
Carlson
at
and
least Tim Pool is like, "No, I'm not on the right. I'm left."
yeah,
Like, at
he's a
least
classic
he
liberal.
yeah, he acknowledges, like, "I'm on the left." Like, the left has just gone full retard off the
Yeah.
cliff. Like, they've become the slope. There's no more sliding down the slope. They're at the bottom of the slope.
It's
Like,
full communism.
yeah,
It's
they're
full communism or nothing else.
they're the slope. Like, yeah, like, I respect Tim Pool because he at least acknowledges it. Like, all these fucking LARPing, like, faggy cut guys that are like, yeah, they're like, "Oh, what are you, a loser? You can't get laid?" Like, "Oh, what are you, fucking incel? Oh, you just hate women." Like, okay. Okay, if
It's
that's
like
what you
I
think,
could
man.
get a girl here for, and I got
Like,
bankroll.
yeah,
I get a girl here
you
for
don't need to
800
defend
bucks.
yourself.
You
Yeah,
know
you
what I
don't need
mean?
to.
It's like I
I
got
mean, look,
800 bucks.
I mean, look, if I wanted to marry Miss fucking Piggy because I was a burnt out, like, meth addict or crack
Yeah.
addict and
Yeah.
went to jail, and
If I lowered my standards to
yeah,
that,
I could do that. Like, if I wanted to, I don't know. That Ryan guy kind of reminds me of me, so I don't really have a whole lot to say about him. Jeremy
But I
Geeks and
think Ryan has a bunch of kids from different women.
Oh,
So
he does?
he's basically black. I think he does. He was in the Navy, so I think he has like 3 different kids
Oh,
by
that's
3 different
hilarious.
women. So he's basically the black guy on the show.
He's the black guy they know, so they're not
Yeah,
racist.
so yeah, because he was, he fucked around and
But
whatever.
he'll say shit, and he doesn't care what people say about him. Like, he's like, yeah, fuck you. I'm gonna
Yeah.
talk about. But they see he's like the guy they're on the fence about. like they have him around, and he'll make like jokes or just straight up call it what it is. He's like, "Yeah, I don't like all the women in this," and they're like, "Or you kidding?" He's like, "No, fuck these bitches," or like, "Oh yeah, they do all the like." So I don't know. I think he actually will call shit out and sometimes get in arguments with them because they're
He
like,
will.
"Oh, we gotta calm Ryan down." It's like, no, you need to like sack the fuck up.
Yeah, he's talking sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, Jeremy, I don't know.
I think Jeremy wants to get out. I think
He just seems to.
I
Yeah,
think
him
he understands
and
the
Quartering
shtick.
are similar.
I think he understands the shtick, and he's tired of it. Like all they do is like here's a great example. Like all they do is bitch about all these shitty movies, and then when Five Nights at Freddy's came out, Jeremy had seen it a couple of times and said it's pretty good, and the movie
Yeah.
did really well at the box office. None of them bothered to see it, but they all went to see the Marvels
Right.
or shit like that. And it's like, well, why can't we talk about? And they shut him down. Basically, it's like, why can't we talk about Five Nights at Freddy's
Right.
and what this is
Oh, you're
actual
going off
fan?
script.
Yeah, it's like this is actual fan. Because I don't know that much about Five Nights. I know it was a very popular video game, and they had action figures and stuff like that. And
Oh yeah, it's hugely popular. Well, it's for younger guys.
yeah, it's but survival horror thing, and it did. They spent like 25 million to make it, and they made like 300.
Oh
million
yeah,
at the box office.
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
that's a video game adaptation.
Yeah, so they succeeded, and they made a, and Jeremy even said it's probably a B minus, movie, but it's still a movie out there for Halloween, and because that's when it came out, and if you're a Five Nights at Freddy's fan, you might think it's even better than that. And none of them even bothered to see it, but they all watch Rings of Power or
And
The
they'll make
Acolyte
fucking
or
30 videos a day,
Yeah.
a week, whatever, about.
And so
just
that's where
shit
the
no one
whole
cares about.
grifting comes in. And Jeremy just like, why can't we talk about? Well, none of them bothered to see it. Well, but yet Gary makes them go watch, this bullshit or that bullshit that they know they're gonna hate. Indiana Jones, that they know they're gonna hate, or this that they know they're gonna hate, or this other thing they know they're gonna hate. And spend hours and hours and hours of watching it, and who's poisoning their fucking soul. When why can't we watch something that's actually good and talk about that? And Jeremy was shut the fuck down, and it was I can see that he can see the grift. All these guys want to do is hate watch and hate on shit. They don't want to promote it,
and especially like when Jeremy gets shit for whatever fucking retard wrote that article on his Geeks and Gamers website. When Ripoff first shared that meme picture of Miss Piggy, Gary's wife. Like, I don't know if that was him or one of his mods or whatever, and like he's getting puppet shows about him, and he has to watch these, and he's like kind of coping and like laughing about it. And but then he's like,
yeah, he's uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's looking at it, and he's kind of like I get the sense he's like, God damn it, yeah. Like he's like, you got me, and then like, but then like, yeah, like you said, he's like Gary is like this fucking mafioso YouTuber.
Yeah.
And he's like wrangling all these other guys, and for whatever reason, they fucking go along with it. And so Jeremy's one of those guys, just like
Eric.
Yeah,
they don't have freedom.
God,
And I think they pulled that shit on Ethan, and Ethan is a Jersey guy, and he said, "Fuck you.
Yeah, you go.
I don't need any of you fucking faggots. I'm fucking done. I can make my own comics. I can do my own streams. I'm calling your shit out now."
Right. And another reason I respect Ethan is he'll say shit. He'll call shit out. He'll say it like it is.
Yeah.
Like he's just like, I mean, same
And
thing.
sometimes he's right, sometimes he's wrong. But the thing is that he's not going to let anybody control him. And when I look at the FNT guys, they're all under a control banner. I can see that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the criticism I would have of Ethan is like he, like, I mean, it's just what am I trying to say? Uh, I'm tired. He's biased towards himself.
Yeah.
If you do this thing to me, well, that's bad. But if I do this thing to you, well, that's
Right.
good.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, I'm pretty sure in the past I remember you saying this thing, like very similar, or like he's had people point out stuff to him, and it's like, well, yeah, and it's like, okay, but do you understand? Like, you're doing that. He's like, yeah, but because these guys are assholes. I'm like, but does that make you an asshole if you're doing this?
Yeah.
He's like, well, no, because I'm perfect.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah,
flawed.
there's definitely an
Okay,
ego
well,
there. And you got to walk that line. You got
but
to
he still does a good
take what
service yeah, but again, at least he'll call people, like, he's straight up like, yeah, don't hire fucking women to your company, Eric.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like he'll say like, yeah, these fucking, I work with these women at DC and Marvel, like I know what they're
Yep.
doing to
They
you. I know.
ruined it. This
Yeah,
is
they
how they
ruined it.
ruined it.
This is
And
how they
he
yep.
goes step by step. And
And he's like,
that's
simps like you
exactly what's
people.
happening, step by step.
Yeah, so he's good at calling out, and he also does put his money where his mouth is, and will, like, for the most part, I don't, unless there's something I'm not aware of, and they've got their own cabal going. When he's like, well, you guys should be promoting smaller creators, and you don't, and you never talk about comics, even though your comic channels. Like, he does do that. Like, he does really care about comics. You know what I mean?
He's
And
made hundreds of
independent.
thousands of dollars for people, and he didn't have to do that.
Yeah, like
For real.
he actually does give a shit about independent comics. He's not just talking shit like all these other guys just bitching and complaining at Marvel because they get views. So
I mean, they'll promote Chuck Dixon or Graham Nolan, who appear
yeah,
on their
that's their
show.
buddy. Yeah. Yeah,
Someone like you or me, forget about it.
no. And that, I mean, honestly, that extends out to probably their wider sphere. I don't know. Like, they they're still trying to get in. Yeah, like, oh, another example is the Zack Snyder stream that they were on. How they want to cozy up to like Gina Carano and stuff. I mean, they're anytime, like how the quartering was going back and forth with the lady that wrote the Witcher show, I guess, or the showrunner.
Yeah.
Like, they have this weird idea that, like, they just come off. It's a pattern to me. They come off as like spurned, like you're not in the club. Like, if they weren't attacked for being like men or liking traditionally masculine hobbies and entertainment, like, they would want to be in the leftist club. But since they've been kicked out
They're
of the
like
club,
Howard Stern. They're like Howard Stern.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
Howard Stern back in the day he was never allowed in, so he used to make fun of everybody. And then once
right.
Hollywood let him in, he
It's like,
became a
oh,
woke
okay.
fucking retard.
Right.
And that's how these guys would be. It's like as soon
Yeah,
as they're
don't
letting
mind
the
if I
club,
do.
it's like, oh, you got to watch The Acolyte. That's a great fucking show.
Yeah, immediately they would flip if
Yeah,
they weren't
they would
kicked.
flip.
If they weren't out in the cold and they were let in,
Yeah, they have
immediately.
there's no integrity there.
Yeah,
And I can
there's
see
no
that.
principles. Yeah, they're like, so when they say things like, you know, like, like, well, I'll let anyone work for me as long as they do this. It's like, you're full of shit, because I know they're not stupid enough to believe that, like, there's you and them when it comes, like, when you boil it down ideologically. It's you or them. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
not like we can all live in this harmonious. That's complete asinine bullshit.
we
That's a
can't agree
fantasy
to
world.
can't agree to disagree. Yeah.
Right. Like there is a dominant culture and a group and a submissive culture and a group. That's one wins out over the other.
Yep.
Forever, throughout all of history. Like that's how it happens in nature. That's how, that's why men and women weren't created equal. Like that's all of the shit. I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but that's how it
No,
is.
no,
like,
it
like,
is.
like there's what you're either assimilating someone into your culture or they're subverting you.
And
Like
I'm
you're
not
going to
really
be
that
them.
way. I mean, I'm just
So
I have my beliefs, I have my integrity, and
right, but there's no
I would
leaven.
never fit in with that whole you have to show
Oh yeah, I
loyalty to
agree.
me, or you have to okay, this is the topic of the day and we have to like I don't
Yeah,
want
this
to
gay
watch
mob shit.
things that I'm not interested in. Like if somebody said, okay, to come on my stream you have to go watch Furiosa, I'd be like, well, I guess I'm not going to be on your stream because I really have no desire to see that fucking movie, because I didn't care for the first one. I don't care for the character. I really don't want to see a prequel about her, and maybe it's good, and maybe, oh yeah, she has to go through shit, so it's not like she's a Mary Sue, blah 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 blah. I don't care. I just
Yeah.
don't
Well,
give a shit.
the
Same thing with
example
I
the
don't care.
example for this show is like, hey, you guys should watch Fallout so we can talk about Fallout. And you're like, I don't want to watch Fallout. And I was like, okay, well, Kyle and I are going to talk about Fallout, and then after that, we'll talk about something else.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like, I mean, we have homework, so we have stuff to talk about for the show, but there isn't this weird, like, a fucking mafioso kind of thing where it's like, you can and can't talk about this one thing. Like, oh, you can't, like, how dare you talk about Razor Fist book because you liked it, even though I haven't read it? Like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of stupid shit would that be?
Yeah.
If so yeah,
exactly.
that's weird. That's weird. So,
but that's what
yeah, I
they
don't know.
do on these programs. Gary actually makes them watch certain shows and things
Oh,
like
yeah.
that. Now here's the thing. Here's the dichotomy here that I have a problem with. Okay. Hey, hail Raylock. Here's the thing. Either they pay all these streaming services and give them their money, or they pirate it. And now I am a Christian and I do not want to steal. And I think pirating is stealing. Now, I'm not going to preach to anybody else. Do what you want to do, but I do not feel right in stealing, because I do not want somebody to steal my book when it comes out. So I have to practice what I preach. And I do not want to steal even from a corporation.
What do you think? What do you think about the free rider problem? Like the economic issue where, like, if I guess a microcosm of this example would be like, so someone pays for a monthly subscription, but then they share their account password with me so I can watch their like Netflix account.
Well, I've done that, but now I think they're cracking down on stuff like that. But I have done that.
If you delete them.
Yeah, I have done that. But again, but I've also compensated the person who allowed me their password. I used to give them rides or things like certain favors and things like that. So, so there was reciprocation. So they got something out of it, but now they've cracked down on it.
Well,
I
whether
don't
they
do
crack down on it or not, though, I'm just seeing where you draw the line at what you would consider theft versus like.
Well, I mean, so
I guess not theft.
Well, like, would it be theft if I went to their house and watched the show with them? No.
You tell me. I don't know.
I
don't have a
that's
dog
theft.
in this fight.
I don't think that's theft. But at the same token, if they want to do the password sharing and stuff like that, as long as they're cool with it, I don't have a problem with it, but my problem is the whole pirating thing.
Yeah, makes yourself buy, right?
You know, so at least they're being paid for views, and they're being paid by somebody. But if I pirate things, they're not being paid. And again, I have no sympathy for these corporations, but at the same time, I'm not just gonna flat out steal. I consider that flat out stealing. The borrowing of passwords, that can be a gray area. I can, I'm a rogue. I can I can meddle in that gray area. Yeah, I'm chaotic neutral. But at the same token is that I don't want to waste my time with something I know I'm going to hate just so I can do a video about it and say that I hated it. Like, I know I'm going to hate the Acolyte. I'm not going to waste my time or give them views. Even if somebody did share a password with me, no, thank you. I don't want that. Now, if you want to watch Cobra Kai, I'll watch that because that's something I do like, and that's something I would like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so going back to the I don't think live and let live is really real. Like, it's a concept, but like, you're either going to have one or the other. I'm kind of Machiavellian in the sense where I'm like, it's almost like a when in Rome thing. Like if I went to New York or San Francisco, maybe I'll just walk out with $900 worth of shit. Like, is that good for society? No, it's going to completely collapse that state. And frankly, like,
No, I'm just talking from a spiritual standpoint.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm talking. I mean,
it's not worth me staining my soul to watch Ahsoka.
No,
it's not worth it.
That's fine. Yeah. You don't want to rot your brain. I'm saying from a philosophical standpoint, like, do I think stealing in general is bad? Like, yeah, it's just not good. It's just not even good economically because you don't want a society where
everything goes up. Everything goes up.
Yeah, it's going to impact you in the long run. It's not a victimless crime. However, if I go to a leftist city where everyone is a criminal, because here's the thing: there's some kind of line where at some point, and this is kind of like the same thing with like government welfare and stuff, where it's like if enough people are taking advantage of the system, you're kind of an idiot not to take advantage of it because if it's going to happen,
you might as well.
Then, you're just at a disadvantage. So it's like, well, as an individual, so I kind of think about it. Well, like, okay, well, I guess if I'm gonna steal from someone, I guess I'm gonna steal from Disney. Like I'm like if I when in Rome, if I go to San Francisco, why not? I'll steal like $900 worth of stuff, like, and then go back to Florida, like a mostly red state.
Yeah, I mean, I can see
it's
that.
not my community. Fuck those people.
I mean, I can see that, and
would I actually do that? Probably not. Like, I don't.
Probably not.
I don't need to steal $900, but it would definitely cross my mind if I was there.
Yeah,
it would probably cross my mind.
Yeah,
so that's kind of.
I get it. I get it. But again, the all this woke shit is a psychological and spiritual attack as well on our being, and I believe in garbage in, garbage out, kind of like with food. If you eat shitty food, your physical health isn't going to be very good. Same thing with what you intake with entertainment. If you keep watching shit, you will eventually become a frog in boiling water, and you'll say, "Wow, this Furiosa is a great fucking movie." No, really, it from what I've heard, it really isn't that great a fucking movie. But again, people are so starved, and okay, at least it's not woke, or at least it's not this, or at least the girl has to go through some things.
Yeah,
and
it's all
like,
relative.
And it's like, but compare that to movies of the 90s and the 80s. Well, we'll never get those back. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. And again, they're beating us down spiritually and psychologically with all this garbage that they keep pumping out. and most of it is garbage. It's recycled, rehashed bullshit that nobody really wants. And the more you watch it, you won't even know it. You won't even know that you're a frog in boiling water. You won't even know. Like, the Critical Drinker is given reviews on movies and shows that I think are absolute shit. And I almost want to just write him and be like, you are a frog in boiling water because you are way the fuck off. Same thing with Zach on certain comics. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But again, the more you consume this stuff, the more, it's like eating a Big Mac every day. Your body becomes accustomed to it. You become this fat slob.
You have one salad. You're like, oh my God, this is heaven.
Yeah. And so keep that in mind, that even if you try to hate watch this stuff, eventually it rubs off on you and your radar goes down, because I can sense the woke in anything in a minute. Like,
Well,
that's it.
My solution isn't just cut yourself off. My solution is like go out and create your own shit.
Yep.
So if you don't like it, then do something about it. Don't just sit around and bitch like these fucking assholes. I mean, not you, obviously. We're doing stuff together. I'm just saying, like, to anyone out there listening, don't just sit there and fucking bitch and become a vulture. Like, do something.
Well, they're monetizing it, but again, they are becoming frogs and boys, like we saw with Eric July. I mean, he is a frog, and he is hiring feminists, and they are making feminist comics, and the people around him don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to promote it. They're going to buy it.
He also just found out how hard it is to actually create something. Like, he spent, I mean, set aside all the gay dumb shit that he's done to fuck over his image and his credibility. Like, he spent like 4 or 5 years just constantly bitching and moaning and fucking clutching his pearls. And, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, blah blah blah. Out of all those jackasses, he's the one I still probably respect the most, because he actually did something. He's like, he even said it himself. So I'm like, I'm gonna get off my ass. I'm gonna do something. I'm done talking about it. Yeah. And I was like, okay, good job. And then he actually fuck around. He found out how hard it is. And so now he's, I don't know, maybe he's coming around slightly to the consequences of that. And it's not hard to create something good, and he's falling into the same traps that these Marvel people and DC people are doing. And we'll see. I mean, it's not like he's come out with a tweet recently saying he's about to fire the Sausage Sisters, but eventually he'll run out of other people's money. So like, eventually people will stop paying him, and they'll have to be like, oh, where did it all go wrong? Or not, and we'll keep coming out with books, so whatever.
Well, should we try to wrap it? Because I gotta get up for work.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed. It's fucking late. So
do you have that discount code for me, or should
Oh yeah. Well, let's end the stream and then I'll grab it for you real quick.
All right, cool.
So,
all right, guys. Well, thanks to the chat, whoever's still with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for Ray stopping in, saying hi, and PLCS and everybody. We will see you next time.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. Bye.